Recording in progress.
One, two, three, four.
Oh, yeah.
You got 30 tech.
Yeah. So we
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back, day 2. The time is 8:36. The date is December 11th. It's a Wednesday, all day today, and we're going to come back on the record. Couple of housekeeping things that we want to start off with. First of all, we'll go ahead and make sure that Member Svensson gets his ethics disclosure on the record, and then we still have a vice chair opening, so we're going to go ahead and have that election, and but we'll start today with Member Svensson's ethics disclosure.
Good morning, everybody. Hi, I'm Greg Svensson. I was born and raised in Anchorage and am married with one daughter and one grandson. My wife and I are retired school teachers, and my daughter is an assistant principal in the Anchorage School District. We both received income from teacher retirements from the state, PFD, CD, interest investment, and residential rental income, and I get a stipend from the state for my service on the board. Neither I or my immediate family have any financial interest in fisheries, nor are we involved in any lawsuits with the State of Alaska Department of Fish and Game or Board of Fisheries. I also have licenses for hunting, fishing, and a private pilot's license. This information is true and correct to my best of my abilities. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Svensson. Any questions? Seeing none, I rule that you may fully participate in this week's meetings. Okay, that brings us to the election of vice chair. As you'll recall, at the work session, we had a tie, and so we left with an unfilled vice chair. So let's go ahead and take care of that. Are there any nominations for vice chair? Member Svensson.
I would like to nominate Tom Carpenter for vice chairman.
Second.
Yeah, we don't need a second for that, but I just wanted to quickly check. Are there any other nominations? Hearing none. Are there any objections to Mr. Carpenter being our vice chair?
I'll ask for unanimous consent.
And there we have it. Congratulations, Mr. Carpenter. Good to have you in the vice chairmanship. I look forward to all your motions. All right, so that brings us to the business of today, which is our traditional knowledge portion and public testimony, and I have a little bit of instruction for traditional knowledge reports. So traditional knowledge reports are pretty brand new to the board's process, and certainly this meeting is going to include those traditional knowledge reports from the public. The board recognizes formally in a policy that local knowledge and traditional knowledge is an important aspect of best available science. As such, access to these knowledge systems should be an important part of informing the board decisions through their close proximity and intimate, often long-standing relationships with fish resources, the environment, and the ecological systems that are critical to fishery sustainability. The board endeavors to incorporate traditional knowledge more intentionally into its process by seeking and inviting traditional knowledge holders, recognized by their community, tribe, or other organizations, to share their experiences, values, alternative and/or independent observations and data collections directly with the board. For the purposes of this meeting, the invitation was made through will be made through a new agenda item. The board will provide the opportunity to sign up to provide traditional knowledge relevant to the proposals and subject matter under consideration at this meeting. The time allowance is 10 minutes, and this is intended to be sort of a continued trial or pilot approach to incorporating this specific information into the board process. The board, through its process committee, will solicit feedback on this approach and suggestions for how it might be improved in future regulatory board meetings. Last year, for those of you that weren't following, we held a series of process committee meetings where we discussed this incorporating traditional knowledge into a formalized section of the board's agenda. We solicited feedback from the public on that. We went back and forth for a while, which culminated in the board passing a formal policy at its last meeting. I guess that would have been this spring of 2024. So since that policy was adopted, this is really the first meeting where we're going to have the inclusion of, we call it TK, but traditional knowledge at our meeting. And I'm very excited to see this on the agenda formally. And I'm also excited to invite the three folks that have testified to sign up, have signed up to testify. The other thing that's a little bit different about this section of the agenda is that you have to sign up in advance. So I believe that the sign-up period for traditional knowledge was closed a couple of days ago.
Closed on Friday, last week at noon.
So it closed last Friday. So it's meant to be very intentional, and we want to make sure that we're capturing what the board intended as best we can. So if folks have any questions about this process, again, feel free to ask me, ask Art, ask Tom. But it is new, and I just wanted to make sure that we make our traditional knowledge report folks feel welcome, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say. So with that, we have, again, 3 that are signed up, and the first one is Raven Cunningham from the native village of Eyak. So I'd like to welcome you to the table. You'll have 10 minutes. When you get there, go ahead and turn your mic on. Please place your name and the village or the entity that you're representing, and we'll go ahead and start your time.
Hi, Raven Cunningham, the native village of Eyak. Laishu Raven aduchte e dhunk alhu Cordova adahla. Hello, my name is Raven Cunningham. I am Eyak Alaskan native, and I'm from Cordova. I'm the Native Village of Eyak Tribal Council Vice Chair. I also sit on the Native Village of Eyak Natural Resource Advisory Council. I am the Chugach Regional Resources Commission Tribal Fish and Wildlife Director, a lifelong Cordovan and subsistence harvester, and a 6th-generation commercial fisherman. I'm here speaking to you on behalf of the Native Village of Eyak and its tribal citizens. I'd like to welcome the members of the board, their staff, and all those who have traveled here to discuss how we should manage our fisheries. We look forward to a respectful and spirited debate leading to thoughtful choices that respect and contribute to the well-being of our natural resources. In 1980, the Native Village of Eyak has become a federally recognized tribal government that promotes the self-determination of our tribal citizens by conserving the homelands and preserving our heritage and culture. Located in the northernmost Gulf of Alaska, nestled between the Chugach Mountains, the Prince William Sound, and the Copper River Delta, this is the place that we call home. This land has been home to the Dahomey and Sugpiaq people for over 10,000 years. Being an active trading ground through the Copper River and having coastal access, this area created a diverse and dynamic union of many Natives peoples, including the Tlingit, Unangan, and Athabascan. Today, the Native Village of Eyak is a united, thriving, and sovereign independent nation representing over 850 indigenous peoples of Cordova. We have a deep understanding acquired through our interconnectedness with the environment over generations. Traveling broadly across these lands and waters in search of resources and trading with neighboring kin, this familial intimacy with our lands and waters enable us to detect subtle microchanges and deeply understand the patterns of change in our natural world. The information and collective historical and cultural knowledge contained within our indigenous languages, practices, values, place names, songs, and stories store data and expertise that are still relevant today. Indigenous or traditional knowledge is our ancestral knowledge passed down from generations interwoven with modern-day observations. It's not just historical. This knowledge continues to evolve and adapt over time. For decades, the Native Village of Eyak has understood the role of traditional knowledge and how it plays in natural resource management. We leverage our ancestral knowledge with contemporary observations in the field to design rigorous research programs that have made meaningful scientific contributions and filled important management data gaps. In short, traditional knowledge helps us choose questions our tribal scientists should investigate using the scientific method. We all understand that, science is a body of knowledge or a group of experts, but actually it's the method of inquiry. It's a practical and tedious process of investigation based off of an observation. This observation leads to a testable hypothesis and then a series of replicable tests that are applied to either support or refute this hypothesis. Our research results, more often than not, validate long-held beliefs, but sometimes we find these beliefs challenged. When presented with new information, it is both traditionally and scientifically correct that we challenge those beliefs and we trust the new information, but not without skepticism. We don't change everything based on the results of one experiment or one test. Rather, we keep studying and looking for a deeper understanding, always ensuring that we ask the right questions. The tribe has understood this purpose and employed a team of scientists that was not to just validate long-held truths, but to understand our traditional knowledge on a deeper level. This has allowed us to make the best choices when managing our resources. We highly value and respect the state process and have submitted on-time public comments that do not need to be repeated here. Rather, we would like to provide a broader context for our positions. First, our subsistence practices are now interwoven in time and space with commercial and sports fishing. Although subsistence will always be the priority, over 70% of the 158 tribal households directly depend on the commercial fishing industry as a household income. Cordova's economic challenges have been well aligned with other Americans, and the cost of everything is increasing. But as a remote, landlocked community where goods are always expensive and not always available, it's significantly worse, requiring us to rely heavily on our resources for sustenance and livelihood. In addition to rising prices of goods, we've experienced two catastrophic events in our Prince William Sound seine fishery over the past 2 years. In 2023, the revenue from the healthy pink salmon run was wiped out, and last summer our run failed, and the harvest opportunities were insufficient for our households. These 2 seasons make our community feel nervous about the future of our economy and our prized resources. Our salmon provide more than just a simple protein resource or an income. They're the first run salmon that have a higher oil content, which gives them their tagline as the best salmon in the world. These fish allow many of us to actually afford to live here. And being off the road system and where almost an expired gallon of milk is $12. They are the first fish to hit the market and set the value for the rest of the season. Historically, many elders remember they would get out of school early around May 1st to start fishing. Today, we're being pushed back to the 15th and now potentially even further. Our fishermen are the tools managers need to use to identify when fish have made it here. We are thankful for our opportunity of the Copper River for subsistence and commercial fishing, and we understand the importance of managing this resource properly. The Copper River is a highly complex, mixed-stocked, and mixed-species fishery, and we know that there's many thoughts on how to have this management plan, and I'm sure you'll hear many of those today. But however, we urge that any changes be based on traditional knowledge and sound scientific investigation to justify the need and validate a solution. I want to touch base on a conversation yesterday. The native village of Eyak has collected Copper River Chinook salmon data for over 20 years. This data has provided state and federal fishery managers with an estimate of Chinook salmon in river abundance. Our estimate is exceptionally accurate and reliable, but it is expensive and labor intensive. However, this state is not responsible for that. The native village of Eyak has taken full ownership and responsibility of this project and has directed our staff to go after and seek out competitive grant funding, piecing together multiple funding sources to continue to provide this estimate for the tribe. I mention this because there was conversations about how we might prematurely shift to sonar-based large fish apportionment. I want it to be clear that the tribe does not work because it's for the state and for the feds. We do this work because it's important to us, the tribe. The fact that the management system utilizes it is an added bonus. The native village of Eyak supports the shift to sonar apportionment of sockeye and Chinook and will continue to work cooperatively with ADF&G to make this transition, not because sonar will provide a better estimate, but because sonar will provide an in-season estimate. I just want it to be known that the native village of Eyak will continue the mark and recapture data collection, and the native village of Eyak will not stop providing that estimate just because a new management plan is in place. The manager's main tools are adjusting harvest area and opportunity. Those are the only 2 levers a manager can pull to achieve this goal. It is very tempting to see every issue, then, in a surge of an emotion, either pull or not pull one of these 2 levers. However, many factors such as habitat, reproduction, and environmental changes cannot be addressed by adjusting area or opportunity. Every issue does not come down to management. The regulations being debated this week can either support or disrupt cultural legacies passed down through countless generations and either preserve or harm our natural resources. I'm proud to say that my family has lived on these lands and waters as long as humans have touched this land. Today, I fish the same waters my mother, her father, his mother, her mother, and so on have. Things have changed. Methods, tools, techniques, ideas, ways of doing, but I still catch that same fish. I still continue and will pass my knowledge on to my son and others in this community. And myself, the Native Village of Eyak, and our tribal citizens appreciate this new space and have the inclusion of traditional knowledge because it is well needed to share and acknowledge the people who have lived here and rely on these natural resources. So as you make thoughtful decisions, I ask you to consider my words and share what you have here to best manage. But please remember the people who were and always will be here. Awa'ahta, thank you. And I'd like to invite all of you and others in this room to the St. Joseph's Church, which is across the street from the elementary school at 5:30 for the NVE Board of Fish reception.
Thank you, Raven. Well done. Next up is Karen Linnell with the Otna Intertribal Resource Commission. Welcome, Karen.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Karen Linnell, Executive Director of the Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, otherwise known as ATRIC. I'm a tribal citizen of Chishna tribe in Chistachina on the Upper Copper River, the daughter of Lemmy and the late Edna Charlie. The Otna Intertribal Resource Commission was established by 8 federally and state-recognized tribes and 2 ANCSA corporations within the Otna Territory. ATRIC supports the tribal sovereign authorities held by its members to honor and integrate traditional knowledge and values with Western science to innovatively and respectfully steward cultural and natural resources to ensure self-sustainability for all generations. The Otna people for many years have expressed significant concerns regarding Copper River salmon fisheries management and the difficulties we continue to experience in harvesting enough salmon to support our customary and traditional ways of life. Commercial fishing on the Copper River began in 1889. An early example of the ongoing challenges to protect our ways of life dates back to Chief Goodlataw's complaint filed in 1917 with the U.S. federal government regarding the impacts of commercial fishing practices in the Copper River's Abercrombie Rapids that began in 1916 and caused a food security crisis and starvation among the Otna people upriver. The 1914 and 1915 Upper Copper River subsistence harvests exceeded 40,000 salmon, but in 1916, only 8,800, and in 1917, about 6,000 salmon were harvested, demonstrating the impact of the downriver commercial fishing. 10 minutes is a short time to put hundreds and thousands of years of history into the board to have a sufficient understanding of Otna traditional knowledge related to the proposals before you. Fortunately, Doctors Bill Simeon of ADF&G Subsistence and Dr. Jim Carey of UAF Alaska Native Language Center spent decades of research working with Otna elders, many of whom since passed, such as Robert Marshall, Katie John, Frank Stickwan, Jake Tansey, Bell Joe, Fred Ewan, Martha Jackson, and many others. In 2002, Simeon and Carey published a report entitled Traditional Knowledge and Fishing Practices of the Otna of the Copper River, Alaska, in the ADF&G Subsistence Division Technical Papers TP 270. This report summarized the ongoing challenges faced by the Otna people as follows. 100 years ago, the Copper River salmon fishery was a communal fishery that managed for their own benefit, but over the time became one of several user groups vying for allocation. Despite usurpation of the fishery, Ahtna people have participated in management systems by going to meetings, submitting proposals. But underlying these efforts is a feeling that the biologists and resource managers are not really interested in what the Ahtna people have to say, despite their long history in managing the fishery. Ahtna Yini Da'a stories, or long ago stories, are legends of the ancient past when animals and people could talk to one another, which provide critical teachings to young people to learn the rules of conduct and attitude towards one another and their non-human relatives. In Ahtna cosmology, Raven is considered the creator or world maker. Raven not only introduces salmon into the Copper River by tricking the salmon boss into letting the fish go, but also teaches them how to swim by placing ballast stones or otoliths in the salmon's head, and helps humans catch them by making the river water cloudy so that we can catch them. Raven also conserves the salmon by letting only a few go out of the salmon boss's house, so some will be left for next year. The intimate relationship between Ahtna and salmon is clarified in the Salmon Boy or Bakatsari story, where salmon and humans live in parallel worlds, both have a society and a culture. Salmon are also sentient beings and aware of what is happening in the human world. The Bakatsari story explains the relationship between humans and salmon and provides explicit instructions on how salmon are to be treated. The Salmon Boy stories ensured the Ahtna people understood the salmon life cycle and that one must only take what one needs without producing waste. These and other rules were essential to ensuring healthy spawning grounds that produce sufficient numbers of out-migrating salmon fry, which we in the Upper Copper Ahtna dialect call uli, those that are swimming past. As long as we treat the salmon properly and honor the rules of conduct and attitude each year, the juvenile salmon would return to the ocean, live with the salmon people until adulthood, when, with good luck, the salmon boss would allow them to return upriver to give themselves back to the Ahtna people. The Ahtna people depend on this outgoing mutual relationship, which commonly is referenced in Ahtna theory as, if we take care of it, if we take care of the land, we take care of the waters, we take care of our animals the right way, they will continue to take care of us. Ahtna fishing technologies ensured selective fish harvesting practices early in the season to produce superior dried salmon, as well as conserve the quality of salmon escapement by allowing sufficient numbers of female salmon to reach the spawning grounds. Historically, our dried salmon dominated the process we use, but today we eat them fresh, salted, fermented, dried, frozen, canned. These are also used by our people. Simeon and Carrie continue to avoid these problems, Ahtna historically harvested as much salmon as possible early in the season. The early runs of salmon, which are typically headed to streams and lakes in the Upper Copper River, are less likely to be affected by the high water, since the weather in late May and early June are usually dry and cool. This early run, when we're drying our fish, we have good breezes, the flies aren't out, and it allows for us to put the fish away without spoilage. We're not seeing that now when we're getting our fish later in July now with all this intercept fishing. The roasted salmon fish, or natashluga, is that early fish stock that they were talking about, the rich oily fish. Those are the ones that are going the farthest to Tanada and Katie John's camp. In 1996, Katie John came before the Board of Fish and reported to you folks that there were no more large roasted salmon fish stock returning to Tanada Creek, and that she hadn't seen many spawned out salmon carcasses around Tanada Lake, indicating that there weren't many fish. She also discussed numerous other spawning tributaries of sockeye and king salmon that no longer produce fish like they used to when she was a child. The 2002 report continues that the Otna gave names to the salmon runs that emanate from particular home streams. This is especially well documented for the Upper Otna, where, for example, 21 different salmon runs or tributaries on the Upper Cup River above the Sanford River have distinct names. Each run is named for a side stream or place. The Otna say that they can discern the differences among the fish from various locations. My grandchildren know which fish comes from Tanata, the Benzonidi fish, and which one comes from Sislota. And they've never been to Sislota, but they still know from what I learned from my father, my grandfather, and my grandchildren have learned it from their great-grandfather. The Otna elders continue to manage local fish well operations, while ADF&G has suggested that we in the upper reaches of the Copper River aren't putting in sufficient effort to harvest numbers above the lower limit of the amounts necessary for subsistence that was established by this board. It's important that the board understand that the traditional fisheries management rules still apply amongst our people. We're only to take what we need based on observations and the health and strength of the runs. For example, we had our fish wheel in at my family's camp in Chistachina, and we gotten a few kings a day for about 3 days in a row. And my uncle came to me and he said, "How many did you get? How about the day before? How about the day before?" He said, "Okay, that's enough, shut it off. We need to let them go by. We don't just keep taking them because they're coming." On another situation, after a month's worth of fishing effort, we caught only 66 salmon, and my uncle again came to me and said, "The fish aren't coming back. We need to stop fishing to let them go by," ensuring that we're getting salmon to the spawning grounds. I'm just about to my conclusion. This is an example of how traditional fisheries management continues to operate, but also demonstrate how Otna Indigenous knowledge and tribal stewardship values mitigate from the Otna people succumbing to the tragedy of the commons, where people just keep fishing without regard to the consequences of their actions and for future generations. That spiritual relationship between the Otna people and the salmon, as in the Baketsari story, mitigate the risk of overfishing under traditional practices. What I hope to leave you with in recognition of the values and stewardship principles still employed by the Otna people today to manage their subsistence fishery in the Upper Cup River. The Otna people have always monitored the diversity of kings and sockeye salmon stocks, and our elders have noted a number of tributaries that no longer support certain king and salmon stocks. The risks and challenges facing our wild Copper River salmon stocks are increasing to the additional stressors of ongoing environmental change, declining size of fish at age, and increased competition for food while our salmon are at sea. ATRIC is committed to working with our partners to increase salmon monitoring to ensure that all Copper River salmon fisheries avoid the crisis of the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Any questions? Guyana, Gonishish, Anavasi, thank you for being here.
Jinan.
Next up is Dustin Slocum with the Native Village of Chitna. Welcome, Dustin.
Hi, my name is Dustin Slocum. I'm with the Native Village of Chitna. The Native Village of Chitna opposes Proposal 70, the proposed extension of the lower boundary limit from the existing marker just north of Haley Creek up to 0.4 miles south of the confluence of Canyon Creek due to the following concerns. Extending the fishery will negatively impact the cultural resources and environment created by the docking of boats, fisheries practice, and recreationalists. The area is routinely referred to as Woods Canyon, a long-standing cultural, spiritual significance to the Otna people. This area is high density of cultural resources, village sites, and human remains that have not been fully assessed since the historical impacts began in the 20th century. With the construction of the Copper River and Northwest Railroad, for over a century, this area has suffered repeated impacts from railroad development, highway development, and the state fishery access. The native village of Susitna routinely struggles to mitigate the impacts created by the fishery and does not feel that access to the fishery has been developed in a respectable nor a responsible manner. Therefore, we do not support the expansion of the fishery. Canyon Creek, furthermore, we will not entertain such a discussion until a thorough cultural assessment has been completed on both sides of the Copper River. Resources and burial locations within the current proposed expansion fishery are adequately protected. The increased pressure on the salmon experienced by the expansion of the fishery to accommodate more fishermen is inappropriated during a time when the Copper River is experiencing difficulties in maintaining salmon escapement goals. NBC encourages conservation of the resources and not further exploitation while looking ahead to the uncertain climate change. Extending the lower boundary of the fishery to Canyon Creek will encompass a dangerous whirlpool and elaborate current safety concerns. The Susitna area is frequented by extreme high number of inexperienced boaters and will endanger others on the roadway to Susitna. Boaters in the waters unloading, loading, operating motorboats in the Copper River. It is NVC's opinion that extending the fishery to the boundary south of Canyon will do little to relieve congestion and only serve to increase danger of boaters and first responders. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate this. And any questions? I have a quick question for you. So I think, if I'm not super familiar, but is this the area where they found human remains last year on the access trail?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay,
Yep.
and how was that resolved last year?
As for right now, they just have bridges built over top of them. So that's the only temporary solution that we could come up with for that.
And is there work that's going on right now, or is there discussion with the state, or is it the tribes, you're just not interested in entertaining any of that work right now? They just have bridges over it. I mean, I'm just kind of curious what's the ongoing discussion around it?
There's further work going on with it. Yeah, we're still in the planning process of how to mitigate all of that.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and begin the public testimony portion. That concludes the TK Knowledge. And again, I just want to thank everybody who participated for showing up. That's precisely the type of information that I envisioned when former Chair Wood and I sort of undertook this effort. So appreciate you guys very much for being here. For public testimony, just a reminder, 10 a.m. is the cutoff date for signing up for public testimony. So if you want to continue to, or would like to sign up for public testimony, please grab a blue card that's located at the back of the room by the elevator and bring it up here to the front to sign up. For this next portion, those that have signed up, when your name is called, please come forward to the microphone, state your name for the record and who you represent. If you have written materials for the board, it's really helpful if you identify those materials by the RC, PC, or AC number, if you've had one assigned to it. I will go ahead and make sure that the board members have an opportunity to get that paperwork before them, before you start testifying, and so that time that we're shuffling papers is not going to be charged to you. So again, at this meeting, the public is given 3 minutes to testify. ACs and RAC representatives will each be given 10 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the executive director will give you a couple minutes to or a couple moments, I should say, not a couple minutes, a couple moments to introduce yourself before he starts the timer. When your time is up, you'll hear a beep, and I ask you to please stop speaking when you hear that beep, or I will ask you to stop. When you're finished, please remain seated so that the board members can ask you any questions if we have any. And also, we ask that you confine your oral testimony to the subjects that are under consideration at this meeting in as concise and direct a manner as possible. 3 minutes isn't a lot of time, and it goes pretty fast. It's the intent of the board to deal with the merits of the proposals based on the general principles used by the board. The board does not deal in personalities. Therefore, public testifiers will be admonished or asked not to refer to people by name or any staff or any board member directly by name. AC and RAC representatives should also fill out a blue card and indicate whether or not you will testify at the beginning or the end of public testimony. Also, please note on the card which advisory committee you're representing, and please be prepared to describe the general membership of your advisory committee. Also helpful with the AC testimony, please confine your testimony to the positions the committee took on the proposals or issues and give any minority opinions of the committee if they exist. If you are an AC rep and you would like to provide your own personal testimony, please fill out another or a separate blue card and also submit that to board staff. And if your name is called and you are not present to testify, a second call will be made. If you miss both your first and second calls, you're not going to be able to testify at this meeting. If your first call happens in an afternoon session, then the second call will either occur at the end of the testimony list or at the beginning of the next day's morning session, whichever kind of comes first. And I'll do my best to make regular announcements about these second call opportunities, and Director Nelson is going to help me do that. So hopefully that provides you a little bit of instruction and you know what's coming. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and begin public testimony. Our very first testifier on the list is Ezekiel Brown. Ezekiel, if you're here, come on up and introduce yourself to the board. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Zeke Brown. I'm a lifelong Cordovan, and I'm speaking here today as president of Cordova District Fishermen United. Our positions on the proposals can be found in PC 152. CDFU's board of directors is made up of commercial fishermen of every gear type and developed these positions over the last year through multiple meetings with stakeholders and the department. I will touch on a few of the proposals in my testimony today, and I'm available at any time to help clarify our positions at any point. I'm not yet an old fisherman who can talk about the good old days, but it's important to think of these proposals with an understanding of the history of fishing in our region. Throughout the last century, we've seen drastic changes in the environmental conditions of Prince William Sound and the fish stocks it supports. And fishermen and management have changed alongside them, focusing on whichever species is thriving. Throughout all of this history, the one constant has been the Copper River salmon fishery, which has supported fishermen of all types every year. One reason for the success of the Copper is the diverse stock makeup. Every fish is counted on the way up the river, but that does not mean that every fish is going to the same tributary. And as environmental conditions favor one stock or another, management has the flexibility to adjust fishing time and area. Proposal 51 through 53 seek to remove management flexibility and instead dictate fisheries be managed based on a calendar and historic patterns. This is the opposite of what needs to be done in the face of a changing climate. The glaciers are melting and the ocean is warming, and salmon returns are changing as well in both timing and distribution. We must adapt as managers and fishermen alike. Salmon are vulnerable to environmental conditions, and we see that in the unpredictability of their returns. Hatcheries have stabilized some of that unpredictability. By releasing the same number of fry every year, at least a portion of our stock are not vulnerable to the droughts that often dry out spawning beds of Prince William Sound pink and chub salmon. Proposal 78 would gut this hatchery system and destabilize our entire fishing economy. As the environment changes and fish populations log with it, the board must evaluate outdated management plans, such as herring and crab, that put too much emphasis on historic population dynamics, and instead ask the department to manage based on the populations that the current environmental regime supports. On behalf of all fishermen that CDFU represents, you must resist the urge to pass proposals such as 51 through 53 and 78 that will only further destabilize our already struggling communities. The board must give the department a clear directive, but also the flexibility to manage not based on a calendar or historic population dynamics, but on what is actually happening in the ocean. Commercial fishermen long ago recognized that our limited wild resources could not sustain unlimited harvest and passed the Limited Entry Act in 1974. We work continuously with the department and stakeholders to ensure our fisheries will continue to support families for generations to come. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I'll be here all week.
Zeke, questions? I got a quick question for you. So when you said that we shouldn't be managing, you gave, I think, the example of herring and maybe salmon about sort of outdated management methods or data, what does CDFU consider to be dated? Like, how far back do you think is appropriate to look?
I mean, if you look at the last few decades, we've seen some pretty extreme changes in population dynamics. Part of when we talked about crab at the last meeting was that the 1970s, crab populations boomed all over the state of Alaska. So it varies by species. And I think the department's got some pretty good information on different decadal shifts in population, yeah.
Okay, makes sense, thank you. All right, next up is Dennis Adra. Welcome, Dennis.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dennis Adra, and I'm a Cordova resident. Pay attention, I got to read fast. My name is Dennis Adra, and I've been a resident and commercial fisherman in Cordova for 34 years. I currently sit on the South Central RAC, the Copper River Prince William Sound Advisory Committee, and I'm on the Executive Committee of CDFU. I support the position of CDFU on individual proposals, but these personal comments are outside of my board affiliations. I arrived in Cordova in 1989, shortly after the oil spill, and the commercial fisheries were thriving and the processing plants were open year-round. I decided to abandon a career in mechanical engineering and chose to become a fisherman. After 3 years of seining, longlining, and crabbing, and thanks to the state's revolving loan fund, I was able to purchase a boat and a permit, and in 1992, I set my first gill net in the Copper River. I have been intensely fishing it every year since. I am deeply invested in the health of this river, and I have seen the bounty that it's capable of producing. Unfortunately, I've had my 3 worst seasons in the last 8 years, primarily because of reduced fishing time. In 2018, the reported PU fishery harvest was 68% higher than the commercial harvest. Upriver subsistence users claim they are not getting their ANS, and we have seen unprecedented restrictions in our commercial fishery. In 2024, we commercially fished for 2 days of the first 23 days of the season, which means our nets were in the water 8.7% of the time. I don't see where this is disproportionate exploitation of the early run. Proposals 51, 52, and 53 would further reduce the commercial fishery without any biological or scientific justification and severely restrict the department's ability to manage. On the other hand, the PU fishery is growing and thriving, especially for the commercial operators who have no restrictions on expansion whatsoever. I want to be able to pass my operation on to my grandson, which seems more and more unlikely with the current direction of management. Additionally, hatchery operations have been a huge success across the state and should not be impeded by special interests relying on bad science. Finally, I would like to address what I see as a bias from the department, primarily as it relates to this board cycle. The department is neutral on proposals 51, 52, and 53, which are clearly allocative and impose severe limitations on their ability to manage. However, they oppose proposals 54 and 63, which are clearly allocative and impose limitations on their ability to manage. I'm hoping someone can explain the difference to me. I am bothered that the department is opposed to any proposals that might attempt to establish any crab fisheries in Prince William Sound, where historically these fisheries have provided a great economic opportunity for Cordova. I am bothered by the department opposing Proposal 64, effectively saying that every resident of the state should be allowed to double their personal use harvest. It is a sad situation when management decisions are based on politics instead of sound scientific practices. Commercial fishing has been the backbone of Cordova's economy, and we are struggling financially. I look forward to sharing dialogue with every board member and hope to show how important these issues are to our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. You had 13 seconds left. Well done.
Whoa.
Any questions for Dennis? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Stephen Schwartzbart? Good morning, Stephen. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Schwartzbart, and I'm a second-generation Area E drift gillnet fisherman. Gillnetting has been my family's primary income since the early 70s. I'm in opposition of Proposal 51 through 53. These proposals do not account for the variability of the Copper River from year to year. They seek to take away the department's flexibility in management. I looked at some data that will put context into the dynamic nature of this run. All these numbers are fish counts at the Miles Lake sonar, and I rounded to the nearest 1,000 for clarity. I selected 4 years and the 4 same days in each of those years, June 9th through the 12th. In 2012, 21,000 fish passed in those days. And in 2020, 37,000 fish passed in those days. This is in comparison to this year, when 156,000 fish passed in those days. In 2013, 400,000 fish passed in those same 4 days, which is more than the minimum escapement goal for the year. Ocean temps, river temps, water levels, varying tides, large storms, ice blocking the river, and more all have effects on run timing. The Copper River commercial fishery is managed day to day and sometimes literally hour to hour. There have been proposals similar to this before. A failed proposal in 2014 mandated no commercial fishing happen until salmon have passed the Miles Lake sonar. The department opposed this proposal because it reduces the department's ability to provide commercial fishing opportunity on salmon runs within or above escapement goals. Proposals 51, 52, and 53 would do exactly that. Let's not hinder the department's flexibility in the management of the Copper River salmon run. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions? Thank you for being here today. John Renner? Hi, John. Good to see you again.
Good morning. I'd have you refer to PC 509. And it's a lot of visual representations of the area we used to fish and a visual representation of who caught what. And it's a snapshot in history for your information. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board and stakeholders of the Copper River, thank you for coming to Cordova. My name is John Renner. I'm a resident of Cordova and a second-generation commercial fisherman and subsistence participant. I've been co-chair of the Copper River Prince William Sound Advisory Committee for decades. A brief, incomplete history of regulatory actions that have restricted the commercial fleet's harvestability. Time and area closures have been weaponized to try and focus commercial harvest away from Chinook and Coho. My question, has this been effective? Absolutely, but with many caveats. I used to be asked, what could we do to get more kings in the Copper River? Well, in my opinion, there's been 3 things that affect that drastically: fleet efficiency, habitat degradation, and habitat intrusion and harvest in non-traditional areas, I might add. Present day, we, i.e. Cordova, and any downriver stakeholders are faced with the intrusive entry of the National Park Service into Alaska fish politics. This is in favor of upriver interests over the protests and concerns of Cordova's people. Unfortunately, this effort was well-funded with at least $6 million in food security grants. I have to ask, whose food security? Certainly not the thousands of people that depend on the lower Copper River commercial fishery for subsistence and their protein. We share many things in the Copper River Basin and ecosystem and delta. The main one, in my view, is stewardship and concern for the Copper River biosystem. The wonderful salmon resources it has provided us every year, it's nature's bounty. You'll hear it described in detail by other people. Please consider legitimate proposals and concept. Please disregard manipulative, inaccurate representations. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Thanks, John. Any board questions? Thank you for being here. Bill Lindau? Hi, Bill. Welcome.
Good morning, y'all, and welcome to Cordova. My name's Bill Lindo. I've been gill netting here since 1978 and long lining since '97. First off, I want to voice my opposition to Proposal 51 by Wrangell-St. Elias National Park. It talks about a disproportionately high exploitation of early run sockeye in the copper. And my feeling on that is that there's no specific data at this point showing low spawning escapements in these early run systems. And in fact, the proposal showed or did not identify any early run systems in the copper. And so I think that we really need some better scientific study on these early run systems. I do not want to see overexploitation of any of the early run stocks. I want to see all the stocks on the copper healthy. But I believe that what might appear to be overexploitation of early run stocks could just be an overall shift in the run entry timing of the Copper River Run. It's been spoken about already a couple times by previous speakers. And I suspect that this shift is likely being caused by our warmer ocean temperatures that we've had over the last decade or so. I've been seeing dramatic shifts in the fish size, survival, behavior of fish over the last decade. And I have to suspect that that has got a lot to do with the sort of change in the run entry timing of the Copper River Sockeye Run. If, in the event this proposal were to pass, I think that we need to see a commensurate closures of the personal use and sport fisheries to share in the conservation burden with the other non-subsistence users. I'm also in opposition to proposal number 78 regarding the Prince William Sound Management and Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan. This proposal would reduce the pink egg takes by the hatcheries in the Sound by 25%. This would have a huge economic impact to Cordova and the entire Prince William Sound area, not just the fishing fleet, but the processors and the communities as well. And so far, I don't know of any research or data that shows a direct correlation between the levels of hatchery production and the survival rates of wild pink salmon stocks. And until that is, proven, then this proposal is way out of place, and it's excessive. That's all my testimony.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions? Mr. Sensen?
You said, I understand that, everybody should share in the, through the chair, I'm sorry, Bill, in reduced allocation, and you spoke about the sport fishermen. What did the sport fishermen get to fish for this year? I mean, they fished for, they didn't have any chance to fish for kings. Is that not true?
I honestly don't know, but I do know that the take of sockeye salmon by the sport fishery is relatively low, very low. And so I through that included the sport fishery in my comments just because they are another non-subsistence user that by all rights should be similarly limited in opportunity if the commercial fleet is to be limited.
Well, wasn't there an overescapement this year of the sockeye?
Yes.
Wouldn't the sport fishermen, if they took more sockeye, help that?
Certainly, they would reduce that escapement, right. But in a lot of years, that's not the case. And so if there's to be restrictions on the commercial fleet in the early season to try to protect these early run timing fish, there should be commensurate closures or restrictions on the sport and the personal use fisheries so that they share in the burden of conservation. That's the point I was trying to make.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, Bill. In all the years you've been fishing here, you have a lot of things to compare it to. How do you feel with the management has been in the last 10 years in terms of have they had the flexibility and the tools necessary, especially for these early runs, to use their judgment about how best to manage the fishermen? I'd say mostly in the last 10 years.
Yes, I believe the department does have sufficient tools, and it's demonstrated really by the amount of fishing time that we get currently in the early season compared to, say, 20 years ago. It's way less now, and the fish have far more opportunity to escape the commercial fishery and get into the river than they used to. So yes, I believe they do have the tools.
Thank you.
Mr. Swenson and Mr. Chamberlain.
Through the chair. Bill, do you know how many kings were caught in the first four, like in May, by the commercial fishing fleet? The first 4 openings there?
No, I'm afraid I don't have that information. I want to say it's around a couple thousand, but I could be way off.
I think it was 6,000. So, just a point of interest.
Mr. Chamberlain.
My question's been answered, thank you.
I think you're off the hook now. Thank you very much for your testimony
Thank you
today.
all.
Appreciate you. Chuck Derrick. After Chuck will be Dustin Slocum, John Platt, and Virgil Oppenhauer. So that's the next few on deck. Welcome, Chuck.
Chuck Derrick, I'm president of the Chittenden Dip Netters Association. The Chittenden Dip Netters Association is an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization. We were established in 1974. Our mission is to advocate for the ability of Alaska residents to supplement their family's annual food supply by harvesting salmon in the Chittenden personal use dip net fishery. Our fishery is 100% Alaska resident-only fishery, and CDA feels the best use of Alaska natural consumable resources is feeding Alaska families. The Chittenden personal use dip net fishery has been in existence since the early 1900s and was managed as a subsistence fishery until customary and traditional criteria excluded the fishery from subsistence classification. This fishery is no less important to Alaska families under the personal use classification as it was under subsistence designation. The ability to harvest fresh Copper River, sockeye, king, coho, and for family food supply is a tradition for many interior and south central residents. It's our hope that the board, after presentations by the Division of Fisheries, has thorough understanding of how the Chittenden personal use dip net fishery is managed. The management of the fishery, opening times and length are abundance-based, using pre-season daily passage estimates coupled with actual daily sonar counts. The quantity of salmon passage which trigger openings in the dip net fishery take into account numbers needed for a reasonable subsistence opportunity in the fisheries upstream of the Chittenden dip net fishery. While CDA submitted proposals typically stick to improving conditions for our fishery, other user groups generate proposals, which there are at least a dozen, seek to reduce allocation or method and means for the dipnet fishery. Again, our fishery is 100% Alaska residents supplying food for their family, and CDA urges the Board of Fish keep in mind when deliberating on Chitina personal use dipnet fishery restricting proposals. New restrictions placed on our dipnet fishery only speed the shift of dipnetters out of the personal use dipnet fishery and into the upriver Glen Allen subdistrict subsistence fishery. Each resident has a choice, either get a personal use Chitina dipnet fishery or a dipnet subsistence permit in the Glen Allen subdistrict. So you have your choice. I hope the board was able to review the email YouTube video that I sent you pertaining to the CDA Proposal 70 concerning boat dipnetter congestion and the extension of the dipnet fishery lower boundary.
Thank you, Chuck.
Am I up?
You are.
Okay.
Any questions? Thank you for being here, and if you had additional comments, there is committee of the whole that you'll have opportunity. Mr. Svensson.
So you're in favor of, as I understand it, of allowing the dip netting to go further down the river for safety? Is that what you're saying?
For us, it's mostly a safety issue. I think that video clip that hopefully you were able to view it, it showed at certain times the number of boats that are trying to access. I guess is about a 250-yard section that is a light gravel base with very few snags in it, so people aren't losing their dip net. Up in the canyon, it's real deep, turbulent water, and it's across from Haley Creek is one of the only places that's really conducive to dip netting out of boats, and it gets very congested. And I don't know if you've been in the Copper River in a boat, but it's not a gentle river.
I haven't been in the river, but I've flown over it on the way sheep hunting
Yeah.
many times, and yeah, I agree with you. Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Mr. Carpenter.
thank you.
Chuck,
I have
we got a
question for you,
question
Chuck.
for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks. So my question regarding Proposal 70 that you guys put in, and I understand what you basically just said, that it's a safety concern. But irregardless of where the line is to where you can fish to, isn't the safety concern going to be the same?
We figured that by lengthening that drift area, boats are not going to be, packed in together. If you saw what happens when they get like 20 boats there trying to do that short stretch all the same, everybody's trying to beat everybody up to the upstream end of it to drift down, and we just consider it a real bad safety issue that eventually somebody's going to lose their life there. And while you're on that subject, one of the previous testimony made a misconception about that lower boundary. It does not encompass the Haley Whirlpool. That was purposely excluded in the 2021 when we submitted this proposal. And also, it does not extend the land-based access. The only land that is accessed would be on the far side of the river, and that would only be accessed by boat, where you could dip net from shore. The land access actually ends at Haley Creek like the original boundary does.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, I'll go back and look at this closer, but from stuff I had read and talking with a few people about that, my impression is the fishing would pretty much stop where it's been ending currently, but the safety part of it was, that was the opportunity for boats to like turn around and take off and get on step to get back upriver, not necessarily add to the fishing. Is that a wrong perception? So you just want to extend your
Sorry, my
fishing time
hearing's
and then
so-
you're still jammed up at the whole bottom of the turnaround?
I didn't quite follow all that. Sorry, my hearing's are pretty bad, even though I got hearing aids.
Okay, I'll catch up with you on probably another time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it. Dustin Slocum? Is Dustin still here? Okay, well, we'll move on and give him a second call later. John Platt. Hi, John.
Hello. Good morning, board and staff. Welcome to Cordova. My name is John Platt, and my family and I reside in Cordova, where I have been a commercial fisherman and permit holder on the Copper for 43 years. As a third-generation fisherman, my family's history here dates back to the 1930s, when my grandfather fished on the Copper, pulling nets by hand. I rely on the Copper River and Prince William Sound, as my forefathers did, for my livelihood. Through the years, I have recognized the importance of being a part of the decision-making process to shape my future rather than merely complain about decisions made by others. I have served on various boards for the local commercial fishing organizations, including PISWAC, CDFU, and the now defunct Copper River Fishermen's Cooperative, CRFC. The CRFC was instrumental in bringing the Copper River brand of salmon to a national awareness. Before the cooperative's establishment, the majority of Copper River salmon was exported to Japan. With our premium product, the co-op emphasized quality handling while targeting domestic markets. Today, we have become the standard that other salmon-producing areas strive to achieve. However, with the increased recognition of Copper River salmon has come the heightened interest from other user groups within the state. Over the years, the commercial share of our resource has gradually diminished. The cumulative effect of these reallocations over the last 40 years has been staggering, threatening not only Cordova's lifeblood and solvency, but the heritage of my family's way of life. Proposals 51 through 53, I oppose all three. They fail to address the potential interception of other in-river users located below the headwaters, nor do they consider the total harvest effort or lack thereof below the headwaters. Or lack thereof, in the headwaters. Additionally, environmental conditions such as water levels and shifts in river flow at the sites used for the assessments cannot be adequately addressed. As a longtime fisherman, I can attest that the Copper River is always changing. Proposals 56 and 57, I oppose both. This past fishing season, there were upwards to 100 dormant permits that did not see fishing activity. Implementing permit stacking would likely increase the value of permits, leading to a significant portion of the dormant permits changing hands and becoming active again. However, this would put more gear in the water and and need to be factored into management, potentially resulting in reduced fishing time for everyone. In summary, I urge that you consider the long-term consequences of these proposals, not just for individual fishermen like me, but for the community of Cordova as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any questions? Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Wood.
Through the chair, thank you. The statewide Chinook runs have been pretty dismal. The Copper River's been, for the large part, a rare exception, but last year they did miss escapement by a small amount. And so the question I have is that the Chinook run is front-loaded in the Copper River, but how does the fleet avoid a circumstance where they catch a large amount of salmon before the department knows that there's going to be a poor year, like we did last year? I think they closed the subsistence down in early June, or they reduced king take in early June on that. And so how do we unring that bell in the event of a poor run?
Oh, gosh, that's a real tough one. That's a swinging door. It could happen just the opposite as well. We could have it just pardon me, I almost talked like a fisherman there, a whole bunch of fish go up and not be taken record of, as far as king salmon or whatever. And in fact, I know this may not be science, I'm just a fisherman, but I kind of question that we're even getting the total amount of kings registered that go up the river. I mean, granted, everybody's not happy, and we have, Fish and Game basically telling us that we didn't catch enough, or we didn't have enough escapement, but it's so hard to quantify. How is it quantified? I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and I scratch my head the same way as, and it's a hard thing. I was asked that question in a different board when I was testifying in your position. I had the same problem with that, so thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Wood?
Thank you, John. You kind of are touching on the same question I had, but I guess my question for you is in all your experience that you have, in particular the week 20, 21, those first two openers, your impression of run timing and then how the management of those first openers have gone in the last 10 years for you.
Okay, well, as far as the most recent openers in the last 2 or 3 years, it's been kind of screwed up in the sense that we had a lot of ice coming out of the Copper, and river flow wasn't really that good. Basically, one of the, over the years, I've come to learn that, with good river flow, it basically dictates the fish moving into the river system. Unfortunately, this last year and, the last few years, it hasn't been as good as it has been at other times. The last couple, 3 years, I've been going out the first couple periods, I'm literally dodging icebergs from the river, from the ice coming out of the river.
Follow up, and then Mr. Swenson.
Thank you. And then from the period of time that you're dodging icebergs to when all of a sudden there's high water from flooding with the snow melt, what's that period of time typically?
Oh, jeepers. As far with the snow melt, I'd say you'd be pushing it into June sometime.
Mr. Swenson.
That's exceptionally high. Yeah, through the chair. So last year, was there a good water flow in those first 4 openings in May?
Initially, no. Initially, no.
So how then, now, the commercial fleet caught 6,000 kings in the first 4 openings. That was 80% of the commercial catch. Obviously, I don't know what the water flow there, I wasn't there, but that's why I was asking you, was the water flow good or not? If it was good, well, I could understand then from your perspective, what you're saying, that there'd be a lot more fish coming through. But if the water wasn't too fast, as you seem to have indicated, how did they catch 80% of their catch in those first 4 openings?
80% of the catch, I wasn't aware of that, but I will tell you that I participated in educational fisheries part of the season, and we were catching king salmon as well as red salmon that basically went up the river after the fact that weren't registered. I mean, they're kind of like over and above, they're free.
You mean after when?
Prior to the commercial opener, there was an educational fishery on the delta.
And what time of year was that then?
Oh, God, it ranges anywhere from May 5th until a couple days before the first opener.
Okay. All right, well, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, John. I don't see any more questions for you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Just a reminder for folks, you got about 8 minutes, 7 minutes to sign up for public testimony. Please do so before 10 a.m. It is almost 9:53, so fair warning. Okay, next up is Virgil Umpenhauer. Hi, Virgil.
Good morning, board members and
And just-
staff.
Just for clarification, are you giving personal testimony or AC testimony?
Could you say that again, please?
Are you going to give your personal testimony or AC testimony now?
Personal testimony.
Got it.
I'm going to take these off because it hurts my ears. It's too
Go ahead.
loud.
You got,
I can answer the last question, or the questions at the end of this last person when I was sitting there 25 years ago, what the department told us, when we asked the same question. Anyway, my name is Virgil Umpenhauer. I came to Alaska, to North Pole on April 15th of 1971. That's 53 and a half years ago. I've been involved in Copper River fisheries and fisheries all over the state ever since then, but I actually did fish in the Copper River District in 1971. Anyway, my family has held a commercial fish wheel permit for the last 40 years. I've been involved in the hunting and fishing politics ever since I've been here. I've served 3 terms on the Board of Fish. I'm currently the oldest or most long-standing member of the Pacific Salmon Commission, on being on the Yukon River panel, and I also served on the ASME board after I got off the Board of Fish. So I'm going to tell you why Proposal 78 is there as fast as I can. In 1995, PSWAC decided they would copy the AYK processors and sell fresh wild Alaska chum salmon to the John Nagel Company in Boston. So what they did is told them, we'll sell you the same fish for 50 cents a pound less. Except what they did is they delivered them in Whittier, sent them to Anchorage. They got headed and gutted, boxed at 50 pounds to a box, put it in a semi-truck and turn it to 27 degrees and drive it to Boston. And those fish are not the same fish as AYK fresh chum salmon. That caused a bunch of processors a great deal of hardship. Then in 1996, what happened is Southeast Alaska harvested 16 million chum salmon. The annual average from statehood in 59 until 1990 was 1.6 million chum salmon. That's a 1,000% increase. They dumped over 2 million pounds of caviar onto the market the middle of August. the wholesale price of caviar went from $13 a pound to $5 a pound. I had 40,000 pounds sitting in my freezers ready to ship when that happened. Then the Elephant Cove Advisory Committee was as unhappy as I was, and the people in the AYK, and they put in a proposal to restrict the hatcheries to their original intent, rehabilitation of depressed runs. The hatchery said the board doesn't have authority to do it, and it's right in the staff comments on Proposal 78 that the attorney, and this was put in to the board in 96. In 97, in November, the Attorney General's office finally made the decision. The board does have the authority to regulate by changing the number of eggs that they can take for production. So the board does have the authority. But the board had, and so what the board had to do was, and at the same time, we were doing the sustainable salmon policy regulation at the very same time. And so we were going through for a full cycle doing two things: sustainable salmon policy and hatchery committee. I was on the hatchery committee along with a board member from Anchorage, who was the chair of the board at the time, and also the board member from Sitka. And so we had those meetings all around the state. But then
Virgil, your time is up.
my time's up, okay.
3 minutes goes awfully fast.
I knew this would happen.
I know.
Okey doke.
We got committee, and I'm going to check and see if we have any questions for you at this time. Are you going to be here for committee?
Pardon?
Are you going to be here for committee?
Yeah, I'm going to be here for committee, and then I'm going to give my AC testimony at the last.
Okay, very good. We'll see you then. Thank you. Hey, Copeland? Hi, Clay, welcome.
Good morning to the board and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your work as board members, that heavy lift. I'm going to testify on behalf of Cordova Electric Cooperative, but I've been very close to fisheries for all of my 52 years in Alaska, both as a avid sport fisherman, subsistence, personal use, and a little bit of commercial fishing, and been very close to fishery issues. Cordova, of course, our economy is heavily dependent on commercial fisheries, so any impacts on fish deliveries directly impact the cost of energy, the raw fish tax revenues, and so forth. Pink salmon are a critical part of that delivery. It's the energy-intensive part of the seafood processing here and has a direct impact on the cost of electricity in the community. So reducing the hatchery releases is Alaska's releases into the Pacific are insignificant compared to the overall Pacific. I feel like that's an issue that should really be addressed holistically, whether by international treaties or a more holistic approach than just picking one region. There's so many dependent variables in the life cycle of a salmon. It's almost a butterfly effect to say that a hatchery release here affects another salmon run somewhere else. So I strongly oppose that Proposal 78. I strongly support Proposal 43 for an octopus fishery. The resources out there, our shrimp fisheries are too spread out to have consistent deliveries. I think over the last 30 years, the largest delivery out of Prince William Sound was 1,200 pounds. It's a 35,000 pound resource. I would love to see those go into the food market and end up on plates in Alaska and create a market for a resource out there. So I'm really happy to see that on there, and I hope you can support that and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Clay. Any questions? Seeing none, appreciate your testimony here today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You got about 1 minute to sign up for public testimony, so T-minus. If you're going to do so right now, and I think we will also take about a 15-minute break and come back together about 10:15 or so. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. The time is 10:26. We're back on the record. Going to go ahead and continue with public testimony. Next up on my list is Ronald Blake, who will be followed by Jason Davis, Gus Linville, Don Blom, and Rick Albrecht. So, hi, Jason. No, Ron. Welcome.
My name's Ronald Blake. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman. I've been running my own boat since 1990. My wife and daughter are members of the native village of Eak, and I've fished pretty much every fishery that we're talking. I have fished every fishery we're talking about today, with the exception of pollock. What I want to start with talking about today is the main bay cost recovery, because I was the boat that did it for the initial cost recovery bid. And so the way it works, with the sport fisheries, there's kind of a rush to get up by the barrier seine, because that's where the best fishing is. And they tend to kind of pile in there pretty good. And most of the guys are really good when you go up there and you ask them to leave. But you get, the occasional boat, 1 out of 5 to 1 out of 10, depending on the day, that really doesn't want to leave. And the thing about doing that cost recovery is, in order to maximize quality, you want to get those fish that are up against the barrier seine, because they're the ones that are going to turn first. And so that's why I support the proposal numbers 80, 81, and 84, because I don't believe anybody should be up there when cost recovery is taking place, any user group at all. I think it should be free to get it done as quickly as possible with the highest volume or highest quality of fish possible. And then I'd also just quickly like to say that I support the pot proposals. I support the changes in the herring fishery, and I oppose any allocation plan changes. I oppose closing the copper down, and I oppose closing the trawl fishery. One of the things I want to just touch on real quick is the impact that in a small town like Cordova the tax dollars have. One of the examples we have here in Cordova is our high school is rated #1 in the state, and our grade school is one of the few that's got a blue ribbon, and we're facing drastic cuts. And those tax dollars, they may not seem like much, but it makes a difference in a lot of people's lives outside of fishing. So I guess that's it.
Thank you, Ronald. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Yep, thanks.
Jason Davis. Hi, Jason. Welcome.
My name's Jason Davis. I've been involved in salmon fisheries from the Yakutat set net fishery to this one, Kodiak and Bristol Bay. I'm going to talk about Proposal 51, and all I really have to say about that, without getting into scientific evidence and all that stuff that's been covered, is over-escapement isn't any better than under-escapement. And I'd like to know what happens when you over-escape reds on the king salmon that we're already struggling with. That's that. And I'm against permit stacking, because there's over 100 permits inactive, and it's just going to make those permits active if we do that.
Does that conclude your testimony?
That's it.
Okay, any questions? Short and sweet. Thank you very much, sir.
Yep. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thanks. Gus Linville? I guess.
Hello, my name's Gus Linville. I've been a young fisherman long enough to be an old fisherman. I've had 1 family set net permit, 2 drift permits, and 3 seine permits, all in Area E. I've bought in and sold out as many times as anyone here. I got my start on cheap permits, so I'm 100% against permit stacking in all of Area E salmon fisheries. However, this is not about me. It's about the next generation. Anyone who thinks that higher priced permits are good for people buying in for the first time doesn't know much about math or business. And now in the seine fishery, they want to let 2 permits be operated in 1 name, not even trying to pretend anymore that this is a moral thing to do. This is straight up greed, and the people in support of it know it. The only argument is some sort of moral backbending that is disgusting and slamming the door on new entrants to the fishery. Alaska was founded as a state in 1959. The biggest industry was salmon, and one of the main driving forces was kicking out the fish traps and dividing up the salmon wealth. That's what the state permit system is all about, and these proposals destroy that mission. This system has been successful at. I would argue one of the most successful management systems in the world. Don't give it up for short-term greed. I also want to speak the idea of cutting the hatchery production by 25%. This would be very bad for fisheries and coastal communities, and probably the environment, because a lot of animals eat the salmon fry. Short story short, we don't know what happens in the ocean, because some scientists came up with a theory that will be proven wrong in a few years is not a good reason to wreck coastal fisheries and communities. Last thing is the Prince William Sound trawl proposals. It seems like you're trying to blame Prince William Sound pollock for Bering Sea and Central Gulf problems. Looking at the data, it's one of the cleanest fisheries in the state, with 1% total bycatch when they're allowed 5%. I would say we should harvest more pollock quota in Prince William Sound with those numbers. I would also point out, usually I'm fighting these guys at the North Pacific Council about Central Gulf and Bering Sea issues, but this is ridiculous. You can't close down a fishery for no reason. On both the 25% hatchery cuts, the 7 million pounds of Prince William Sound pollock, I would say it's the most environmental friendly way and sustainable way to feed the world. The food has to come from somewhere, and if not here, it comes from industrial farming, which is genetically modified seeds from Monsanto with a heavy dose of Roundup, killing everything, which is terrible for salmon. So I say stay wild.
I like it. Any questions? Thanks, Gus. Don Blom. After Don, we'll have Rick Albrecht, Marcy Albrecht, and Pete Mazika. Welcome, Don.
Good morning. My name is Donald Blom, and I'm here representing myself today. My comments were submitted under PC 58. I'm from Highland, Utah, as I mentioned. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I attended this meeting in person 3 years ago and was very impressed with the fact and deep science-based approach that the ADF&G was taking in balancing the many demands on Alaska's fisheries. Seems like an incredibly difficult task to me. My wife and I have been coming to Cordova during the coho run for more than 15 years now. When we come, we bring other members of our family, our children and grandchildren, and sometimes other friends, and for every one of them who come, is a treasured experience of a lifetime. I oppose Proposal 86. Reducing the amount of riverbank to fish along Ibeck Creek will force the already extremely overcrowded areas to accommodate even more fishermen, and since there will likely not be fewer fishermen, the fish take will likely not be decreased. I oppose Proposal 87. As I said, we have been coming to Cordova to fish for more than 15 years now, and it isn't clear to me where this restriction would be. We come mostly to fish on the Eyak River and are usually able to fish for about 5 days. During the week we are here, there are normally 2 commercial openers. On the day or 2 after each commercial opener, the number of fish in the Eyak is extremely limited, and the only other areas we have to fish are on Ibeck Creek or on the 18-mile system along the Copper River Highway. I'm 79 years old now, and my wife is 75, so with advancing age and decreasing mobility, these are the only places we can access other than from a boat. To close any of this area, especially the areas near the highway, would leave us literally with no accessible place to fish. I think I understand at least partially the concern about fishing in spawning areas. However, all of the fish that are taken, either commercially or by sport fishing on or near the mouths of these tributaries, particularly the Eyak River, are spawning fish just a few days earlier or later in the process. To argue that sport fishing is taking a disproportionate toll on the spawning cycle compared to the commercial fish take at the mouth of the Eyak doesn't seem reasonable to me. If the proposed areas are close to sport fishing, we will no longer have a place to fish other than on the Eyak River and will likely need to stop our treasure trips to Alaska. I would hope that consideration and accommodation will continue to be made for those of us who are older and or disabled to enjoy fishing in Alaska. I oppose Proposal 88. The relative impact on the fishery between commercial fishing and sport fishing is so dramatically different that it seems that different management and rules are warranted. My understanding is that ADF&G does have different committees to manage each of these interests, so it isn't clear why management of the two should be combined or related. The current system seems to be managing the fishery sufficiently that the escapement goal is met consistently. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any questions? Thank you for being here. Rick Albrecht? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rick Albrecht. I represent my 8-year-old self every time I get a silver salmon on the line. As an avid sport fisherman, I would like to let the board know that I am not against commercial fishing. Commercial fishing is the blood of Cordova. I think that subsistence, commercial, and sport fishing communities all have the same goal, to increase the number of fish and thus the fishing opportunities for each of us. As sport fishermen, we have an economic impact on Cordova. I first came here in the 1990s and have stayed at the King's Chambers, the Bear's Den, and Hideaway on the Eyak. I have eaten at all the restaurants and purchased goods from many of the stores. I like to come in September and October to avoid crowds. Over the many years, I have seen fantastic fishing where the limit was raised to 6 fish, and I've seen tougher fishing where it's been lowered to 1 fish. I am against proposals 86, 87, and 88 for the following reasons. When we came here for a week this year in September, they had 2 36-hour openers during the week that we had. Very few fish get up the Eyak and Ibeck rivers. Kudos to the gill netters. They are very efficient at stopping the fish. So all of the sport fishermen and women are forced to fish at alternate places. Thus, everyone crowds onto the Allegheny Slough and the 18-mile river system. On September 16th of this year, I was fishing, and 2 guys from Austria were fishing with roe. They had their limits. I told them, you can't fish anymore. It's illegal to fish anymore with roe once you have your limits. They then stopped speaking English. I called the Fish and Game Department and was told that regulation had expired on the 15th. That makes no sense that we are now trying to put in tougher regulations starting on September 21st if we were loosing them on the 15th of this year. Virtually all of the fish that are caught, either on the river or in the ocean at the mouth of the river, are coming to spawn. All fish are spawners regardless of where they are caught. As a sport fisherman, I come up this year on September 15th through the 22nd and again October 6th through the 13th. Even though there are fewer fish in October, I do not like combat fishing. Both weeks combined, I caught 34 fish and took 11 fish home. Thus, about 66% lived to spawn. Even if a few of them did not make it, as opposed to commercial fishing where 0% go on to spawn. If 86, 87, and 88 passes, myself and others, including my family, will not be able to come back to this wonderful place. Using the numbers presented here yesterday, 92.67% of the fish harvested are by commercial fishermen. If more fish are needed, please consider increasing the escapement numbers and having the gill netters move their,
You can finish your sentence.
what's that?
You can finish your sentence.
Okay.
If you like.
Move their gill nets back, and pass a regulation that is year-round, that does not go away on September 5th, making all sport fishermen and women, regardless of type of bait or fly or lure, stop fishing once they have they've received their limit.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions? Thank you for being
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Marcy Albrecht? Welcome.
My name is Marcy Albrecht, and I am from Alpine, Utah. Thank you for this opportunity to come and voice my concerns regarding my passion for fishing in Cordova. I represent myself and a host of other silent sports fisherwomen. I've been coming to Cordova for over 10 years, so I would really like to consider myself a regular. I have supported many of your local businesses during my fishing adventures. During my once-in-a-lifetime annual fishing trip, changes to Cordova have been amazing to watch. I've seen beautiful buildings being erected to enhance my stay, as well as many other people coming to fish. I have now seen a few of the coho salmon life cycles. I've seen the rise and the decline of those life cycles due to drought and the lack of fish being allowed to come up the Eyak and Ibeck rivers that I love to fish. When two 36-hour openers have occurred during my week stay, I have looked elsewhere to enjoy my fishing experience. Those areas are now in proposals to be closed during my stay in Cordova, leaving me no place to fish or enjoy my line in casting in hopes of getting any kind of fish to take home for my family. The lack of fish in the Eyak truly needs to be addressed. To the biologists and board members, thank you. Thank you for such a good job in maintaining the fisheries. I want to compliment you. Thank you. This last year, fishermen came from other areas of Alaska because they were closed. Cordova was opened. And being the only place for sports fishermen to fish, it was crowded because the Eyak and Ibeck had no fish in them due to those two 36-hour openers, forcing us to venture out in other areas to fish, as I had to do. We have made the decision to come later in the year to avoid the crowds of fishermen and avoid combat fishing. If these proposals are approved, my support of this beautiful city of Cordova will come to a halt. Please give me a reason to return out year after year, and please reject these three proposals of number 86, 87, and 88. I speak on behalf not only for myself, but for the other 4 women that are part of our group. So please, please, give me a reason to return.
Thank you, Marcy. Any questions for her? Thank you for being here and for your testimony. Pete Mazika, followed by Lisa Blom, Calvin Blom, Brad Sapp, and Ray Renner. Those are the next few on deck. Welcome.
Hey, thank you. My name is Pete Majeka. I live in Pleasant Grove, Utah, and I've been coming to Cordova sport fishing with my wife and children and grandchildren for the past 22 years. Our family's annual trip to Cordova takes place every 3rd full week of September and is the highlight of the year for both my wife and myself and those who are able to come with us. My wife and I are both avid sports fishermen who fish an average of 40 to 50 days per year, mainly in our home state of Utah. Our trip to Cordova for 2025 is scheduled to start on September 21st. I am here to express my strong opposition to proposals 86, 87, and 88. Our group stays at a home about 50 feet from the bank of the Eyak. I love the Eyak and feel like I have fished nearly every stretch of the river. Based upon the fishing journal that I keep, and I keep a journal that details every time I go fishing anywhere and my experiences, We have had generally outstanding experiences fishing the EAC from about 2002 through 2013. Starting in 2014, the sport fishing experience on the EAC has steadily declined, with a couple of years that were exceptions. Despite the fact that the EAC runs literally through the backyard of the home we are staying in recent years, we have spent more time crowding into rental vehicles and traveling miles on washboard potholed gravel roads and hiking sometimes in the near dark to beat the crowds through grizzly bear infested or inhabited woods and hills in search of the opportunity to catch a few fish than the time we've spent fishing on the EAC. If you call us crazy or fanatical or just plain stupid, you'd probably be right. In 2024, we arrived on Sunday, September 15th, and started fishing on the EAC the next day. That was also the start of the first of two 36-hour commercial fishing openers on the EAC during that week. My experience with these openers is in the past is that shortly after they begin, the flow of fish nearly completely stops, and this year was no exception. After our group caught very few fish, we could see the writing on the wall and made plans that took us out to the culverts and streams on the road past the airport to search for fish. And that is what we had to do the rest of the week, because although we kept trying the EAC, we found very few fish. Until recent years, we rarely, and sometimes never, wasted our time and effort to go to these distant areas because the fishing on the EAC River right in our backyard was excellent. I respect the commercial fishermen and those who subsistence fish and realize they are working to support their families. But if you're concerned about the sport fishing pressure in the areas being addressed in Propositions 86, 87, and 88, my suggestion is simple: improve the sport fishing on the EAC and the IBEC. The way to do that is to limit the frequency or duration or even the methods being used on the commercial fishing openers on the EAC so that at least some of the fish can make it into the river. Also realize that sport fishing goes on well past the second week of September. Our group arrives on the third week of September, and another large group comes in after us. If you implement the previously mentioned proposals and continue to allow the frequent and extended commercial openers to keep fish from coming up the EAC, there will be no place for sport fishing at that point. I hope that you will strive to achieve a balance of the needs of both the commercial fishermen and those of us who sport fish. Thank you.
Thank you, Pete. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Lisa Blum? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lisa Blom. I am a fish angler who has been coming to Cordova for over 20 years. I love fishing the rivers of Cordova, and that's why I feel I need to speak. I feel that 86, 87, 88 put restrictions on the places that I fish and the time of year that I come, that my success will be greatly altered by these restrictions and have little effect on the survival of the coho salmon. The commercial boat owners and sport anglers are similar in that the commercial boat owners want a full net of fish, and the sport angler only wants to catch their limited fish, both wanting to catch the bright silver coho salmon, not the red coho salmon, a tomato as we call them. You see, whether the bright coho salmon are caught just before they enter the streams or rivers by the commercial boats or caught in the rivers and streams by the sport anglers, they are all fish with one purpose: to return to the spawning grounds to spawn. Sport anglers target the same fish that the commercial boat targets, the bright silver coho salmon. We are not going after the red coho salmon that they are trying to spawn, that are trying to spawn. The number of fish harvested by commercial boats for coho is about 93%, while the sport angler has a little impact on the SEG of around 7% fish harvested. Depending on the conditions of the river and streams, the sport anglers do not always catch their limits, adding to the additional frustration of finding fish. If there is a commercial opener, it greatly reduces the chance of the sport angler catching a fish in the IBEC or EAC. Looking at the commercial openers from 2011 to 2024, around the date of September 21st, which Proposal 86 and 87 suggest to close certain portions of the IBEC and 18-mile system, the commercial openers consistently have 2 openers a week, either 224, 236, or 2 60-hour openers, and even a continuous over, which happened in 2020 from October 1st through the 9th. Why do I mention this? It is because when the openers occur, it removes most of the fish out of the IBEC and EAC rivers, forcing the sport angler to find other areas to find fish, including the 18-mile and Allegheny sluice systems. This year, we had guests who never caught their limit one day and only basically caught 1 or 2 fish. And by putting more limits on the IBEC and restricting other areas, it takes away from even more of the opportunity to try and catch a fish. In checking the escapement of coho salmon from 2011 to 2024, I found that there was 2 years that the escapement goal was not met, 2019, not 2018, as stated in Proposal 88, and the year 2022. In 2019, the sport angler, toward the end of the September, was limited to 1 fish per day, and in 2022, the sport angler was limited to 2 fish per day, starting the 1st of September, 1st of September. Yet, in their statement, they stated that that would have been able to help them make their escapement goals by limiting the sport angler. I am in favor of continue to have the Department of Fish and Game manage the fisheries and add no further mandatory restrictions. Myself, a sport angler, want the same thing the commercial boat owners. I want the survival of the coho salmon in the Prince William Sound. I do not think by limiting sport anglers to limit areas, to put restrictions on areas is not the answer, but to continue to have the fish biologists and the Department of Fish and Game use their experience and expertise in managing the fisheries as they have in the past, and to continue to find ways to improve the habitat of the spotting fish. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony today. Calvin Plum?
Hello, I appreciate being here and being able to address the Board of Fish, Department of Fish and Game, and the interested parties from the Native EAC Corporation and Tribe. I don't need to go through and reiterate why we're all opposed to 86, 87, and 88, but I just feel that you can tell these are just some of my friends I've been coming to Cordova with for the last 20, 25 years. I think that implementing of these proposals wouldn't do anything to benefit the fish. I mean, Proposal 86 of limiting the IBEC, there's been a limit of 3 miles on the system already for 15 years, and there's been no demonstrable effect of having it increase the population at all. Limiting areas on the IBEC and now on 18-mile system only force more people into crowded areas already. And, you know, it's that problem of having the lack of fish in the EAC that we didn't ever used to experience that's causing the problem. Basically, if you come the last week of August or the first week in September, you can catch fish, but then the commercial openers go up and it's very difficult to catch a fish at all on the EAC River. Anyway, I would like to mention one thing that hasn't come up was the impact on the tax basis. We run a lodge, or not a lodge, but just a house on the EAC. We run about 90 fishermen through there per year. The average fisherman I would estimate catches fewer than 10, but if we said 10 fish, we charge $1,400 a week to stay there. The city tax to Cordova is $180 some odd dollars on his stay. That translates to $18 a fish that they pay that goes into the city coffers per fish that they catch. It's probably much higher than that because now in a week's stay there, most anglers are catching less and certainly retaining less than 10 fish. Anyway, I think there's solutions that can be made between the commercial fishermen and the sport fishermen that I would like to see implemented. Hopefully those changes we can discuss during the committee meeting as it comes up on Sunday or Saturday or whenever the next is. I'll be here all week and look forward to talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. Thank you, Calvin. Thank you all for coming a long way to participate in the process. So you've been out to 18 Mile before?
Hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times. And you know above the road,
Yes.
the area where these fish, the habitat that these fish are in, once they get through the commercial fishery, through the Alleganic fishery, and make their way into the 18-mile system. And I'm specifically speaking above the road. It's very limited habitat, very narrow bodies of water, which to me, and I'm a sport fisherman as well.
I know.
It's a very unchallenging place to try and catch a fish. Would you at least look at a place like that and think that that is something that we could potentially look at as an area that could be protected? Because it is such a limiting factor in regards to the amount of area, the narrow bodies of water where these fish are at once they get above the highway?
Tom, I don't know of anybody who's fished above the highway on the 18-mile system. Further out, on that final culvert out there, they fish above the highway. But it's I would say, a very, very challenging area to fish because, you know, the only way to fish it is with bait. My opinion is bait ought to be outlawed except on the Allegheny, the Ibeck, and the Eyak, and not allowed at all on the 18-mile system. I agree, it's very difficult. Is it a area that could be closed? Potentially. But the problem comes in is that it just adds more regulation. I don't see anybody fishing there anyway, and then the purpose becomes, why are we closing it? No, I can't see anybody fishing. The other point that I would like to mention is that the management of the fishery, the silver fishery, coho fishery, I should say, in Cordova is basically a success story. Between Jeremy and Brittany and Jay coordinating the efforts, there's very few years that we don't meet the escapement goal for silvers in this area. I can't see solving problems that aren't there. If the escapement goal on a consistent basis wasn't being met, then I'd say, let's look at closing other things. Let's look at doing something. But when we have the example of, like Lisa said, we fished in Cordova basically without having restrictions. Israel's sending out notices to me every other day, closing this area or that area on silver fishing throughout Alaska.
I recognize you're answering questions, but try not to use names, please.
I'll shut up.
Thank
You have to tell me to shut up. Lisa does it all the time. So anyway, I think there's room for compromise between all user groups. We need to compromise because Cordova has to have commercial fishing. We know that. We want to have an experience that can be beneficial to all user groups, and especially in my case, sport fishing, so that they want to come back. And I think there's room for cooperation there. But I'll be here all week. Look forward to talking to you.
Your mic's on.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Brad Sapp. Hi, Brad, welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name's Brad Sapp. I'm a longtime fisherman here in Cordova for over 35 years. I'm here to speak in regards to proposals 79, 80, and 81. I'd like the board to recognize these issues that should not be ignored pertaining to the operations in the Main Bay hatchery area. These being the cost recovery, interference, and conflicts with other user groups being active in these areas, damage to the integrity of the barrier seine from prop entanglement and hook entanglement, this causing extra time, maintenance expense, and safety issues for the hatchery workers and hatchery operations. And frankly, some unethical but not illegal fishing practices that are being used. These are the cause of an increase of damage to the salmon, which the hatchery ultimately need to cull for hatchery use. My witnessing of these acts firsthand has increased in the recent years due to the growing presence of sport and subsistence user in the hatchery area. I'm concerned with the facts, or these acts of these few, and the repercussions of these acts and the effect they might have on all user groups. With many young fishermen and women starting out in the goal of using this resource, whether it be for commercial, sport, or subsistence, it's in our best interest, I feel, to improve practice and protect what we all leave to them in time. With the passing of these proposals, not only would it quell these issues, they would allow the hatchery to operate in a more timely, safe, and efficient manner without conflict or interference. I urge the board to act on these proposals without bias, and I hope you see the benefits that they could produce for all user groups in the future. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Brad. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Ray Renner, followed by David Allison, Ivan Stonerov, Grant Rebney, Forrest Jenkins, and Ben Bahan. So Ray Renner, welcome.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for coming to Cordova. My name is Ray Renner. I was born and raised in Cordova, and I'm a third-generation fisherman. I participate in all 5 species of Pacific salmon. I support proposals 44, 46, 47, 49, 55 through 57, 60 through 63, 65 through 69, 79 through 81, and 84, and 86 through 88. I strongly oppose 48, 51 through 54, 58, 59, 70, 75 through 78, 82, and 83. The Copper River Flats is responsible for 70% of my income. I support my 2 young children and wife. In public testimony, you've heard anecdotal evidence of lack of fish in traditional areas. Here is, as shown with my RC submitted number 12, escapement numbers from the Tonata Creek that is a traditionally monitored spawning system in the upper Copper River area. Numbers show more than adequate escapement. There are no stocks of concern on the Copper River. This is a system that has successfully maintained a commercial fishery for more than a century with active state management. With the principles of maximum sustained yield, as mandated by the Alaska Constitution, the total run is maintained at a higher level through active ADF&G management. When runs are big, we get to fish. When runs are small, we are very limited in our ability to go fish. The Cordova ADF&G office has diligently monitored fleet catch, sonar numbers, and aerial surveys. This is why the Copper River has met or exceeded its sockeye escapement goals in 19 out of the last 20 years. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ray. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
David Allison? Welcome.
Good morning. Honorable members of the board, my name is David Allison. I'm the current mayor of the City of Cordova, Alaska. We would like to officially welcome you to Cordova to hold these meetings. On behalf of the community, it is not an insignificant economic and social thing for having a week-long meeting here in Cordova, and we appreciate the opportunity to be your host for that. The City of Cordova put in a resolution, your item PC 130, I believe, which is a resolution unanimously passed by the Council of the City of Cordova in opposition to Proposal 78, a reduction of 25% of the hatchery pink and chum production. Many things impact the biomass that returns each year. Not the least of these is the predation from other sea animals, pollock, sea lions, other sea creatures that eat those, and a reduction of 25% of the outgoing. Nobody really knows what the impact of that is on the return. Your science that you were presented with yesterday, I was a little bit disappointed that the data was from 2013 to 2015. And I was thinking that, man, if I had to balance my checkbook and only knew the 2015 results today, I would have a difficult time with that, and I appreciate that you guys have that decision to make. But it's a significant, the fisheries is a significant impact, as you all know, to to Cordova. Some 4,200 jobs are impacted by that around the state, and I've been told over $575 million in economic activity generated by the fisheries in the community. So it's a huge impact to the community, and we would strongly oppose any reduction without good scientific data. And we heard yesterday that the impact on the ocean of salmon hatcheries is less than 2% of what's out there. That was as of 2013 or 2015. It's hard to tell. Now we need current data, and we stand ready to assist with making good science-based decisions so that we can continue to maintain these fisheries for a long time into the future. So we oppose 78, and we certainly encourage working together to sustain our fisheries into the future. So thank you for coming to Cordova. Thank you for the time that you put in. You might get a little bit of revenue from it with your stipend, but we all know that it's much more of a commitment than just that. So thank you for coming to Cordova, and we hope that you enjoy the rest of your time here in making your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for the warm welcome as well. Ivan Stanarov? Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ivan Stoneroff. I'm a Prince William Sound seiner, a Gulf of Alaska cod fisherman, and a Kodiak crabber, and I guess also I'm involved in the Bering Sea crab fisheries. I'm here to talk about the hatchery. I oppose the commercial Finfish Bill 78. The hatchery program is one of the most successful nonprofit organizations in Alaska. Since the creation of the hatchery program more than 50 years ago, it has provided a sustainable source of food, employment, and sport fishing opportunity for thousands of people, most of whom are Alaskans. There are several new scientific papers and news articles about the possibility that hatcheries are having a negative effect on wild salmon stocks. I've read many of these articles and papers, and some of which do have some valid points, but I've yet to read anything that has any conclusive scientific data linked directly to hatcheries. My response to these articles and scientific papers is that salmon populations fluctuate depending on the year, and the observed changes are part of a natural cycle. Salmon populations usually follow an even and odd year cycle, but can be greatly influenced by climate change like El Nino and La Nina weather patterns. One must remember that different salmon species spend different amounts of time in the ocean. For instance, Cook Inlet and Copper River both enjoyed robust returns in 24, but there was some of the poorest pink salmon returns in recent memory. And I would suspect in, I don't know, a year or two, there's probably going to be some poor returns of sockeye in this region due to, the fish met the same environmental factors when they left. Climate change is a huge factor in population changes. Pink salmon, black cod, Dungeness, crab, and pollock all seem to be species that are responding well to changes in the climate. Other species like gray cod, king salmon, and Apelio crab don't seem to be faring so well. I don't know if my numbers are correct because they keep changing, but hatcheries produce around 15% of the pink salmon harvest and about 10% of the overall salmon harvest in Alaska. It seems unlikely that hatcheries are the cause of larger than normal pink salmon returns when they only represent about 10% of the total salmon run. That being said, there are also many reasons why some of these salmon species are experiencing low returns. These include environmental and human-caused reasons such as poor commercial fishing management and practices like sport fishing in spawning beds and trawling in the open ocean. Additionally, warmer temperatures in the rivers and lakes as a result of climate change can have an effect on salmon fry survival and sizes. Hatcheries provide stability in the sport and commercial fisheries throughout the state of Alaska. 28% of the total ex-vessel value of Alaska commercial salmon catches are produced by hatcheries. The majority of these profits support local fishing families and go directly back into Alaska communities. There have been hatcheries operating in Alaska for more than 50 years. The smolt releases have not significantly changed since the 80s, or since the late 80s, I guess, producing many generations of salmon. The hatcheries haven't changed, but the climate is changing. When we talk about hatcheries and their long-term effects, we need to pay attention to real scientific data and make educated conclusions that will benefit all Alaskans.
Thank you, Ivan. Questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Grant Rebney? Good morning, Grant.
Do I need to press this? Willie Setgan. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Siklut, Ira Tenina Huchinsia, Kadathal Stian. My name is Grant Rebney from the village of Cantwell. I'm not a board member and here to represent our customary and traditional committee. The Copper River salmon is a traditional food of our people. It's what we eat. My family has been very blessed. My children have only known a diet mostly of salmon and moose. And the other traditional have been our caribou, yet we're not allowed to harvest caribou anymore. I'm concerned for our salmon. We provide for our elders first, before ourselves. Then, as people have stated, then it's normally the mothers, single mothers, and others who can't provide for themselves. It's our traditional way. As you've heard from Karen Linnell and Dustin Slocum, the fish are not returning. They're not making back to the Upper Copper River. I'm here to speak in support of proposals 49, 51, 52, 53, 63, 68, and 71. I need to make a correction to PC 11 from Otna that we are in support, not in opposition to 49. I'm here to speak against proposals 48, 54, 58, 59, and 70. Subsistence fishing is subsistence fishing. It's customary and traditional. I don't believe it's right that commercial guides should be allowed to take subsistence fishers fishing. You've heard, as of yesterday, one of the area managers say that it doesn't have an impact on subsistence, yet the numbers he presented showed 25% of the take from subsistence was from these guided subsistence fishers. My family tree, if printed, would go from wall to wall in here. I have a large family. My grandparents fed their parents, or my grandparents fed their children. My parents were fed by their grandparents. Now it's my turn to feed my parents, my grandma, her Romanian sisters, my aunties and uncles, my aunts and uncles, and my own family. We've been very blessed to do this, yet it's getting harder and harder. We're seeing less numbers. Appreciate all your time and your efforts here, all the proposals before you. I hope you take this under consideration. And again, appreciate your time. With your hard work and diligence, we can all continue to eat well. Chinan, thank you.
Chinan Grant, thank you. Mr. Sensen?
Through the chair. So you're suggesting then that these people that are subsistence fishing but don't have a boat, how do they get their fish?
I don't fish with a boat. I know very few people who do.
Well, what I'm saying is I guess what you're saying is you need a boat to, or you don't need a boat to subsistence fish. And so those people that, maybe they're, I don't know, I'm just throwing this out that, there's other people that need a boat, whether they're older, whether they're, have other disabilities and that sort of thing. Does it make that much of a difference that a guide takes them out somewhere?
What I am saying is it is a commercial guide taking people fishing. My dad, non-native Southern California commercial fisherman, I asked him about this yesterday, and his response was, of course they're doing well. They're taken out by professionals. That's his, again, non-related view of the matter.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Thank you, Grant, for your testimony. I'm just trying to get something clear about your position on Proposal 49. So, last board cycle, this board made it illegal in the subsistence fishery for a guided operation to take people and personally help them and manipulate the situation while actively driving the boat and helping them catch fish. The idea that you're suggesting in this proposal is that you don't even want people to be able to take them and drop them off? Is that what you're suggesting?
Paying for a commercial service to take you subsistence fishing, I believe, is in direct violation of Title, I believe it's 16. Subsistence is subsistence, it's not commercially involved.
Okay.
And per the numbers yesterday, 25% of, and we talked about subsistence, and I believe it's been said it's a very small number overall. But when yesterday being presented, it's 25% of the subsistence take is provided this way, that has a major impact.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Godfrey?
Based off what you just said, as far as the commercial transport, would it be your view that that holds equally to the commercial transport of being transported for game by a plane?
I thought it was at a Board of Fish meeting.
I mean, I'm just looking for continuity and consistency. I'm just asking. It is. But I'm trying to, when it comes time, when we do deliberate, we're going to look for distinctions and consistency.
And I didn't mean to be smart.
No, it's fine.
It's, I don't know the numbers for game. I'm here prepared to talk about fish. And again, knowing and seeing through my family, I put up as much fish as possible. People talk about, oh, if you have extra. I never say I have extra. We share, we provide, it's a part of our culture, it's what we do. But seeing the drastic cut in numbers of what we're seeing, the late returns, and again, not as many. I didn't get a single king this year. I mean, zero attention, but what I'm saying is I didn't see them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Forrest Jenkins? Hi, Forrest, welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Forrest Jenkins, and I currently live in Homer, Alaska. I am the Prince William Sound Set Netters Association President and a CDFU board member. I have been participating in the East Chamois District Set Net fishery since 2008. In addition, I also participate in the Prince William Sound commercial drift gillnet and shrimp fisheries. Today, I will be speaking on behalf of CDFU and the Prince William Sound Set Net Association on proposals 79 through 81. Please reference PC 498, RC 26, and 27. And in addition, we will also be submitting some alternate language for proposal 80. It is time to finally resolve the issues surrounding cost recovery and broodstock in Main Bay. As a set netter, drifter, and sport fisherman in the East Chamois District, I have watched the exponential increase of common property users interfering with the cost recovery and broodstock inside the THA. While the commercial fishery is closed to allow for cost recovery, other common property users flock to Main Bay to take advantage of large concentrations of sockeye. The commercial fishery is closed to allow these large buildups to develop with the goal of efficient and rapid cost recovery and brood take. This is not the case when there are 15-plus boats in the AGZ throwing snagging hooks and deploying subsistence gill nets, while a cost recovery seiner is attempting to make a set to harvest the fish necessary to continue funding hatchery operations. Snagging hooks and boats routinely damage the barrier seine that is meant to hold healthy broodstock that are essential in ensuring this opportunity for the future that we all depend on for food and livelihood. Proposals 79 through 81 do not intend to take away opportunity from common property users. These proposals all seek to provide more long-term opportunity for all user groups by advocating for the sustainability of hatchery operations and healthy salmon returns. If any combination of these proposals pass, I should make the point that there still is sufficient opportunity inside Main Bay for sport and subsistence users to efficiently harvest sockeye salmon. With no commercial effort in Main Bay during cost recovery, there are many areas to target sockeye buildups outside the terminal harvest area. And to see a map of Main Bay, you could reference PC 496, Figure 1. The passing of these proposals will restore the Main Bay cost recovery and brood operations, eliminating user conflict and hatchery property damage, while expediting the cost recovery and brood take process to ensure we all have returned access to the main bay THA, SHA, and AGZ. Thank you.
Thank you, Boris. Good timing. About 14 seconds left. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up is Ben Bahan, followed by Gene Wooden, Nathan Tuller, Robert Smith, and Kyle King. Hi, Ben. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the board, thank you for giving me the time and opportunity to speak today. My name is Ben Behan. I'm 24 years old, currently living in Trempealeau, Wisconsin, and this is my first ever Board of Fish meeting. I'm a member of the Prince William Sound Set Netters Association and a member of CDFU. I've been fishing as a set netter in the East Chamois District for 6 years and have crewed in the Copper River Drift Gill Net and Prince William Sound shrimp fisheries as well. More recently, this fall, I bought into the set net fishery located in the East Chamois District and will be running my own fishing operation come this summer. Today, I will be speaking on behalf of myself for proposals 75 through 77, 79 through 81, and proposals 56 and 57. I'm in opposition of proposals 75 through 77 that intend to change the already effective allocation plan that maintains a long-term historic balance between competing commercial users since its formation. As a new entrant to the set net fishery, proposals 79, 80, and 81 are paramount to my future viability as a commercial fisherman. The completion and efficiency of cost recovery and broodstock collection is a primary concern among all user groups. Without the completion of these two, the entire resource is jeopardized greatly. Specifically, as a new entrant set netter that purchased a permit with lease sites located within the THA, I fear that not allowing PISWAC to fully operate to the best of their ability will endanger long-term viability of the fishery and main bay for all user groups. I would now like to focus my attention to proposals 56 and 57. As a new entrant to the fishery, I fear that if these proposals were to pass, the barrier to enter would grow greater for young fishermen like myself. I do not feel that the fishery is at a point where permit stacking is warranted. Permit stacking will squeeze out the single permit holders that don't have the means to purchase an additional permit and remain competitive relative to the rest of the fleet. As a set netter in the East Chamois District, one of the smallest districts in the state and the only shared drift and set gill net district in the Sound, I foresee a significant increase in gear conflicts due to the same highly competitive boats fishing in the same large buildup areas with an additional 50 fathoms. These proposals, if passed, will most benefit those who are well established in the fishery and ostracize single permit holders and new entrants. The proposed 50 extra fathoms in net amounts to a 33% gear increase for drift gill netters. This additional 33% will have significant effects in highly productive areas, both allocative and gear related, along with trickle-down effects fleet-wide throughout the Sound. Thank you for your time and dedication. Please feel free to reference my additional thoughts and comments under personal comment 48. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Gene Wooden. Morning.
Welcome to Cordova. My name is Gene Wooden. I live in Cordova and fish on Copper River Flats and also Prince William Sound with 2 other family members. I would like to point out that the harvest percentages for the fishermen on the Copper River Flats has decreased by 40% comparing years 2002 through 2017 to 2018 to 22. During the same time, personal use has had an increase of 72%. This is just a snapshot in time that shows you what is happening to the harvest patterns in this fishery. With small or moderate runs, our fishing time is extremely limited, as for example, RC 32. For a review of what happened last season, early in season, the Copper River sockeye harvest and the in-river passage were significantly below average, leading to short duration fishing periods and extended fishery closures until early June. The sockeye salmon harvest of 1.37 million fish was 54% greater than
the 10-year average harvest of 889,000 fish. The whole point is we have a dynamic system that requires active management by ADF&G and Jeremy Botts in Cordova. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Nathan Tuller? Hi, Nathan. Hopefully I was kind of close.
You got it right there.
Okay, good.
Tuller. Madam Chair and gentlemen of the board, my name is Nathan Tuller. I have fished here in Prince William Sound since 1991. I support proposals 73, 74, 79, 80, and 81. I oppose proposals 75 through 78 for the following reasons. The allocation plan, sorry to bring that up, but the allocation plan for Prince William Sound took 3 board cycles, thousands of hours of hard work, intense negotiations, and significant sacrifice and angst from all parties involved. No group emerged satisfied. The goal was to maintain the historic balance of value between gill netters and seiners, each at 50% after you withdraw the set netter share, as PSWAC production came online. Traditionally, these user groups' harvests were determined by the areas they were permitted to fish. However, as PSWAC is a shared resource, a plan was needed to ensure an even distribution of its production. VFDA, along with the Copper River Flats and wild salmon stocks, were intentionally excluded from this allocation plan since they are harvested in exclusive areas which historically balance each other out. Going back to the 70s, overall, this 50-50 split has held amazingly well. The authors of these proposals would point to the seiners being ahead of the gill netters by 65 million within the allocation plan's fish, a subset of the entire salmon resource of Prince William Sound. This is old news today. The gillnet fleet earned 21+ million over the seiners in 2024, bringing us significantly closer to parity. Additionally, the allocation plan's trigger points have been hit. Therefore, in 2025, the gillnet fleet will have exclusive access to both allocation piggy banks, Esther and Port Chalmers chums. Any imbalance of late is and will continue to be corrected through the existing mechanisms of the allocation plan. There is no need to alter it at this time. The author of Proposal 75 states that VFDA's value at $241 million since 2006. Had VFDA been added to the allocation plan then, it would have caused a massive shift, and today the seine fleet would be close to 10% behind the gill netters in total value, not just the allocation plan totals. There's good reason that this proposal has been shot down unanimously by 3 different boards over the last 9 years. I strongly oppose Proposal 78, a 25% reduction in hatchery. Reduction in hatchery production would be devastating to the fishermen and coastal communities of Prince William Sound. There is no proof that it would do any good, and it would certainly do massive harm. This step cannot be considered. It would be catastrophic for the region. If you guys have any questions about the main bay stuff too, I've done that several times. It's a junk show of snag hooks and little boats, and it's difficult to accomplish.
Thanks, Nathan. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you for your testimony. Specifically to the main bay issue, I assume you mean you participated, you've been hired by a processor to do the cost recovery in there, am I correct?
Through the chair, yes. We've also removed that barrier seine once or twice.
So.
And placed it. Yeah.
Would you say that there's been times when your cost recovery efforts have been delayed or delayed significantly because of interference from boats, anchored boats, et cetera, et cetera?
Most definitely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's guys drop their anchor in the barrier seine to hold their position so they can fish. And they refuse to remove it so that we can make a set.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate your time. Robert Smith. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. My name's Robert Smith. I live in Cordova. Appreciate the time. See, I've been longlining in Prince William Sound since 1981, when I first fished black cod with Dave Butler. I made the very first delivery of IFQ halibut in Cordova. It wasn't a big delivery, but it was the first. In 1988, I participated in the last Tanner crab fishery under the old harvest strategy as a deckhand. I have a long history with the Board of Fish. In 2009, I convinced the board of the need for a Prince William Sound pea cod fishery. The board also at that time granted my request for a skate fishery. In 2012, I got to change the pea cod fishery to what I originally intended with my 2009 proposal, which is that you open the pea cod season concurrent with halibut. As a fisherman, I was disgusted with the practice of shucking halibut during cod season and then shucking cod during the halibut season. I'm proud of my role in reducing the wastage of these valuable fish and maximizing the profit for fishermen and processors alike. In the groundfish proposals before this board, I see we are concerned with rockfish and skate. In my own career, I've figured out how to eliminate rockfish bycatch. I don't fish in the rocks. But that's just me. Other guys, they got their own situation. But one thing I can't figure out is how to make a set without loading up with skate. I roll them out of my gill net in 5 feet of water and shuck them off the hook in 250 fathoms. They're everywhere, and that hasn't changed in my 36 years of longlining. The main focus of my attendance at this meeting is Proposal 41 by myself and Warren Chappell. It's about King and Tanner management. RC11 accompanies the proposal. And if you look at the RC, you will see that 41 was originally intended to be submitted as an emergency petition. And we followed the policy on creating such a petition. Excuse me. It's a good policy, but it results in a much more lengthy document. Didn't make it into the book. In any case, it's in the RCs. But we followed the petition on emergency, or we followed the policy on emergency petitions. We just never submitted as an emergency. It comes as a regular proposal. After all, when somebody takes something away from you 36 years ago, and you come belly aching around to get it back, how much of an emergency can it really be? But Warren and I, we've been belly aching about this crab situation for a while, but we follow the policy. We don't ignore the policy. We believe in the policy.
Thank you, Robert. Your time is elapsed. I do have a question for you about RC11. So you submitted 41. RC11 was your emergency petition. Is it the same substantively as 41?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
We were going to submit an emergency petition, but we just ended up putting it in the as
Got
a
it.
regular proposal.
You just were giving a little bit of history to the proposal.
Yes.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. I just wasn't sure that there was language that was different in RC11 that you wanted incorporated into 41. I just wanted to make sure that they're the same. Other questions for Robert? Thank you for your testimony here today. Appreciate it. Kyle King? Is Kyle here today? First call. Joe Mardashev. Hi, Joe.
Morning, Madam Chair, board members, department staff. My name is Joe Mardashev. I represent KB Fisheries Association. We are a group of longliners based out of Homer. We have 44 members, and 38 of us participate in this groundfish fishery that we have in Prince William Sound. And I am here to talk about Proposal 9, we oppose. With an asterisk, I should say. There are two caveats to that proposal. It's to shut down the longline fishery and convert it to slinky pot, and also shut us down before the IFQ fishery. And to talk about that a little bit, give you some background on our fishery. It's mostly small-time commercial fishermen, longliners, and I would say the average age for the participants of the fishery is about 35 years old. It's for young fishermen that are just getting in, that don't really have capital to buy IFQs or participate in other fisheries. So this is basically getting your toes wet and continuing on into the industry, and closing it would be detrimental to all those young fishermen. Another thing about the proposal was to completely get rid of slinky pots, which we find is absurd. We've seen that the department's trying to cut down the rockfish bycatch rates, and we would be willing to ask the board if they would want to include slinky pots into the quota with the longline sector. That way, we would have more analysis and data going forward as to the bycatch rates and if it's monetary feasible to continue that way. And we have, the proposal did go through, and in 2023, we had a small fishery, lasted all of 8 days. It's only 1 year of data. We don't want to ask the board to just completely shut down one fishery on 1 year's worth of data that lasted all of 8 days versus years of data, if that could happen. Also, we are in support of Proposal 8, 22, 23, and 24. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Joe. Of the 38 people that your organization represents that are longline fishermen, have any of those fishermen converted over to slinky pots currently?
Thanks for the question. So we have 44 members, 38 participate just in this slinky pot fishery, not slinky pot, but this Prince William Sound quota. We have members that fish slinky pots since they converted from black coding, so I would say a third that do have slinky pots.
Just a quick follow-up. Would your organization be opposed to the idea of combining the portion of the GHL? So currently, 85% of the GHL is dedicated to the longline fishery and 15% is to the mechanical jig and pod fishery. Because pots are becoming a much more user-friendly, I guess, or resource-friendly bycatch limiting idea, and obviously the department and the board has conservation concerns for rockfish, in particular Prince William Sound. If we were to combine the longline and pot fishery and give that a portion of the allocation, would your organization support that if you could use either or?
That's basically what we're asking. Just don't wipe out the longline fishery. Let's give it 3-4 years and see how everything goes prior to that. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony
Thank
today.
you.
Patrick O'Donnell, followed by Darren Gilman and Robert Harrington.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Patrick O'Donnell. I've fished out of Kodiak for 35 years. I also sit on the advisory committee in Kodiak. Today, I'm speaking as an individual. I submitted PC 14 on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. I also submitted PC 461 as an individual. I own and operate an 85-foot trawler, which is a family business. Employ my daughter, son, and my brother, and 5 additional crew throughout the year in Kodiak. I've tendered salmon in Prince William Sound for the last 10 years. It's stated that trawl vessels are impacting the bottom in Prince William Sound. That's not the case. No charts clearly state that the depths on the charts are not accurate as a result of the '64 earthquake due to shifting sea floor, and I would not risk destroying $300,000 worth of trawl gear by touching the bottom. Bycatch, the trawl boats that fished in the Sound have only exceeded the Chinnicap twice in 15 years, and that was in 2020. It was exceeded by 189 fish, and in 2021 it was exceeded by 297 salmon. I ask that you look at doing genetic sampling before taking action to reduce the 0.04% even lower. This is warranted as a result of the uptick in hatchery-raised fish entering the Gulf of Alaska from Washington and West Coast states. In the federal fishery, through all the genetic sampling we've done, it clearly finds that 97% are hatchery with an average weight recently of 3 pounds each. Rockfish bycatch has only been exceeded once in the last 15 years, in 2014. Squid has triggered a closure twice in the last 15 years, once in 2014, again in 2020. Squid are short-lived 1 to 2 years and tend to show up in the system periodically. There is no conservation concern, and therefore they should be removed as part of the 5% bycatch. As for observer coverage, the trawl fleet are for the best part fully monitored using cameras, and perhaps the state at some point can adopt the use of EM to monitor all fisheries within Prince William Sound. The pollock fishery has a cost recovery program which in turn funds the state to manage all groundfish fisheries in Prince William Sound, so there is an added benefit. I ask that you address the squid issue and to also look at doing away with the 3 geographical areas, as they tend to lead to higher bycatch by fishing in areas with lower CPUE, catch per unit effort, and to keep the pollock fishery open. Thank you for allowing me to voice my concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, then Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you, Patty. I watched that video and I was just curious, like when you're fishing in that huge gully, the valley that video was made, do you have enough line or gear to even get down that deep in a trench like that? Or if there's any possibility of hitting the side, would that be because you're on the side or ridges of a valley like that? I mean, that was impressive footage. I just, wondered if you could even carry enough line to go to the bottom in a situation like that.
Through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Yeah, we do. We have enough main wire to get down that deep. But typically in an area like that, the fish will be closer to the bank. That's what we typically see. So you're either on one side or the other side. And as far as contacting the bank, well, basically it's experience. And then we have net sonars on there that sweep around the profile of the net, so you can adjust the beam out or the range out further so that you can see the bank and stay away from the bank. But you absolutely do not want to hit the bank. That's a disaster all the way around. Or, in fact, touch the bottom, it's a disaster all the way around. Like I say, with the net sonar electronics and all the gear, cod end, midwater net, bridles, doors, you're talking 300 grand in equipment behind the boat at any given time.
Do most fishermen have that technology on their nets when they're fishing?
Through the chair. For the best part, yes. There are a few boats that still use wireless units that are not as high tech as what I explained. What I explained was we have a winch with a cable going down to the net, so you have the capability of running a sonar, whereas with a wireless unit you're only looking up and down. But for the best part, I would say 99% of the fleet have that technology.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Patty. So one of the things that I'm interested in regards to these trawl proposals is the idea that the management plan as currently written forces the fishermen through the department's actions to, let's say that you're fishing in the Hinchinbrook district and you reach that 60% cap and you're forced to move, for example, maybe to the Bainbridge district or the Night Island district. Is the trawl fishery capable of fulfilling its quota in the Hinchinbrook district if that 60% was removed from the management plan?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yes, they are, to be short. For the last few years, the Hinchinbrook has been where the highest catch per unit effort has been. And now that has changed periodically. If you look at the data and the graphs, there was 1 year, I think 2018, 19, maybe 17 also, where fish showed up in Bainbridge. We always look at Bainbridge on the way to the Sound because there's an additional 10, 12 hours to get to Hinchinbrook. But for the best part, Hinchinbrook over the years, over the long term, has had the highest amount of pollock and easiest to catch. So yeah, if we didn't have the geographical lines, we could probably take most of the pollock in the Hinchinbrook, and also it's typically the cleanest fishing. I mean, we've seen in the data where we moved from Hinchinbrook after reaching the 60% in that particular area, moved to either Bainbridge or Night Island and encountered higher salmon rates. That's the issue with the three geographical areas and that 60% cap, is it forces you to go to areas where less fish and more chance of hitting bycatch.
Well, that's just a follow-up, please. That's generally what I see in the data as well. And so I think it's important to speak to the people that are actually out there executing these fisheries to see if what they're seeing, out on the grounds resembles what we're seeing in the data. So I appreciate your comments.
Mr. Swenson.
Through the chair to Patrick. I need you guys clarify something for me. As I understand, there's 15 boats that approximately deal with this trawl fishery, correct?
Through the chair, there's typically more boats than that register, but not all boats make it to the Sound. But on average, historically, there's been an average of 15 boats.
Okay, my next question then is, those 15 boats make $1 million a year.
Through the chair, that's what the data indicates, yes.
So if you split that up by 15 boats, that's $66,000 per boat gross.
Correct.
Why are you guys doing it?
Through the chair. So I've been a fisherman since I was a little boy, and we had one boat in Ireland, and we had 7 gear types. And we switched back and forth all the time, depending on the seasons, depending on the fishery, time of year, and what have you. In Kodiak, we have pollock, we have flatfish, we have rockfish, and prior to the crash of the cod, we had cod. That's 4 different fisheries, and we use different gear for all of them fisheries. Periodically, in the past, I've done Bering Sea cod, and I've done yellowfin sole out in the Bering Sea, which was 1 year, and it ended up being 16% of my gross for the year. So you do a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, a little bit of money here, and a little bit of money there, and it all adds up at the end of the year. You're all fishermen. You know how that goes. You just take a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit, and that's how you make your season. Right now, we're down to primarily pollock. The markets are depressed for everything, and this is basically our saving grace at this point in time. So every little bit counts. You can ask any fisherman in this room, they'll tell you the same thing.
So if you dropped off this one, so it's really worth doing this, then, is what you're telling me, because by the time you take I don't know what percent you figure your expenses are, but by the time you take that off of a gross of $66,000, there's not much left. And I also wonder then, and I don't know the answer to this, what is the bycatch worth to all the other, subsistence, personal use, sport fishermen? I wonder what that is worth in an economic situation. I know you don't know the answer to that, and I don't either, but that's something that goes around in my head because, we have to take in the economic part of this too. So, thank you, though.
Through the chair, if I may. The economics of it, I would say, based on the number of fish that is caught within that trawl fishery, which is a low number. If you look at the historical data, you're talking about a few hundred salmon to 700 or 800 rockfish on an annual basis. Every fish is worth something to somebody, no matter how you look at it. And to me, the bycatch is worth something. To you, it might be worth to go out and catch it with a rod and reel or with a gill net or whatever. But so you're talking about the 66,000, and the benefit to that with depressed markets and low ex-vessel prices right now is that we can come up here and we have 3 crew on board, sometimes 4 crew on board, and while there might not be income for the boat, you're making income for the crew and skipper. They're getting wages, and it's the start of the year, so it's the first check that we get in the year. Now, for 2025, we've decided to stand down until February 10th in Kodiak, and basically that's because fish don't aggregate until February around Kodiak. Now, it changes every year, but typically that's the way it's been. And if you have lower CPUE, you're going to encounter higher bycatch. So the importance of Prince William Sound is that we can come up here. The other important factor is you're in sheltered waters. You're not out in 25, 30-foot seas. So there is a benefit to it for the trawl sector.
Well, thank you, and it's been very informative, and I compliment you on keeping your Irish brogue for so many years.
Yeah, thank you. I can't lose it for some reason.
Well, before, I got one question for you. So I caught your, I didn't quite catch your comment related to electronic monitoring. If you could just tell me a little bit about your experience with the monitoring programs, and then what your thoughts are on electronic monitoring and particularly for this specific fishery.
Madam Chair, so I've been in the pilot project for electronic monitoring for, I think, 4 years now. And it's going into regulation in the federal for 2025. And so we will be fully monitored in 2025. The cameras are on 100% of the time. So so the way they are on the boat is when you fire up the hydraulics, as soon as you run your winches, it's got a sensor and it automatically triggers the camera to start recording. And what I was getting at in my testimony is I know that the state has no means of getting involved in electronic monitoring at this point, but that's something we can look to at the future and possibly get some kind of grant funding or something to help start that up. And I think it would be important, as we have in the Gulf, to get it on all groundfish fisheries. I mean, in Ireland, in Scotland, they're putting VMS and cameras on 6-meter boats, which is 19.87 feet, if I do my math correctly. But so they're down to that smaller vessel, and they're open vessels with no wheelhouse or nothing. They're basically skiffs. So I think it would behoove the state to get involved in the monitoring of fisheries, and then we can have individual accountability and less of the finger pointing. And you got data to back it up, which, I mean, data drives fisheries. Anybody tell you that? I think that's very, very important moving forward in any fishery.
Thank you. I really appreciate your comments on that and your experience with that, and also your participation in the pilot. So thank you for being here today.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Wood has one more question. Sorry, we're not going to let you go quite yet.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. But if this Prince William Sound fishery is the first one you do in the year, is there another one open at this time or soon behind it? What is your other is there another option?
Through the chair, the other option is Eastern Gulf, so that's east of the 147 line, which is basically down below Middleton Island, just southwest of Middleton Island to the east. And again, as you all know, the weather's not very nice in January, and the Eastern Gulf is a little tough to get to. You have to really watch the long-range forecast. It's 24 hours to get over there, 24 hours to get back, and typically it's slower fishing over there than it is in the Sound. In other words, the fish aggregate sooner in the Sound for whatever reason. I'm not sure, but they do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Darren Gilman. Hi, Darren.
Thank you. My name is Darren Gilman, third-generation commercial fisherman and subsistence user from Cordova, Alaska. I've been fishing for 17 years in the Copper River in Prince William Sound, and I'm also currently pursuing my master's degree in the Marine Policy Program through UAF. I support all of CDFU's proposals. I also support 56, 57, and 76, and I oppose Proposals 7 and 5. I'd like to address my thoughts on Proposal 51 through 53. It's nothing more than allocating away a resource from the commercial fleet, but not allowing the department the flexibility to manage for changing environmental conditions and the nature of salmon runs being different year to year would have detrimental impacts on the stability of the Copper River sockeye run. Contrary to popular belief, commercial fishing creates more opportunity over time for all users by allowing the department to manage for maximum sustained yield. In 2018 and 2020, the most recent years of low sockeye abundance, Jeremy and local staff have shown to react appropriately and shut the commercial fleet down entirely to meet the in-river goal. I'd like to point out that the years from 2012 to 2015, we exceeded the upper bound of the in-river goal, and that was one of the main drivers of the lower returns in 2018 and 2020. The department has missed the sockeye schema goal 3 out of 46 years. That's hardly a sustainability problem. Passing 51 through 53 would be out of compliance with Article 8, Section 4 of the Alaska State Constitution. We are well within our king salmon maximum sustained yield, and CDFU will submit an RC showing the department's MSY for that. And it's the second most conservative in the state. The department has shown to restrict the commercial fishery from harvesting kings by eliminating the inside waters from May 15th through June 15th. And the department has shown they are going to use the ARIS sonar as an in-season management tool since the NVA market recapture funding will be coming to an end. This season, the ARIS sonar data showed we had 30,000 kings in river, and they use a measurement of 772 millimeter fork length, and the MVE market recapture number came in around 20,000. Within that report, the 2024 season, there was a lot of discussion of high water and fish fields not operating properly. MV market recapture cutoff is 700 millimeters. I urge the board not to make rash decisions based on one-year data. Our local department has shown to be the only department in the state to consistently make our king salmon escapement goals via the conservative nature of their management and their conservative nature of their king salmon escapement goal. This should be celebrated and modeled after, not micromanaged. I'd like to also oppose Proposal 70 and reference my public comments on that proposal and the 2021 board's deliberations here in Cordova on the same proposal. It would not reduce congestion, it would just move the congestion further downriver. And this CDFU is submitting an RC that will show the PU fleet CPU has become more efficient. And with that, expanded opportunity with an unknown harvest increases could be dangerous. I'd like to support Proposals 79, 80, and 81. Okay.
Thanks, Darren. Any questions? You gonna be around for committee? Good. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
All right, we got noon on the dot. I think we will break here. Well, let's see. Are you Robert? Come on up. I did call your name, so we'll take yours and then we'll break for lunch. You look like you were getting ready. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Robert Harrington. I'm part owner of a family-owned fishing operation based out of Kodiak, Alaska. I run a 95-foot trawler. I've worked in the fishing industry most of my life, became a transitioned into Kodiak in 2010 as a deckhand on the vessel I currently operate. I moved permanently in 2014 as soon as I met my wife, who is a local resident. Together, as local residents, we continue to raise our children in Kodiak and strive to contribute and provide growth to the local Alaskan economy. Our small operation consists of 4 boats in total and employs 14 people consistently year-round, with many of us having dependent children and spouses at home looking forward to our returns from trips. Beyond our personal lives and dependents, our local fishing fleet also consistently employs a vast amount of full-time and seasonal jobs while supporting many small businesses, while keeping local operations thriving. Being home to one of the busiest seafood ports in the state of Alaska and ranked amongst the top in the nation as far as poundage, landed and gross revenue, the trawl fleet alone provides many both permanent seasonal jobs for out-of-town and state workers and residents included, but not limited to the fishermen, cannery workers, plant management, shipping and export, laborers, etc. As you can see, keeping these fisheries open is beneficial to so many more industries and livelihoods beyond the fishermen. Prince William Sound fishery is a heavily managed fishery and statistically one of the cleanest trawling fisheries we have with a low bycatch rate. We also have to tell the department manager exactly how much fish and bycatch we have every day at 2 p.m. when fishing the Sound. Do any other fisheries have to talk to the state every 24 hours when they're fishing? If it sounds like there might be too much bycatch, they can have us wait until we have fish ticket information before the boats are allowed to fish in the Sound. If we don't listen, they will close the fishery by emergency order, which just hurts everyone, so we work with the department and do what they say. Respectfully, I oppose proposals 14, 15, 16, and 17, and I hope you understand why. The seafood industry is no doubt in crisis as both fishermen and Alaskans can't afford to see it further decline. Our vessels alone are struggling to financially support the regular upkeep required while maintaining full cruise. Costs have consistently increased from repairs and mooring down to basic fuel and groceries, which in turn affect the dependability of this rich resource we depend on. The Prince William Sound fishery is short, but it is important in supporting our local Alaskan industry and contributes greatly to keeping Alaskan jobs, resources, income, and revenue local in the state. We truly appreciate the opportunities given and fully respect the Prince William Sound fishery. I believe without these trawling industries and opportunities, our small communities would greatly suffer as it affects more businesses and livelihoods than most people realize, and in turn negatively impacts the great state that we call home. I believe it's incredibly important to protect and keep as many resources and income opportunities as possible while keeping employment rates high to further see a successful and rich Alaska. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I've just, with your business, as Mr. O'Donnell was asking, do you just trawl?
I do, yes.
Do you tender?
I tender in the Sound, yeah.
Okay. And then do you do any other kind of trawling? Is it all just midwater?
No, I'm midwater and for pollock, bottom trawl and midwater for rockfish, flatfish, and when cod was open, we did bottom trawl for cod.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony
Thank you.
today. All right, we'll go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll come back on the record about 1:30, and we will pick up with public testimony, beginning with Matt Rode. See you then. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed lunchtime. Time is 1:38. We are back on the record, and we are going to go ahead and pick back up with public testimony. Just in case anyone was wondering, if you missed your first call earlier, if you missed your first call this afternoon, I'm going to take second calls first thing tomorrow morning, irrespective of where we are with getting through our public testimony list today. So if you missed today, you got one more shot first thing tomorrow morning, and then we're going to wrap it up. Okay. Matt Rode, you're next on the list, followed by Paul McCabe, Zenon Kuzmin, Cal Kuzmin, and Mike Wells. Is Matt Rode here? Example number 1 of second calls. Going once? Nope. Okay, how about Paul McCabe? Is Paul here? Hi, Paul.
Hi, my name is Paul McCabe. I'm captain of the fishing vessel Nicole. I live in Kodiak with my wife and 3 sons. I run one of my father-in-law's fishing boats after working my way up the ladder, 18 years old. We are a family-based operation. My sons have been raised in this lifestyle since they were born. And everything we do is for the future of fishing. I have been fishing Prince William Sound for 15 years, and I hope my boys will someday get the opportunity. I opposed the pollock proposals 14, 15, 16, and 17. Prince William Sound pollock is usually my first trip of the year. Do about 1 or 2 trips before doing the rest of our pollock. It might be a small fishery up here in the Sound, but at the end of January is the early February is the best, cleanest fishing. Pollock isn't the only thing I do up here. I tender in the summer for 2 months, and I've been doing it for 10 years. Without salmon tendering, we wouldn't have any income for June till September. We need all our fisheries to survive, but pollock and pinks keep us working the longest. Fishing isn't just my job, it's my lifestyle. And it's how I support my family. I've been bringing my 2 oldest sons tendering with me this summer. They've been doing it since they were 4 years old. This is their livelihood. They are learning to become fishermen. We are going to pass this on to them. I know there are a lot of studies that show pollock eat pink salmon, and it just makes sense that if we aren't here harvesting pollock, the biomass of pollock will get bigger. All the surveys show pollock are going up. In the Gulf, I hear from fishermen up there, they are seeing more, and that maybe we should even be harvesting more of it in the Sound. If more pollock are eating pink salmon, we will have more summers like this past one, with scary low pink salmon returns. We need pink salmon to continue being a strong fishery in the Prince William Sound for our boats and processors, just like we need our pollock fishery. Killing the pollock fishery here will only kill the pink salmon fishery. And the pollock will just get caught somewhere else. Because if the state fishery goes away, that pollock quota just goes into the federal fishery. And we'll be catching in the rest of the Gulf when we could be catching it clean here in January. Shutting down our fishery doesn't make any sense. The whole fishing industry is under a lot of stress. Our boats, plants, and Kodiak are really struggling. Fishermen need to work together. Pollock and pink salmon both provide for us, and these proposals will only hurt the communities like Cordova and Kodiak.
Thank you, Paul. Time's up, so looks like we got a question for you from Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I'd ask you to keep reading, but I'm not. I'm trying to learn about trawling, and I've YouTubed a few things to better understand it. But do you have electronic monitoring on your boat?
I do.
All right. And same as they've talked about, it just turns on when you start, when the net is deployed?
Yeah, when our winches start up, they turn on.
Okay. And then how do you know how close you are to the bottom?
Net sounder.
Net sounder? Okay. That's in the boat, on the net?
It's on the net.
Okay. And that tells you how far off the very bottom you are?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple questions, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, for being here today.
Thank you.
Sinan Kuzmin, welcome.
All right. I have to press everything. My name is Zenon Kuzmin. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman in Prince William Sound. I have fished here for over 20 years, participated in long lining, salmon, pot fishing industries, and anything you can name, probably did everything out here. So I oppose proposals 1, 5, 48, 51, 52, 53, and 78. I support proposals 11, 17, 20, 34, 35, 36, 46, 47, 49, 56, 57, and 73. Regarding the proposal 51, 52, 53, we as commercial fishermen always met the in-river goal at Miles Lake sonar. If you shut down the fisheries in early season, how can you harvest the fish that has already gone up the river over the escapement? In my opinion on this matter, it is to get rid of the 500 reds in the Glen Allen subdistrict for the state Alaska residents. Those 500 fish in Glen Allen subdistrict should not be allowed only to tribal people and communities. The Glen Allen subdistrict should have the same regulations to the state of Alaska residents as Chitna personal use and Lower Copper River residents. And the natives should really look into it, because every state of Alaska fisherman getting the subsistence of 500, it's unacceptable. Please support proposal 34 and 35. I had contracts to do test fishing for ADFG for Prince William Sound Tanner Crab Fishery, and I fished all Prince William Sound. ADFG is conducting their test spots and taking their data from bad locations. Prince William Sound does not have a lot of crab territory, but there are sections where there are flat sandy areas where we would pull 50+ crabs a pot. Crab in Prince William Sound is a very spotty, and it needs a well-planned pot survey to assess the population. Trawl surveys are not as effective as pot surveys. I oppose proposal 78. Our fishery depends on the hatcheries. I support proposal 11 for slinky pots and long lining that would let us boat gear for harvesting gray cod.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Thank you for being here. Cal Kuzmin? Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. My name is Kalishat Kuzmin. I've been a commercial fisherman in Prince William Sound, Copper River for 17 years now. I support proposals 2, 3, 6, 19, 20, 22, 40, 46, 47, 49, 55, 60, 61, 62, 64, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 79. I oppose proposals 1, 5, 7, 25, 26, 28, 42, 58, 59, 63, 70, 78, 85. Proposal 4, I support. I wrote this proposal due to increase of big boats with auto baiters in the Sound. A boat with auto baiter can deploy tens of thousands of hooks at once. If they get on the rockfish, pretty much the portion of that area is cleaned out. As for hand-baited hooks, we don't deploy a lot of gear and we avoid the rockfish territory in Prince William Sound. Proposal 56, 57, I support. In Bristol Bay and Cook Inlet, stacking permits work. If the board
passes this proposal, it will eliminate miles of gear in the water. This will also favor the subsistence users. Proposal 51, 52, 53. I strongly oppose these proposals. The management doing a great job at managing this fishery. Proposals 14, 15, 17, I support. Proposal 16, I strongly oppose. I always been against bottom trawling. They already cost billions of dollars in damages in Alaska alone. They are still destroying the bottom, whatever is left of it. There's a fine line between the bottom trawler and midwater trawl. In the Sound, we have midwater trawl. The midwater trawl fleet need to catch out pollock. If they don't, we will have a big decline in salmon and other fish species in Alaska. If midwater trawler participate in pollock fishery in the Sound, it needs to have a 100% monitoring system. In federal fisheries, over 35-foot boats require observer or vessel monitoring system. We can use the same electronic system in the Sound. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Cal. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Up next is Mike Wells, followed by Reed Johnson, Joseph Person, Thane Miller, and Rowan Miller. Hi, Mike.
Madam Chair, members of the Board of Fisheries, my name is Mike Wells, Executive Director for the Valdez Fisheries Development Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on Proposal 78. VFDA operates the Solomon Gulch Hatchery, which supplements pink salmon harvest for the Prince William Sound seine fishery and supports two of the larger sport fish programs in south central Alaska. We strongly oppose proposals such as this nature and have submitted PC 620 expressing our concerns with the structure and the intent of the proposal. Our comments show foreseeable impacts to harvest numbers and fisheries values that a 25% reduction in pink production will have on VFDA and the fishing industry in Prince William Sound. Unfortunately, such proposals will become a regular occurrence before this board. They originate from out of region and by those who are not stakeholders in our fisheries and do not contribute to our enhancement programs nor benefit from them. Each attempt has been resoundingly rejected by previous boards, in large part because no conclusive evidence of a negative causal effect of hatchery production on wild salmon stocks can be shown. No new evidence has been introduced since Proposal 43. A similar attempt came before the board in Lower Cook Inlet meeting last year. Speaking directly to Proposal 78, I would offer the following observations. Proposal 78 specifies no defined outcome or benefit to be obtained in return for this completely arbitrary cut in hatchery production. 5 AAC 24370 codifies a management and enhancement allocation plan and is not suitable to address hatchery production or complex hatchery-wild interactions. Hatchery egg take permits are not found within this regulation. VFDA is not a party to this regulation. Its inclusion now for a wholly unrelated purpose clouds the intent of the regulation. This proposal is not supported by ADF&G, and it is overwhelmingly clear from the abundance of public comment opposing this proposal that it will cause significant economic harm. Our comments provide examples of the impacts of Proposal 78 to VFDA. Its adoption will be hugely disruptive and inject significant uncertainty to hatchery finances, future operations, and regional fisheries. A reduction of 67.5 million pink eggs at VFDA could potentially result in an estimated loss of $5.5 million in annual ex-vessel value based on historic pink salmon marine survivals. Erosion of VFDA production may impact our ability to confidently provide for our corporate sustainability and to provide a strong fisheries contribution in times of low abundance. We are wholly dependent on pink salmon cost recovery, and reductions may affect other fisheries enhancement programs that VFDA provides. So for these reasons, we strongly oppose Proposal 78 and request that the Board of Fisheries reject it. Thank you, and I will be here for Committee of the Whole.
Thanks, Mike. Questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Reed Johnson. Hi, Reed.
Hi. So my name is Reed Johnson. I am the research section leader for the Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission. There has been some discussion and people have asked CFEC to comment on what the effect of permit stacking and dual permit regulations would be in a fishery. So as everybody knows, limited entry permits are limited. In this sort of scenario, prices obviously on any market are set by supply and demand, but supply can't change in this scenario. So if there's any change in demand, that's going to be reflected by a change in prices. An increase in demand will cause an increase in prices, and vice versa. Permit stacking or dual permit regulations would cause an increase in demand. Right now, there are probably some people who would like to purchase 2 permits, but there's no way for them to benefit from that. So there's no reason for them to do so. Likewise, there are many individuals who would like to enter the fishery, but perhaps they can't purchase a vessel. So this would lower a barrier to entry into the fishery. There would be new people who could enter the fishery because of that lowered barrier. So there would be more people in the market, causing a higher demand. Something that I want to point out is that the primary driver of permit prices is always going to be the economic performance of the fishery. In years when a fishery is doing well, lots of people are going to want to buy in, and permit prices are subsequently going to be higher. That's always going to be the primary driver. And the last thing that I want to mention before I get into some statistics about what happened for dual permits for the seine fishery here, I want to bring up latent permits. So when there are a large amount of latent permits in the fishery, that works to some extent to damper the demand. So those permits aren't being fished right now for one reason or another, oftentimes economic reasons. When these sorts of regulations pass, those permits usually change hands and are sold to people who will be active participants in the fishery. So that surplus of permits does damper the price some and would also translate to increased gear in the water. So getting into what happened in 2022 for the S01E permits. So permit sales more than doubled in 2022 compared to 2021. They went from 12 in 2021 to 27 in 22. Permit prices also increased by $75,000 over the course of the next 2 years. Permit latency decreased from 21% in 2021 to 12% in 2023. And the number of new entrants in the fishery almost tripled from 4.5% in 2021 to 12.5% in 2022. Something that I want to point out, sort of driving home the point that the economic performance of the fishery is the primary driver. In 2024, permit prices have decreased by, I want to say, $50,000 to $60,000 over the last year. Thank you.
Thanks, Reed. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Reed. Thanks for being here. Couple questions. One, has there ever been in the past that you know of, or is there currently a request from anyone in Area E to do an optimal study specifically regarding the gillnet fishery?
There is no request right now. If somebody requested it, we would do so. There have been people talking about it, but no official request as of yet.
And then a follow-up to that, when you were talking about the statistics, the new entries, I believe, into the seine fishery, do you consider somebody that bought a permit that doesn't own a boat that's just a D permit holder on a seine boat, a new fishery entrant?
Yes.
Okay.
If that is the first time they've made a delivery in the fishery with a permit that they hold permanently, not one that's been emergency transferred.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Reed.
Thank
And,
you.
Also, thanks for the report that we got. Joseph Person. Good afternoon.
My name is Joseph Person. I live in Anchor Point, and I'm a third-generation lifelong commercial fisherman. I make my living through a variety of small boat fisheries in Cook Inlet and Prince William Sound. While my primary summer salmon fishery is actually in Cook Inlet, I still spend 60 to 100 days every year on a 27-foot boat in Prince William Sound. I have a very strong interest in healthy rockfish and lingcod stocks and the fisheries that harvest them all across South Central. I've commented on it quite a bit in the past. To this end, I authored proposals 6 and 7 at this meeting and 3 other proposals this cycle at other meetings. I will discuss those proposals in committee. In general, I am a very big supporter of diverse opportunities for small boat fishermen and their communities. My summer salmon fishery has been heavily restricted over the last decade and completely closed the last 2 years. These small boat fisheries and the opportunities to participate in them is what have allowed me to maintain my lifestyle and way of life. In general, small fisheries that are well-suited to direct marketing and value-added processes are a very unique thing that have a lot of benefits and should be supported. They're sort of the, market garden equivalent of Alaskan commercial fisheries and are a fairly special thing. Primarily due to the current financial limitations of the department, it seems extremely unfeasible for them to produce a dynamic, accurate year-to-year population estimate for many underutilized stocks that could support small fisheries. And it is both historically consistent and, in my opinion, appropriate to allow small conservative fisheries on these stocks. Specifically, I strongly support continued development of a fixed 30-pot limit tanner fishery with conservative harvest limits. I do not actually expect I would participate in this fishery, but it is the kind of fishery that I think is very good and healthy, and in this case, I think it's warranted, and probably the only way to learn more about what the current status of crab populations are in the Sound. Over the last 15 years, I have over 70,000 pot lifts in the Prince William Sound spot shrimp fishery, and in the course of this, I have observed a lot of variations across the Sound in populations of juvenile crab, both by area and year to year. And the truth is, even within the same regions, the populations fluctuate a lot, and most of these areas are completely unsuitable to trawl surveys and could be done by a good pot survey, which the department currently does not have the ability to run their own pot survey in Prince William Sound, which I think would be the optimal situation. But in light of that, I think we should just continue to move forward with a small conservative fishery. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Appreciate you. Thane Miller? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and the rest of the board. I want to thank you for your time and efforts on our behalf here. My name is Thane Miller. I'm a lifelong commercial fisherman, second generation Prince William Sound. Despite my youthful appearance, I've been fishing 41 years commercially. Almost every proposal that we have before us today has affected or I have participated in, and so I'm at a loss really of where to start. So I'm going to start with 78. The reports presented yesterday by staff and others clearly show that the production of pink salmon in Prince William Sound are not negatively affecting the YK situation, which is dire, and I'm at a loss to explain, as well as everybody else, I think. I think we're a scapegoat with regard to the production and the effect of pink salmon on fish in the Bering Sea. I cannot for the life of me figure out why there's opposition to hatcheries on the Yukon River, if for nothing else, to preserve the gene pool that is in such dire straits. As a board member on Valdez Fisheries Development Association, we have strenuously tried to act ethically and to produce fish that don't affect negatively the entire Prince William Sound and Central Gulf of Alaska in a negative manner. This proposal is, I don't want to get personal, but it's an axe that's being ground. It's been ground since 1995. It started with the same economic conditions that put most of the fleet in Prince William Sound out of business. So I won't want to get into that any further, but you have seen the evidence that you need to make good decisions. And the rest of us are just trying to support that effort. With regard to the proposals on trawling, the trawlers have been proven in many places to be harmful, in many places to be beneficial. I believe that the evidence is shown here in Prince William Sound by the department and others that this is an incredibly clean fishery. And I want to point out in public comments 461, there are 3 different studies showing the predation on pink salmon and salmon in general by pollock. And so by the state's numbers, approximately 700 million fry are released. 80% of those fish are eaten within the first 60 days.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Are there any
thank you.
any questions? Appreciate your testimony here today. Thank you for being with us. Rowan Miller. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Rowan Miller. My written comments are PC 421. I live in Valdez, where I was raised, and I'm the 3rd generation of commercial fishermen in my family. We've all participated in multiple fisheries, mostly seining and longlining in Prince William Sound. I would like to speak today on proposals 75 through 78. Proposal 78 aims to reduce hatchery production by 25%. As we have heard from ADF&G, this reduction is not supported by any research. I acknowledge that there is some research that shows the correlation between high salmon runs, high salmon populations, and lower declines in other species, but none of this is causal, or none of this has been found to be causal. So seeing that the science does not support, at the moment, does not support this reduction, does not seem necessary. Additionally, the ADF&G report last night showed that the Alaska hatchery pink salmon production is 2.1% of the biomass, so reducing that by 25%, we'd be talking about a 0.5% change in the total salmon biomass in the ocean. That's not enough. That's not very, it's statistically significant, but not really. It would cause much more harm to our communities and our state than it would to make any change in the ocean. Proposals 75 and 76 are to change the percentages and areas in the Prince William Sound Enhancement Allocation Plan. Prop 77 would add VFDA salmon to the enhancement plan. The allocation plan was fought over for 9 years back in the early 2000s to get written the way it is. It was written as a collaboration of both user groups, the gill netters and the seiners, and the Board of Fish. To change this now at the behest of one of those user groups would go against the intention of that plan. The presentations from ADF&G and other data from ADF&G show that the current plan has maintained the balance between the gillnet and the seine fleet, further shown by the gillnet fleet receiving the Chalmers subdistrict in this upcoming fishing season. Additionally, the gillnet fleet is already benefiting from our VFDA fish. Enhancement tax paid on the VFDA fish is allocated to the Prince William Sound Aquaculture Cooperation, which divides that funding between its hatcheries evenly to benefit both fleets. None of that funding is passed back to VFDA, so that means that the enhancement tax provides an outsized benefit to the gillnet fleet paid for by the work of the seine fleet. Furthermore, I would like to encourage the board to make management decisions based on existing research and scientific advice to equitably share the burden of conservation across all user groups and to ensure that allocations are used for their intended purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowan. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. John Williams, followed by Fred Marinkovich, James Hanka, and Brett Bradford. Hi, John. Before you get started.
Just really quick, I would like to remind folks, when you come up to the microphone, please get as close to the microphone as you can so it gets picked up. Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is John Williams. I'm a citizen of Cordova. I moved here in '96 as a young fisheries biologist after graduate school. I have a master's and a bachelor's in wildlife and fisheries science from Texas A&M University. My first real job was in Cordova as a fisheries biologist for the Prince William Sound Science Center. I've been a research scientist, a NOAA fisheries observer, a Sea Grant Marine Advisory agent, and a commercial fisherman for the past decade. Fishing towns are going through tough times these days, and stacking permits is one way to address this issue. I strongly oppose proposal 56 and 57. Stacking permits is one way to try to address this issue. I strongly oppose proposals 56 and 57. In reviewing the research out there regarding Alaska and stacked permits, I found Alexander Kutleroff's PhD dissertation from 2020. This dissertation outlines the history of limited entry permits in different parts of Alaska and the lower 48. He refers to permit sharing and stacking in Cook Inlet and Bristol Bay, specifically saying, this program was intended to make it possible for young fishermen to enter the fishery without the need to purchase a vessel, as well as a limited entry permit. Unfortunately, in practice, this program has helped more non-resident fishermen than resident fishermen. Area E limited entry permits have already started bidding up in value this week in anticipation of a potential passage of Proposal 56 and 57. Another resource I would like to briefly refer to is a dissertation about dual permits in Bristol Bay by Marcus Go from August 2020. Go points out that dual permit regulatory action succeeded in attracting young fishermen. However, the new entrants are mostly from out of state. That is, from an Alaskan's perspective, the dual permit regulation has attracted the wrong kind of new entrants. His words, not mine. And although there's a general agreement that limited entry has helped prevent overfishing, there has been concern that limited entry may have contributed to the decline of local participation in some fisheries. Area E should not go down the road of stacking permits to try to boost permit prices. It only functions to artificially inflate them, which is not good for new entrants to the fishery. The resilience of our community depends on community residents who are invested in the fishery. Again, I oppose Proposal 56 and 57. And additionally, I oppose Proposal 78 because hatcheries are an important economic engine to Alaska. Finally, I support Proposal 6, allowing for the proper release of rockfish with all commercial fisheries. It's allowed in the sport fishery. Thank you, Board of Fish, for holding this meeting in Cordova, where your deliberations are amplified throughout our community, and for the work you do in making these hard decisions.
Thanks, John. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony here today. Fred Marinkovich. Welcome, Fred. You got to press the button there. There you go.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Fred Marinkovich. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman with the fourth generation backing me up. I've been fishing for over 50 years. I'm currently the president of the Puget Sound Harvest Association, on the board of the Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association, and I've been gill netting in Area E, Copper River, for the past 20 years. I am the author of Proposal 57, and I would like your support, the use of dual permits and permit stacking. This proposal, I have some RCs that are under my name. I haven't got the numbers of them yet. This proposal, if adapted, would be a fleet-funded buyback program that would reduce boats from a now overcrowded fishery and eliminate gear from the water. For every 9 boats that would participate, it would eliminate a mile of gear from the water. This proposal would help with upriver escapement on the Copper River and provide more fishing opportunity for those participating in the fishery. The use of dual permits is not a Band-Aid or a short-term fix for all the issues that we face in this fishery. This proposal, if adopted, would be more of a long-term solution that would help the fishery prosper into the future. The use of dual permits has been a tested and very successful tool already used in Alaska drift fisheries. It is used in some form in both Cook Inlet and Bristol Bay. An additional 50 fathoms of gear is used in both fisheries. In 2003, I participated in the Board of Fish process in Anchorage that first adopted the dual permit in Bristol Bay. I have firsthand watched it mature and stay in regulation over the past 20 years. There was a lot of questions and anxiety, as we see here, surrounding the proposal at the time. There always is with change. At that time, fish prices were down, as here now. Latent permits were up, as here now. Gross revenues were down, and the fishery was not doing well. The proposal carried with a sunset clause, but the sun never set, and the fishery has been doing quite well ever since. If this proposal were to be adopted, it would not require any additional expense from the existing Area E drift fleet. However, all permit and boat owners would benefit from a smaller fleet and less gear in the water. With the increased pressure on the commercial fishery from subsistence, personal use, and sport, we all need to work together to share this valuable resource. I believe this proposal is a step in the right direction. Thank you all for your time, and I'll be here for the duration of the period.
Thanks, Fred. Any questions? Mr. Godfrey?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to speak to you this yesterday about this, but maybe this went by me. And so could you explain to me how it reduces gear in the water, if adopted?
It reduces gear in the water because if you have two boats with two permits, okay, each boat is allowed 150 fathoms of gear. So you eliminate one permit, it goes on the other boat, it eliminates 100 fathoms of gear.
Okay, and that's what I thought. So I'm tracking so far. Here's my other question then. Wouldn't the permit, the second permit being one that wouldn't have been being fished in all likelihood anyways?
Well, I mean, you have latent permits in this fishery right now. And to me, when you have latent permits in a fishery, your fishery's not doing well. I mean, these permits are latent because people have better things to do, you know? They can't make it work. They can't make money with it. So these permits are latent. I mean, if you think you're gonna lower your fleet size by having more latent permits, that's not a good solution. I mean, like I said, and it's not something that's gonna happen over the next year, okay? So maybe some of these latent permits come out, but over a period of time, it adapts into a better fishery. Like in the first year that it passed in Bristol Bay, I think there was 342 permits that D'd up, and a lot of those were latent permits. So that took, if they were all fishing, that's 38 miles of gear out of the water. In 2022, 564 D permits, 62 miles of gear out of the water. I mean, it takes time to get your level.
I thank you, and I think I'm following you. I think what you're saying is hypothetical, and maybe in time we'll know, but wouldn't it be more accurate to say it reduces the potential gear that could be in the water, not guarantee that it reduces the gear in the water? Because that does make sense to me when you say that.
If this fishery got good again, and all the permits fished, and you had no latent permits, then you'd have that much more gear in the water. Where if you were a dual permit, you would eliminate that much gear out of the water. I mean, the potential, to me, it's like latent permits is not a good thing.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. Swenson?
Do you think that it's a good idea to have more permits owned by a smaller majority of people? And also, how tough does that make it for some new person who wants to come into the fishery, a young guy? He's going to have a tough time buying a permit, isn't he?
Well, I mean, when you do talk hypotheticals, you don't know, for one thing, you don't know what you don't know where these values are going to be. And if I was a young person getting into a business, I'd like to get into a thriving business rather than one that's not. I wouldn't want to, rather than one that's struggling. Why would you want to, even if you paid less to get into it, personally?
Well, you're just I just see that you could be cutting down some of the younger people from, we're all getting older, and you're going to go on and by the wayside and pass on whatever you pass on. But if somebody else wants to get into that fishery, that's going to be a lot tougher for them. Plus, you get more of a monopoly with this stacking.
You have, for a young guy to get a permit, go fishing with an experienced fisherman, learn the fishery, and then go out on his own is another tool in this, with these dual permits. Because that's what they've done. I've watched them do it in Dillingham, where Dillingham up in the Nushagak, they were against this off the bat. And now, like in the last board cycle that I was at, it was like they like it because of that reason. These younger entrants are getting into the fishery, learning how to fish, and then starting their own business.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. James Honkta, followed by Brett Bradford, Jim Simon, and Robert Sequak. Hi, James.
Hi, my name is James Honkola. I'm a third-generation Area E commercial fisherman and subsistence user born and raised here in Cordova. I oppose proposals 51, 52, and 53. Management should not be regulated by the firm calendar dates proposed. Salmon change returning patterns every season based on factors like the Gulf of Alaska's changing weather and food source patterns, to how much water or ice is flowing in the river. These all impact each salmon run in unique ways that a date on a calendar cannot predict. The extreme example of this would be the 2013 run when low sonar numbers triggered management to react and enact an extended commercial fishery closure. The fish were all in the district, but were entering the river in a way the management hadn't encountered before. The extended closure more than made up for the deficit at the sonar once it was realized the fish had concentrated below the sonar. In the end, the sonar saw its biggest single-day fish counts ever, and the season total far exceeded management guidelines. In recent years, management has adapted to the possibility of these condensed runs that don't enter the river as soon as they enter the district, and has adjusted management strategies based on the scientific data gathered from previous salmon runs. When you are considering these proposals, I would like for you to refer to our Copper River District Area Manager's report from yesterday, specifically slides 10 through 12, found in our C3. These charts demonstrate how each return of salmon has to be managed different from the last. In the 4 years shown on these charts, you'll see that none of them had the same schedule of commercial openings, yet all ended with the escapement numbers within or above the management's in-river target range. You also need to consider that there is an approximate 7-day travel time for the fish that have already escaped the commercial fishery and are in transit to the sonar to be counted. So on top of the proposed closure dates, there's also another week of salmon buildup that have passed the commercial fishery, entered the river system, and have yet to be counted. This demonstrates the importance of having an active and changeable management strategy that can adjust to the specific run timings and environmental conditions. Please do not take away management's ability to remain flexible and manage the fishery in the most scientifically accurate way. You must allow management to react to the actual status of the run instead of having more fixed management conditions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today. Brett Bradford.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Brett Bradford, lifelong Alaskan, third-generation commercial fisherman. I'm from Southeast originally, moved up here about 20 years ago. Currently, I'm a Area E drift netter. Just wanted to speak out against proposals 51, 52, and 53. Comfish is already carrying the burden for conservation on the Copper River. The Comfleet is meeting the escapement goals. The upriver users should be split into two groups, upper river and mid-river. The fish are getting past the counter, but they're not getting all the way up to the upriver. And I suggest that we look at some mid-river management tools to ensure those subsistence users, people that are living a subsistence lifestyle, are able to get their fish. Because I can't understand why those folks that are living the lifestyle have to compete with people that can drive to a Costco for their subsistence fish. That's about all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Thank you today, for your
Thanks.
time today. Jim Simon. Hi, Jim. Welcome.
Hi, for the record, my name is Jim Simon, just providing my personal comments, and good afternoon to all of you. I'm a third-generation user of Copper River salmon. My personal relationship began 55 years ago. I did my first guided sport fishing on the Clutina River and caught my first king salmon 42 years ago. I first participated in the Chitna Dipnet personal use fishery in 1993. My family used to sign me up for the fish wheel at the above the Chitna Bridge, but I was in graduate school in those days and didn't ever participate. But I'm here today to support Proposal 51, just like if you review the public comments and RCs, I'm supporting Proposal 51, just like the Alaska Outdoor Council, Otna Incorporated, Otna Tribal Resource Commission, Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association, and many others. RC 24 demonstrates that the perspective from many who have testified here in Cordova that this would just represent a restriction of commercial fishing opportunity could benefit by looking at RC 24. That demonstrates, retrospectively looking at 2013 where there would have been more commercial fishing opportunity. The concern that I have is that, having spent 14 years as the Subsistence Division Regional Supervisor for the AYK region, and like 24 years ago, beginning to understand the Yukon fishery, is I see I'm having some deja vu here, where commercial fishing continued despite restrictions and closures upriver, just like we saw on the Copper in 2024, where all in-river uses and retention of king salmon was closed, while commercial harvests of king salmon continued. And we've just learned that the escapement goal wasn't met again in 2024, which demonstrates 3 out of the past 5 years of not meeting the Copper River king salmon escapement goal. So, this issue on the Yukon ended up now today where there ain't no one fishing for salmon on the Yukon, and not for at least 6 more years. And that's why I think you see Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association supporting Proposal 51 also, because they don't want to see the copper that now many of them are coming to go the way of the Yukon and Kuskokwim River. The concern on the copper is that we have no real empirical evaluation of what the subtraction method of escapement estimation is, just Miles Lake minus harvest. And there's no real empirical data that demonstrates that those fish are actually reaching the spawning grounds. My 2019 dipnet fishery, 44% of those harvests were actually of pink salmon, which are counted as sockeye at Miles Lake. Thanks.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Jim. So the previous testifier said something similar to you. We're looking at Miles Lake sonar, and then anything upriver, we don't know. And what I hear from you both is that you're asking for more data, more counting midway up the river to know empirically what's going on. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I think that Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, which I am a consultant for, but am not directly involved in their project to develop a sonar on the Clutina River system, which is a major producer of the river. Tanata Creek, Otna Intertribal Resource Commission will be taking over that from the Park Service in the near future. But otherwise, we really don't have any weirs and assessments to evaluate whether or not the subtraction method of escapement monitoring is validated. And, for those of you like Stan could tell us more about it than probably most, on the Yukon, there were a lot of fish disappearing between the lower river of the Pilot Station sonar versus the Canadian Border Eagle sonar. And finally, the department has conducted research and demonstrates that there's a significant in-river mortality that's happening. I don't know that the report is out on the Copper River assessments done by Dr. Peter Rand, but he has demonstrated through some radio tagging, I think it was, that there is in-river mortality. The subtraction method of escapement estimation is overestimating escapements on the Copper River because there is no accounting for interannual variability in river mortality. We know that it's happening from some of Pete's work. We know from subsistence users that they're told through the subtraction method that there are plenty of salmon in the river, upriver from the Gokona. But as Karen Linnell demonstrated in her testimony, running a wheel for a month and only getting 66 salmon, I can tell you from 40 some years ago, that is devastating to hear, because my family used to barter for our salmon, and an afternoon of a Otna Friends wheel, would give us hundreds of salmon that then we would use. And then after household limits sort of restricted that, that's when we got signed up on a wheel. That's when I started to use dip netting, et cetera, because our Otna Friends could no longer share the quantities of salmon that my extended family needed. So we need more data, and we don't want to go down the road of the Yukon. And we need to act now of getting more monitoring, actual empirical data to ensure that those escapements are actually being reached. In 2019, I told you the pinks, right? So the overescapement, the estimates are overestimating the escapement, because all those pinks that I unfortunately had to process were counted as sockeye at Miles Lake, so we don't really know what the escapement is, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Dr. Simon. I wanted to follow on a couple things. Using my background as a native Alaskan out in the Kuskokwim River, one of the big things we talk that doesn't get addressed a lot is subsistence is more than just food security for a lot of us. For us, we used the salmon we caught to feed our dog team so we could run a trap line in the winter and hunt in the winter. And so when we're looking at this, and you're talking about Ms. Linnell's comments on how much effort is required, and we had comments in the staff comments yesterday on how, dog teams just don't happen. So ultimately, I think one of the things, and I'd like your comment on it, is that it's not how many get past Miles Lake or what, it's ultimately the eggs in the spawning beds that we need. And to meet the subsistence needs, what is needed using your anthropology background, I'd like to tap that. What is needed to meet the subsistence needs of the Otna people in that region?
It's a huge question. Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. First of all, the shifting size of salmon is a critical issue that is underappreciated and I think not really accounted for in our current Copper River management system. It's unclear to me whether or not the decreasing size of salmon has been calculated into the revised escapement goal from 3 years ago. when a lower end was established, and it was lowered from the previous 24,000. But we need more salmon on the spawning grounds now, just because the fish are smaller and have fewer eggs. There's a corollary there of you need to harvest more salmon to be able to have the same amount of food as 40 years ago, when that sport fish king I caught was 26 pounds, I was a preteen, and the guide had to grab me to keeping it in because my dad had a 45-pounder on the line, right, on a gravel bar in the Clutina. When you have a king salmon now that's big, it's what a large sockeye used to be when I was a kid, right? So you need more fish to meet subsistence needs. You need more fish on the spawning grounds to meet the spawning needs. And we don't account for any of that in ANS findings, or I don't believe in the escapement. And so, did I answer your question? It's a huge question, so maybe that was only a little part of it.
Yeah.
Thanks for being with us today, Jim. Next up is Robert Sikwak, followed by Rod Arno and McKenna O'Toole. Is Robert with us today? First call. Rod Arno. Welcome, Rod.
Madam Chairman and board members and staff, I'm Rod Arno, live in Palmer, Alaska. I've been eating fish out of Prince William Sound for the last 55 years and enjoying it. That I'm the Public Policy Director for the Alaska Outdoor Council, which is a statewide organization that was formed before statehood. Worked hard on the Title 8 of the Constitution and the Common Use Clause, and we represent 10,000 Alaskans who also like to eat fish and game from Alaska, and it's part of their lifestyle. The PC 13 is a public comment, and I'll just take a few of the proposals there. Proposal 6, AOC supports wholeheartedly. The deep water release mechanism, that's the kind of technology that we really need to see, and it's going to make a big difference, and I've seen it over the years since it got started on sport fish charters, and it seems, that it works pretty good. Proposal 14 is the Alaska Outdoor Council's proposal, and that is to go ahead and restrict the trawler fleet until two things are taken care of, and one of them is the staying off the bottom, and the other is the bycatch of salmon. And, so clearly, it's not, we're saying, ban them from the inner Prince William Sound area, but those two qualifications, are things that we've got the technology, as you've heard and all of us have read about, that with cameras and good quality reporting, you can tell they'll stay off the bottom, and it's advantageous to the trawlers. That's for clear. As far as the bycatch issue, right now, the Outdoor Council, from what we've heard and the speakers that we've had that have come to talk to our membership, is that there's a current concern with overgrazing of the North Pacific, and so what salmon that do get back, and particularly near shore salmon returns, we want every one of those to be able to spawn. So AOC does support its own proposal. Proposal 16 of the same thing, we support that too, because the chances are that they would be more successful getting their proposal passed than the outdoor councils. Proposal 29, we oppose. And the concern there is what the department is asking for is to take the board's authority under the allocation criteria to decide, particularly regulating resident or non-resident sport fishermen as needed for the conservation, development, utilization of the fishery resource. That's the job of the board, and we don't want to see that delegated off to the department to do that. Proposal 51, we support, and, there's a lot of concern, with particularly some of the stuff that's in the proposal, but the bottom line is that there's a demand for more in-river fish. There's plenty of Alaskans that participate in the Copper River area for their personal food source. Thank you.
Thanks. Any questions? Mr. Wood?
Okay, I had a couple questions, but I won't go to PC 13. I'll just ask regarding your statement here. I thank you for being here representing a proposal that was put forward. When you say recording off the bottom, the proposal was written because you fear that they're on the bottom. What evidence or what gave you that, when you said recording off the bottom, what evidence did you have writing the proposal that made you want to initiate this?
Just through the chair, thank you, Member Wood. That information came from our membership, that are members who have in the past or currently do commercial fish of one of our 43 clubs, and that was expressed at our annual meeting.
One follow-up. And then secondly, the other part of your proposal is protecting the salmon and wanting them to go back to spawn. Did you have evidence that genetically those were salmon bound back for the Copper River or Alaska? Or do you have any basis on where they may be spawning?
Through the chair, Member Woods, we have no evidence where the salmon in Prince William Sound are returning to, but they are near shore. And we've heard from the department at the work session that most of the bycatch near shore has been determined to be Alaskan more than it has been bycatch of other hatchery fish from other nations.
Thank you.
Thanks for being with us, Rod.
Yep.
McKenna O'Toole? Hi, welcome.
Okay, sorry. Members of the board, my name is McKenna O'Toole. I am a commercial fisherman and lifelong Cordovan resident. I sit on the PISOAC and CDFU boards and the Prince William Sound Advisory Council. I'm speaking here today as myself, as my personal views may not be reflected by those organizations. As a seiner, a gill netter, set netter, longline, pot, and herring fisherman, there are a few proposals here that won't affect me in some way. However, for the purpose of my testimony, I will focus on the shellfish and herring proposals I helped draft as a CDFU groundfish co-chair. We all know that the fishing industry as a whole has been struggling for a few years. Our local fisheries have been struggling a lot longer. It's been 35 years since Exxon Valdez, and while our commercial species have recovered, our local industry is not. We are bound by archaic regulation and lack of department funding to manage and assess biomasses on many species. That, coupled with only seasonal processing, has made it extremely difficult to reopen our old fisheries. It's much easier to close a fishery than to reopen one. In order to secure the economic diversity our fisheries enjoyed in the past, we need to consider creative management solutions and do away with burdensome regulation that prohibits economical and sustainable fishing opportunity. I ask that you view these groundfish, crab, and herring proposals not only on their individual merits, but also as part of a much larger solution towards keeping a local processor open year-round. That would lead to more halibut, blackcod, peacod, and herring being delivered locally, as well as providing opportunity for fishery development and revitalization in the future. This will benefit our community by providing more fish tax revenue and year-round processing jobs for local families. On the note of the trawl fishery, I urge the board to proceed with caution. Prince William Sound is not the same fishery as the Bering Sea. The Prince William Sound trawl fleet has minimal bycatch, which could be further reduced with minor regulation change. Pollock are one of the top predators of salmon, fry, and herring. Closing this fishery would have devastating impacts on our local salmon and herring fisheries. Additionally, if this fishery is closed, the GHL allocation will just revert back to the federal fishery, where it will be harvested with much higher bycatch levels. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, McKenna. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today. Let's see. I think we'll do one more, and then we'll take a pause. Let's go ahead and invite Julie Decker. Hi, Julie. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Julie Decker. I live in Wrangell and have worked in the seafood industry for 30 years, since 1994 when I came to work as a patcher on the canning line in Ketchikan. Since then, I've went on to commercial fish, and I currently am president of the Pacific Seafood Processors Association. PSPA, I'm here to testify on PSPA's behalf in opposition of proposals related to pollock trawling, 14, 15, and 16, and salmon hatcheries, number 78. PSPA is a trade association which represents 11 major seafood processing companies operating over 30 facilities in over 20 communities in Alaska, including the communities of Cordova and Valdez. Our member companies buy hundreds of millions of pounds of fish from fishermen, independent commercial fishermen, process it, and move it to markets all around the world. The entire Alaska seafood industry is facing an economic crisis, and unlike anything we've seen in 50 years. Unlike the collapse of salmon in the early 90s and early 2000s, this time this economic crisis is across multiple species. In 2023, multiple global, national, and national economic factors occurring simultaneously created dire circumstances resulting in free fall of seafood prices. Economists at NOAA estimated the loss between 2022 and 2023 to be $1.8 billion. Economic conditions in 2024 have not improved. So I describe these economic conditions to give additional emphasis to the seriousness of the need to retain economic opportunities in Alaska fisheries, particularly when there's not an identified conservation benefit. Regarding proposals 14, 15, and 16, related to the pollock trawl fishery, PSPA is opposed because this is a fishery that's an important piece of the diversity for local fishermen and processors that depend on it. It's a fishery with little relative bycatch compared to other gear types. In Fishing Game's comments, the bycatch average in 2016 to 2023 was 1.2% for all species combined and 0.02% for Chinook salmon. The limits are 5% and 0.04%. Therefore, the bycatch is well below half of the limits. The proposals are arbitrary and harmful, and there's no compelling reason or scientific evidence presented to justify the closure. Regarding Proposal 78, PSPA is opposed. Reducing the egg take by 25% will have a significant economic impact and harm resident fishermen of all types and processors who are dependent on this production, again, with no conservation benefit. For commercial salmon fishermen alone, Fishing Game estimates the loss of $11 million in pink salmon and $3.6 million in chum salmon as a result of the proposal, not including losses to processors, tenders, and support businesses, sports, fishermen, subsistence, or others.
Thank you. Questions? Appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break and come back together around 3 o'clock. Thank you. Annie, are we ready? All right, folks, ask you to curb your conversation so we can restart with public testimony, please. And we'll come back together. Time is 3:07. And we'll resume public testimony, beginning with Kylie Burton, followed by Mark Carell, Chelsea Riddell, and Julie Bonney. Again, folks, if you could quiet the conversations, please, so we can hear. Thank you.
My name is Kylie Burton. I am a 19-year-old native Village of Eak tribal member and year-round resident of Cordova. I am not only a sixth-generation commercial fisherman, but the youngest...
Kylie, I'm going to interrupt you for a second. Hey, folks.
Up there, can you quiet down? Thank you.
Thank you. I want to make sure that we hear every word that you have to say, Kylie.
Do you want me to start over?
Yes, please. I'm
Okay.
sorry to interrupt you.
My name is Kylie Burton. I am a 19-year-old native Village of Eak tribal member and a year-round resident of Cordova. I am not only a sixth-generation commercial fisherman, but the youngest tribal member permit holder in the fleet. Commercial fishing is my main source of income and my way of life. I have taken out a state loan to finance my entry into the Copper River fishery. I depend on the infrastructure on the waterfront of Cordova. My catch is transported, processed, and sold by processors of Cordova. Proposals 51, 52, 53 would eradicate a large portion of my income. These proposals have the potential to be detrimental to my financial obligations and my livelihood. These proposals have the opportunity to greatly disrupt not only our commercial fleet, but the whole community of Cordova. Without our Copper River fishery, we risk to losing our processors and way of life. My family has been commercial fishing the Copper River for over 100 years and subsistence fishing as long as people have been on this land. It is important to not only understand how long we have been here, but to know we will always be here. We don't need to make this harder than it already is. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you for providing your testimony. Any questions for her? And sorry we had to make you restart. I know it can be a little nerve-wracking. Thank you. Mark Carell? Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. My name is Mark Carell. I live on the traditional homelands of the Eyak and Dena'ina people. I'm the Ground Fish Division co-chair on the board of CDFU, and I commercial fish for salmon, halibut, and black cod. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of CDFU in regards to Proposal 5. We submitted RC 25 on this proposal. Proposal 5 is unnecessary, allocative, and illegal. It is unnecessary because we all saw the numbers yesterday. The commercial GHL for rockfish in Prince William Sound is 150,000 pounds, and a couple times that the commercial fleet went over its GHL, it was in the neighborhood of about 10,000 pounds over. Meanwhile, the sport harvest of rockfish in Prince William Sound is approximately 500 to 600,000 pounds. That is almost 3.5 times the commercial catch. We also heard yesterday that the department has no consistent rockfish survey and no scientifically defensible stock assessment for rockfish in Prince William Sound. CDFU recognizes the need to protect rockfish in Prince William Sound, and a number of our proposals in this meeting will reduce rockfish bycatch. But when the disparity between the commercial and sport catch of rockfish is this astronomical, and the department has no real stock assessment to back themselves up, they cannot, in good conscience, put forward a proposal that is as allocative and illegal as this one. Let me explain. Allocative. The department has been very clear that they seek to close areas of Prince William Sound to longline gear. Longline gear is the only effective gear type for commercial fishing for halibut. 99.5% of all commercial halibut landings are by longline gear. So what this means is that the closure areas that this proposal would create will in effect become private halibut fishing reserves for the sport and charter fleets. And that will very dramatically reallocate halibut within Prince William Sound, violate the catch share plan that the North Pacific Council took years to create, and massively hurt the small boat halibut fleet out of Cordova that cannot easily go out and fish in the Gulf. Curiously enough, the department called Proposal 4 allocative and took a neutral position on it, even though it is very similar to Proposal 5. Illegal. Halibut is managed through a treaty between the United States and Canada that was signed in 1923, 100 years ago, long before Alaska was a state and long before the Magnuson-Stevens Act was put into law. And because of that unique history, halibut, unlike any other fish on the West Coast, has its own piece of federal legislation known as the Halibut Act. The Halibut Act lays out a comprehensive management process for Pacific halibut in U.S. waters from the 200-mile line all the way to the beach, with no distinction to state waters and zero power given to the state. RC 25 details the case law of the Halibut Act and demonstrates how the courts have consistently upheld that halibut is managed entirely through the Halibut Act, which means that the state, and therefore the Board of Fish, has no legal authority to manage or make regulations for the Pacific halibut fishery. So, I'm sorry, even though this would seem like a good idea to some, our hands are tied here.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Appreciate you being here today.
Chelsea Riddell, followed by Julie Bonney. Mike Hellingson, maybe? And Mike Bowen.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today and the opportunity to testify. My name is Chelsea Riddell, and I'm the Assistant Director of Alaska Groundfish Databank. We represent the trawl catcher vessels that fish in the Gulf of Alaska and shoreside processors, mostly based in Kodiak. We covered a lot of information in our written public comments that I hope you review as you consider your actions this week. My first role in fisheries was actually as a fisheries observer, and my first assignment was on a trawl catcher vessel. Immediately, I was struck by how much my captain cared about safety first, bycatch second, always before the paycheck. No matter how few salmon we had, my captain wanted to know exactly where they came from to do better on the next trip. I'm an Alaskan who calls Kodiak home, and the fishing community in Kodiak, harvesters, processors, community leaders, local support businesses, seafood customers, biologists, and support organizations like AGDB, we all want to see all fisheries strong into the future. We rely on them. I can tell you that the level of care and concern for a sustainable fishery is more the norm than anything you read, or I wouldn't be here today. The boats fishing Prince William Sound Pollock are relatively small catcher vessels, and the vast majority are independently owned and operated and homeported in Kodiak. Many are multi-generational. We help facilitate the relationship between the fleet and the department for this fishery to ensure that everything goes smoothly. As you've heard in public testimony, my vessels get permission to go into the sound from the manager. They also have to report every day how much pollock and bycatch they have. If there isn't timely fish ticket information, the state holds vessels off and from fishing until they have that data. The fleet knows that if they disregard the manager, they'll close by executive order. So they do listen and cooperate with the department. They aren't afraid of monitoring either. In addition to the skippers and crew that participate on the water, there's an entire network of Alaskans that benefit from fisheries like the Prince William Sound Pollock fishery. There are seafood processing companies in Kodiak that have year-round local employees and employ so many local people for these jobs. There's the support businesses, fuel companies, grocery stores, mechanics, welders, and so many more. The community receives fish tax revenue that runs critical local programs. The bottom line is that there's a lot of value beyond the ex-vessel value that these fisheries bring to the table. Closing, and they are worth protecting from political actions. Closing this small, well-managed fishery just to make an example of us only intentionally hurts Alaskans, fishermen, and our coastal communities. We are grateful that Alaska has a fisheries management system that relies on science, fisheries expertise, and local stakeholder input rather than misguided social media campaigns funded by outside interests. Whether you as board members decide to close us down or not, we'll still catch this quota because it will be rolled back into the federal TAC. A closure would only force us to fish somewhere else with potentially more salmon, and the state would lose cost recovery funds. We urge the board to oppose 14, 16, 17, and support member Carpenter's RC 15.
Thank you, Chelsea. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter, then Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Chelsea.
Speaking about the data bank's coordinated effort to help the department manage this fishery, so when a vessel leaves Prince William Sound with 300,000 pounds, let's say, and it heads to Kodiak, gets there a day later, are you the one relaying the information regarding bycatch and what was on that particular load when it gets to Kodiak, or are there samplers from the department that are doing that?
So the department is communicating directly with the processing plant. I believe they do also use port samplers, but I'm not sure to what extent every trip. But they're interacting directly. We are mostly helping with the coordination between the vessels and the department. So we set up an email list to ensure communications, have the department come to our preseason meeting. In the federal fishery, we manage the data and the quotas a lot more than we do in the state process.
Thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Ms. Riddell. And just for clarification and putting raw numbers on the record, can you give us an estimate of the raw number of salmon that are caught in bycatch each year, and comparatively either in number of fish or pounds, what your take on pollock is?
Yes, thank you, through the chair. So our average catch of Chinook from 2021 to 2023 was 888 Chinook, with an average pollock GHL during that time of about 6 million pounds. So it's a very low rate of bycatch in this fishery. And if you go back to longer time periods, like 2016 to 2020, our average number of king salmon was actually 282 kings. We have been seeing an increase of very small hatchery fish on the grounds.
Is that informed by genetics?
Yes. So, and to clarify more specifically, that's genetics for Gulf-wide that are taken by federal observers. There aren't specific genetics for the Sound. However, it's believed, especially since we're catching them at a very discrete area and time in the end of January and first couple weeks of February, they're not spawning. So we think that they're just, the best available information that we have is that they are primarily Washington, Oregon, and BC fish, like is caught in the rest of the pollock fishery.
And hatchery origin?
Yes, so I'm not sure off the top of my head the specific amount, but they are increasing. You can see in our RC that we submitted, the genetics information, we shared the federal information on that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, two short ones, Madam Chair. First of all, back to the bycatch thing. Are you doing a monitoring of the bycatch as you rip the cord and it goes into the hole on deck, or are you doing it like sorting through at the plant, coming up with the bycatch numbers?
Thank you, through the chair. So the answer to this question is twofold. It's essentially both. So when my boats haul back, and again, I'm not a fisherman myself, but I've spent a lot of time on trawl boats. They pull the zipper and pollock flows very quickly out of a cod end, and one haul can be usually around 100,000 pounds when even 150,000 when fishing is good. So that fish flows directly down into the fish hold. They can see some salmon and rockfish going by. Rockfish are obviously easier because they're pink and they stand out more. So that's the information that they're relaying to the department every afternoon as rough numbers. If we're starting to increase get bycatch towards a certain cap, then the department may stop vessels fishing until we have those final numbers. But when the vessels go to deliver to the processing plant, all bycatch is sorted. And so then it's properly enumerated on the fish ticket. And so that's the numbers that are actually used to manage the fishery and the numbers you see in the paperwork.
My last follow-up is now to the revenue part of it. Would you list the different ways in which the state gains revenue through this pollock fishery?
Yep, so there is the cost recovery, which it's my understanding in discussions with staff that goes to help fund other groundfish management programs for the department. And then there's also the landing taxes. And additionally, if our vessels have any GOA pollock trip limit overages or MRA overages on individual trips when fishing in the Sound, the value of that has to be forfeited, and that goes to the state as well.
Thank you.
Don't see any more questions. Thank you for being with us today. Next up is Julie Bonney. Hi, Julie. Welcome.
Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fish, my name is Julie Bonney, and I wish I could have went before Shelby because she does such a good job. I am a Kodiak resident. I've lived in Kodiak for more than 40 years, and I've really enjoyed being in Cordova because it's a true fishing town. Everybody works well together, and everybody's cared about healthy and sustainable fisheries. I own Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, and I'm the executive director of the organization which Chelsea pointed out as Vessels and Processors. It's a very unique organization. Usually only have vessels or processors, not both within the same group. The mission of Alaska Groundfish is threefold: to facilitate the management of the Gulf trawl fisheries with both state and federal managers, interact with regulating bodies such as the Board of Fish and the Council, and shepherding fishery research projects to come to full fruition. I wanted to spend some more time on the intense management of Prince William Sound fisheries. As Chelsea has pointed out, we have a pre-season fleet meeting every year in January around the 15th. We always invite the Prince William Sound pollock fishery managers to attend those meetings, and they always do. This allows information exchange between the managers, the trawl fleet, and the Kodiak processors. Alaska Groundfish also has facilitated the development of an email group so that we can have timely information exchanged between the department and the fishery participants in season. They typically send out at least one email, if not 2 emails a day, so everybody knows instantaneously what's going on within the fishery. We also assist the managers in terms of managing the fleet, because the goal is to have a good flow of vessels into the sound and out of the sound. One is only having 6 to 8 vessels fishing at any one time. And then you also want to have a good flow from the grounds to the processors so that you can get the offload information to inform both catch and bycatch. The other thing, I'm going to skip through some of this and go right to the economics portion. As Greg has suggested, the ex-vessel value is worth about $1 million divided by the 15 vessels, but the wholesale value of that fish is approximately $10 million. And within that $10 million is the vessel, the amount that goes to the vessels, the amount that goes to labor, the amount that goes to shipping, all the pieces that get that product into the market. So it is, it gives a lot of bang for the buck for those 20 to 30 trips annually. We would urge you to adopt the RC that was advanced for Proposal 15 and reject Proposals 14, 16, and 17. The mandra, just for fishing, is, and there's a lot of examples, especially the rolling hot spots in the Bering Sea, but the fishermen need to go where the fishing is clean, so having more ability to move means better fish, or less bycatch. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Mr. Wood.
Okay, on the topic of just how much this revenue and how this works, in the process of diving into this whole federal fishery for state purposes, trying to answer all the different questions, and I'm looking at the revenue that's potentially that is generated to the state. In this process of generating revenue in the trawl fleet, why is it that from the Seward Peninsula all the way to the tip of the Aleutian chain, there's CDQs, and then from Kodiak all the way down through Prince William Sound, that's not addressed in the trawl fishery? Can you explain that? It's probably simple, right?
Through the chair, Board Member Wood. It's the CDQ group, or CDQ program, was basically a council decision that occurred when they Americanized the fishery. And so what they've done is that over time, when a fishery moves from a race for fish to a cooperative individual accountability system, a slice is taken off and given to the CDQ program. In the Gulf of Alaska, we do not have a co-op structure, so therefore, and so it's there's really no way to tax the fishery. The other part is the Bering Sea values are so much tremendously higher than the Gulf. The Bering Sea pollock quota, for example, is 1.4 million metric tons compared to the Gulf of Alaska, which is 130,000 metric tons. So 1/10 for that example.
Thank you, Julie.
Mr. Svensson.
Just a quick question. Well, I get stuck on all these abbreviations, but CDQ stands for?
Community Development
Quota.
Quota, yeah, Community Development Quota program.
Okay. Well, thank you for all the information that you've shared with me here today and on the phone, too.
Okay, I'll give you a list of acronyms.
Good.
All
Thank you.
right, thanks, Julie. Next up is, I have Mike Haligsa, but I feel like I'm missing an N there, but I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, look, I got a name too. All right, well, welcome to the table. Please put your name on the record correctly, and I'll do my best to remember it.
Shit. Oh, sorry. I'm Mike Helixo. Thanks for having me. I'm just going to do my spiel, even though you guys have heard a lot of this, because I'm not really good about shooting from the hip. But my name is Mike Helixo. I'm a commercial subsistence and sport fisherman that was born and raised in Kodiak. I'm a father of 3 that loves living, working, and raising a family in a small, tight-knit community. I believe that coastal communities and healthy fisheries across all sectors are one of the main reasons for making Alaska such a great state and a truly special place to live. I take great pride in not being just a positive contributor to coastal communities, but also working to make sure future generations have the same opportunity minded. I participated in various state and federal fisheries in Alaska through the decades. I started as a deckhand and bought my first crab, salmon, and jig boat when I was 23. I'm now part owner in 2 vessels that rely on trawl and salmon in Prince William Sound, as well as crab. And I also operate 2 family-owned vessels that rely on salmon, trawl, and longline IFQs. These vessels support quite a few Alaskan families. I oppose proposals 14, 16, and 17. I first started fishing pollock out of Seward and Prince William Sound in the late 90s and have been a steady participant ever since. I've got to say that not only is PWS pollock one of the cleanest fisheries I've ever participated in, but it's also one of the most comprehensive, communicative, and restrictive fishery I've ever been a part of. Now, the long run from Kodiak to PWS means those pollock trips aren't very equitable, but having access to a fishery to begin the year is a huge boost to our community. Plus, having the cost recovery pollock fishery gives ADF&G monetary resources to help manage various fisheries, which is a good thing. Early in the season, we fish around the banks in Prince William Sound above the hard bottom. The fish then move higher up in the water column later in the season during the spawn. Trawlers don't mind observer coverage. I have taken both state and federal observers into the sound to go pollock fishing. This last year, we were heading to the sound with a federal observer on board. She told me she read on Facebook that there's no observer coverage for pollock there, so she wouldn't be working. After getting a hold of the observer provider, they told me that no, she was to treat that trip as any normal one and to get out there and to perform her duties. I guess one shouldn't rely on everything they read on social media. Shoot, just the other day, someone told me they read online that trawling is wiping out all the LOI in the sound. I knew it was bogus, but I just wanted to look at the numbers to see for myself. So in the last 8 years, the trawl fleet has caught 93 pounds of yellow eye. And there's so much more I want to say, but I know I got time and I'm a shitty speaker, but I'll close with Prince William Sound pollock fishery hasn't just gotten by through the decades, but has performed better than most fisheries. These proposals seem to have been made based on some people's emotions that lack a certain awareness of some of the particulars of the fishery. I thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions. I'm better talking than being tuned into my handwriting, I guess.
Thanks, Mike. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. Any questions? I think he covered it. Oh, wait, we got one from Mr. Spencer.
I'll let you speak a little more there, buddy.
Thanks.
Why are you against the Observer?
Well, not against the Observer, but that proposal has EM and Observer, which seems redundant and inefficient to me. I mean, you know, one or the other with money being tight everywhere, you know, just didn't seem to make sense. I don't know too many fisheries where you have to, I don't know any fisheries where you have to carry both EM and an Observer. So it seemed excessive and inefficient.
Oh, okay, so the EM is the electric.
Oh,
the
yes,
monitor,
sorry.
yeah.
The cameras.
Yeah, okay, but the state can't require you to do that, but you do most of you do that on your own?
Most of the trawl fleet is set up for electronic monitoring. I don't know if the whole Central Gulf fleet is, but it's something that has evolved through the years that I've personally used for 8 years myself.
The public would sure get, it's a nice perception of the public if there are the electronic or an observer, because then they feel, I get so many people talking to me about that sort of thing.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, it's understandable, you know, but it's,
Okay.
we're not afraid of monitoring if it's observer or electronic monitoring or whatever, you know, we're used to it, been doing it for a long time. And honestly, I like having observers on the boat, you know, you get like a couple guys on there that you've heard the same stories, then you get somebody else that's different, that's got different views of life, you know, you get to chat to on a long ride. So it's, I actually enjoy it.
New stories, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. All right, in terms of the electronic monitoring, what is it looking at?
So you got 4 cameras set up on deck, and one view encompasses the whole deck, the discard points, the trawl, back where the trawl might come up, and it's a like fish eye view of like all around the boat and all the boat, and that one is going 100% of the time as soon as you turn the computer on. But then there's 3 other cameras that zoom in on the deck and fishing operations, and those, you're supposed to check those and make sure they're working every time that before you leave port, and then they're hooked up to your hydraulics. So as soon as your hydraulics fire up, they turn on, and if they don't, you can manually turn them on to record. So you get in 4 different camera angles of the whole fishing setup.
One quick follow-up. Is it looking at anything in the pilot house in terms of depth of your net or how the net is flying in the water, or looking at nothing like that?
No, it's all
just
outside
deck
stuff. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you.
Thanks for sitting through that.
Next up is Mike Bowen, followed by Chelsea Heisman, Scott Blake, and Susan Doherty. Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Michael Bowen. I currently reside in Anchorage, Alaska. I've been involved with Piswak commercial fisheries for over the last 55 years. My comments here today are my own. I have submitted proposals 75 and 77 would deal with the Prince William Sound Management and Salmon Enhancement Allocation Plan. I also have written comments under PC 70. Proposals 75, 76, and 77 offer small corrections to the plan to help it meet its objectives. The plan could use a more thorough review with a fresh set of eyes to review the results that it has produced since the plan was adopted in 2006, but that would take more time and effort that is available at this meeting. I would support a Board of Fish committee to review the plan in more detail and would offer to provide my input to the committee if the board decides to appoint one. With the 5-year rolling average in the current plan, the result is the drift fleet is always behind and hovering around 45% of the PISWAC only allocation.
even though the allocation trigger has been triggered 10 times since the inception of the current plan in 2006. Under the current PSWAC-only plan, the drift fleet is behind by $68 million and losing an average of $3.8 million a year to the seine fleet. The current plan leaves out the value of the VFDA hatchery, which is one of the most successful pink salmon hatcheries in the Western Hemisphere, which benefits only 1 out of the 3 commercial users. Some years, VFDA's production has more value to the seine fleet than the PSWAC does. If the Board of Fish chooses to continue to allocate the full value of VFDA to the seine fleet, then let's make the current PSWAC plan only deliver or attempt to deliver 50% that is called for in the plan. And the best way to accomplish that is to set the allocation trigger at 50%. Proposal 77 is the preferred proposal by adding VFDA back into the plan. The plan will become more complete. It will account for the total value of all enhanced salmon produced in Prince William Sound. This will allow the public to see the complete value of the enhanced salmon program and who is benefiting from it. It took me several days to pull the value of VFDA salmon production out of the annual fishery management plan reports for the last 18 years. This should be readily available information. The drift fleet pays a 2% allocation tax on all salmon, including wild stocks. The drift fleet voted to approve the tax based on that they would receive a share of the enhanced salmon based on historic values before enhanced salmon production, which was 52% drift, 1% set net, and 47% seine. The drift fishery has gone from the healthiest fishery to now the weakest fishery since the introduction of enhanced salmon. The adoption of any one of these proposals will have the same effect. The drift fleet will have more access.
You can finish your sentence, I'll let you.
I got a little bit more. We'll have more access to the Port Chalmers remote release chum fishery. And with some of the enhanced chums will be returned to the drift fleet. When the PSWAC chum program was developed, the chums were intended for the drift fleet until a portion of them were reallocated to the seine fleet by removing them from the Esther hatchery to the Port Chalmers and AFK remote fisheries. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mike. Just, we don't need to get into it here, but are you going to be around for committee of the whole?
I plan on staying through Saturday.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony today. Next up is Chelsea Heisman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Fish. My name is Chelsea Hazeman, and though my family is supported partially through commercial fishing, at this stage in my life, I am primarily a subsistence and sport fishing user. Aside from a few winters pursuing my education, I've lived in Cordova since 1987, and as a third-generation fisherman, have been involved in fisheries nearly as long. I'm a mother of 3 children now, and am partially supported by my husband's participation in gillnet and seine fisheries, and I have many years of experience in both fisheries as well. I personally am no longer employed in fisheries directly and wear multiple hats within the community. I serve on multiple boards and I'm also a member of the Copper River Prince William Sound Advisory Committee. I'd like the record to reflect that this is my personal testimony and is not affiliated with any organization or any employer, current or former. I will be testifying today in opposition of proposals 51 through 53. My written comments can be found in PC 258. As a community member, I am concerned about the economic impacts these proposals may have on the community overall, as well as the limitations to management flexibility in the downriver fishery. The early season component has been critically important to our local economy due to early season market conditions and higher ex-vessel prices before prices drop later in the season. Coming off winter, when work opportunities can be meager, this initial influx to the local economy is sometimes the only bump that gets local families through. To be even more clear, this early season revenue is often our local food security. Many of us work multiple jobs and participate in different fisheries in order to continue living here in our rural community. If we cannot make ends meet, we cannot afford to feed our families. Beyond the economic considerations, of course, is my primary concern that these proposals limit ADF&G management's ability to adapt and utilize a variety of tools in managing the Copper River gillnet fishery. If you reference department comments and oral reports, you will see that fishery performance is typically the first tool utilized by downriver management. In contrast, sonar data, while a valuable tool in upriver fisheries, is not often fully reliable until after the first several weeks, depending on the river conditions. icing, and weather, all of which can prevent deployment of the sonar. Additionally, these same factors can cause the fish to hold in the river between the fishery and the sonar and before transiting further upriver. There's a high degree of variability in run timing, with some seasons coming in slower and steady and some coming in compressed. Despite this, in recent years, sonar numbers have continued to exceed the in-river goal in significant quantities. In short, I urge you not to pass proposals 51, 52, or 53, and to allow department management to continue to have a variety of tools to manage this run, rather than limiting the department's ability to respond to real-time conditions. Thank you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Scott Blake? Welcome, Scott.
Thanks. Good afternoon, members of the Board of Fisheries. For the record, my name is Scott Blake, CEO and co-founder of Copper River Seafoods, which was established right here in Cordova, Alaska, nearly 30 years ago. The concerns I want to express today are not just professional, they are personal too. I was born and raised in Cordova. My family still lives here. I'm a fourth-generation fisherman, and my young sons are now fifth-generation commercial fishing permit holders. Please don't dismiss my comments as only being spoken through a commercial lens. I fully recognize and honor the importance of subsistence, personal use, and sport fishing, because for generations, my family, alongside all the residents of this region, have participated in all these ways and will continue to do so as long as the resource is well managed. My generational connection to this region makes Copper River Seafood's commitment to the sound wide economy, communities, and natural resources authentic. It's part of our mission, which is to be true to our fishermen, harness the power of Copper River, and to sell the best food in the world. We are heavily invested in Area E fisheries and its people. At peak season, we employ nearly 700 people and support thousands of fishermen across South Central, Southwest, and far North Alaska. Our processing facilities in Cordova, Naknek, along with buying stations in Whittier, Homer, Seward, and Kotzebue, form a network that powers Alaska's seafood industry. This network is what sustains our communities statewide. We're here for our Prince William Sound community, which means we support new fisheries and will do whatever it takes to support our fleet. When the Prince William Sound herring fishery opened recently, we were the only buyer willing to invest in that opportunity. Beyond fishing, we ensure food security for Alaskans. In Anchorage, we operate an added value food manufacturing facility and one of the largest cold storages in the city. This allows us to supply seafood to the local grocery stores, restaurants, food banks, senior centers, hospitals, and schools, and distribution hubs year-round. In 2024, we formed a USDA grant-funded partnership with the Anchorage School District to bring nutritious Alaska seafood to over 40,000 students. The first salmon meals will roll out in the spring of 2025. And from October through today, in collaboration with SeaShare, we've distributed over 50,000 pounds of Alaskan salmon, providing about 200,000 meals to food banks in places like Port Graham, Matsu, Hooper Bay, Bethel, Fairbanks, Dillingham, and right here in Cordova for the native village of Eyak. None of this would be possible without access to thriving commercial fisheries and hatcheries in Prince William Sound and the Copper River. Our community's survival depends on the commercial seafood industry. Our full position was detailed in our written comments, which are submitted in time. With limited time, I want to reiterate that we support proposals 15, 17, 79, 80, and 81. However, we oppose proposals 14, 16, 51, 52, and 53.
Thank you. Any questions? Appreciate your oh, Mike's got a question for you, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Just in terms of talking about permits and the value of the fisheries, what are the top 3 salmon fisheries in the state from your experience? Like, what are the most booming to the least booming?
From a
Keep it quick.
an ex-vessel perspective?
No,
price,
just
or-
like the
Market?
fishery is doing well and you're able to make a good business.
That's a good question. Depends on time of the, simple question, Bristol Bay, Prince William Sound, Area E are probably the two most sustainable and marketable fisheries in our state right now. Actually, if you're in the business of salmon, you have to be in both areas for you to be a sustainable, economically sustainable company.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Susan Doherty, followed by Tina Fairbanks, Loretta Brown, and Ryan Astelos. Welcome, Susan.
Chairwoman and board members, my name is Susan Doherty. I'm the general manager of Southern Southeast Regional Aquaculture Association outside of Ketchikan, Alaska. I submitted PC 579 and jointly submitted PC 15, opposed to Proposal 78. The proponent additionally offered RCs 8 and 9, which either present no new information or present information using data from the Salish Sea. Implying this data has relevance to Alaska or Alaska's Chinook challenges is contrary to appropriate scientific application. What you did hear yesterday from the department's Bill Templin is relevant and applicable to Proposal 78 in front of you today and this week. New research spanning 30 years in the Prince William Sound area showing little genetic changes either with wild stocks or hatchery stocks, and that those changes have been de minimis. A 30-year time span, totally disproving the anti-hatchery rhetoric that we have to act without information because the damage will be done and it will be irreversible by the time we do have the information. This 30-year span and data provided should give the board pause. There is no imminent danger for this action. It simply is not true. I liken this cry for immediate action to internet phishing schemes that appeal to your sense of urgency. That you have to open this link because your order or your bank account has been compromised somehow. Cyber criminals use these tactics of urgency because they are fruitful at getting their desired response. This sense of urgency has been consistently portrayed to this board. Yesterday's presentation totally refutes that sentiment. 30 years, no substantive genetic changes. What may have been lost in all that genetic data yesterday was slide 12 that showed the red areas, those sites with a lot of hatchery fish. Well, those are hatchery sites and hatchery release sites that were permitted because there were no wild or very little wild fish to begin with. I just wanted to point that out in case it was lost. Demonstrated and laid out in RC6 is the department's commitments through the Alaska Hatchery Research Program to answer concerns and gain valuable information about potential interactions between wild and hatchery pink and chum. This type of research takes time and is imperative information to have before any changes to existing permitted production are considered. The question RC6 asks is, where is the 24 data? It's in the works. Have patience. Yesterday's presentation should put everyone who is truly concerned about the real potential impacts at ease. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you for your time.
Questions? Thank you for your testimony here today. Tina Fairbanks. Hi, Tina.
Good afternoon, Chair Carlson Van Dort and members of the Board of Fisheries. My name is Tina Fairbanks. I am the Executive Director of Kodiak Regional Aquaculture Association, and you can find my written comments as PC 321 for this meeting. I'd also like to draw your attention to PCs 15 and 29, which speak to the issues for hatcheries in Prince William Sound and across the state. I'd also like to thank all of you once again for your work on this board. It's really a lot. It's a lot of work. It's a lot to take in. And it's, I think, sometimes a thankless task. But we appreciate your service and your presence here today. Some of you are newer faces and some of you have been around for a while. A lot of you have seen me in this chair on multiple instances speaking to this same proposal. You know, and I wish that in 3 minutes I felt that we could cover some of the ground that I know we've covered in the past. I think that the Alaska hatchery operators have, in the last 6 years, created a fairly robust and comprehensive effort of the science and information that relates to these proposals and the repeated rejection by the Board of Fish of this same proposal. So really, today, I don't expect to win the hearts and minds of anyone in 3 minutes, but I would make an ask of you that if you are sitting here today and you have already decided that you might support this proposal, I'd ask you to reconsider. I'd ask you to take the time to think about the decisions of the previous board and not upend decades of decisions by the Board of Fish to support the Department of Fish and Game in their oversight and permitting of hatcheries in the state of Alaska. I have several asks of the board today, and that request that you reconsider if you've already decided to support this proposal is just the first of those. The basis of my request that you would reconsider, if you've already made a decision to support this proposal, is that I think a lot gets thrown at you, and if you're new to this information, it can be pretty overwhelming. Susan referenced the urgency that is portrayed here. You know, and sitting in my seat, I've had to take a look at a lot of this information, the information that gets the attention, gets the news, and I've had to ask myself whether or not I am prejudicial against that information because of my position, or whether my rejection of that information represents my own bias. And after taking a look, taking the same kind of look I would ask of you, I'm still here. I'm still here, and I'm still asking you to reject this proposal because I feel like what I do and the career path that I have chosen remains defensible through all of these proposals and through all of the information we've seen to date. And so I am still here, and I am asking you to reject this proposal. I ask you to do this on its lack of merit, its failure to identify an actual problem, and for the arbitrary nature of the proposed percentage cut. I ask you that you reject this proposal because it fails to make a case that any positive benefit will accrue to wild stocks as a result of its passing. I ask you to reject this proposal because there's an overwhelming public opposition to it and because it seeks to use a regulation that cannot and should not be used for this purpose. Additionally, I ask that you reject this proposal because so many previous boards have already done so and because passing it would upend decades of prudent refusal to consider unwarranted and unsupported cuts to hatchery production. And I have a lot more reasons that I could add, but I know my time is up. And once again, understand that 3 minutes is never going to be enough to really address all the flaws in this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Thanks, Tina. Appreciate you being here. Loretta Brown? Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you for sitting through all of our public testimony today. Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Loretta Brown, and I am here to testify on behalf of Salmon State. For your reference, public comments number 542 was submitted by Salmon State on behalf of 800 Alaskans. Public comment 85 includes my personal comments, and then RC 36 includes some additional information regarding the proposals that I'm going to address in front of you today. Salmon State is an Alaska-based effort that is focused to make sure that Alaska remains a place where wild salmon and people who depend on it thrive. We work with Alaska Native groups and sport and commercial fishermen in furtherance of this goal. I want to start by thanking the beautiful people of Cordova and Prince William Sound for welcoming us to their community here today. So I come before you today to request that you pass one or more of the 4 proposals in front of you regarding the pollock pelagic trawl fishery. And those are proposals 14, 15, 16, and 17. Article 8 of the state constitution states that we must use our public resources in a sustainable manner. Trawling, whether it's pelagic or non-pelagic, has significant adverse impacts on local marine environment and is not a sustainable use of our public resources. Pelagic trawling indiscriminately captures various fish species and other marine organisms, including non-target fish, and populations that are already depleted or suppressed due to stress from habitat disruption, competition for prey, predation, and changing ocean conditions can be exacerbated by this additional harvest as bycatch. Currently, bycatch for the fishery is set based on the pollock GHL and not on the health and the abundance of the bycaught species. This is not a sustainable approach to fisheries management. As you have heard today, climate change and the changing ocean conditions are taking a toll on Alaska's oceans and freshwater species and habitat. Salmon species such as Chinook salmon have been hit particularly hard, and the Copper River Chinook are no different. Actually, just this year in June, both the sport and subsistence fisheries were shut down in the upper Copper River due to lack of fish. And yet the pollock fishery was in Prince William Sound discarded over 1,000 Chinook this year. Each salmon counts. If this board does not close the trawl fishery at this meeting, the board should set bycatch limits for the pollock trawl fishery that reflects the health of the bycaught species and not the pollock GHL. Please provide Fish and Game with the tools necessary to set bycatch limits based on bycatch species abundance and under a precautionary approach. And while midwater trawling is designed to be midwater, those trawls actually do hit bottom. In 2000, the Board of Fish closed almost all of the state waters to bottom trawling because of their destructive manner, and we ask that you make sure that the pelagic trawl gear is not hitting bottom.
Thank you,
here
Hannah.
too.
Are there any questions? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'll ask you in lieu of the proposer actually being here, but the same questions I asked another proposer who came up. In terms of when writing this proposal, the two things it talks about is hitting the bottom. And it appears that in all the reading we're doing, that the only empirical evidence is the species of fish that is being harvested. Is that what you were thinking in the process of hitting bottom, or is there more evidence?
Sure, can I answer that in 2 parts? So
Sure.
to be clear, we did not put the proposal forward, but when Salmon State saw that these proposals were being put forward, we came here to support them. And second, to actually answer the question that you had, in a few months ago, the NIMS actually provided the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, which is the federal fishery council, with a report saying that Gulf of Alaska trawl vessels, which are the same vessels fishing in Prince William Sound, are on bottom an estimated 40% of the time they are fishing. In addition to that, trawl interest groups, or people that represent trawl interest groups have said that they have known for over 30 years that their nets are hitting the bottom. In Alaska statute, pelagic trawl nets cannot hit bottom, and so they are actually not in compliance with Alaska regulations right now. And then in addition to that, as you were saying, Mike, short raker rockfish and rough eye rockfish are caught by this as bycatch in this fishery, and both of those fish are demersal, bottom dwelling, really deep fish. And so those nets, that indicates that the nets are on the bottom.
Just quick follow-up. And lastly, to the fish and the genetics of the fish, you mentioned that the Chinook in the Copper River, but was there genetic data done on the fish harvested as bycatch in Prince William Sound?
In the department's presentation yesterday, we heard that genetic testing is not done on the bycatch fish brought in on this fishery.
Mr. Zray.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I am, Mike's first point, I'd like to be real clear on it because I'm really trying to get a handle on this touching the bottom thing. When I was a kid, I fished trawl, dragger on a boat. I was just a kid and out of Boston, cod fishery. And we used to drag the bottom. We just drug the bottom. I mean, that's all we did. But when you say they touch the bottom, I mean, I know that when you lower your gear, you can let it hit bottom and then you take off and you speed up and then you start dragging. And I could see like a boat, they're not even allowed to lower their nets. Is that it? They're not even allowed to lower them. But you're saying also that they actually fish dragging the bottom. That's your perception, or?
I think in two parts, under the state regulations, it actually says a pelagic trawl is a trawl where the net or the trawl doors or other trawl spreading devices do not operate in contact with the seabed. So does that clarify that section?
Yeah, it means they could probably touch the bottom. They could lay on the bottom while you're doing something and just not motoring.
And then
But it sounds like that's what they're saying.
And then as far as the second part of your question about whether they're actually fishing on bottom and dragging on bottom while fishing, under the NMFS or the National Marine Fisheries Report, they were bottom contact 40% of the time that they were operating, was the estimate. And so it's because there are no observers on board and because there's not direct oversight while the trawlers are fishing within Prince William Sound, we can't say definitively that they are fishing on bottom, but that is why one of the reasons that Proposal 17 should be put forward is so that we do have more transparency on this fishery, and we have a clearer idea for both the fishing game and for the public on the real impacts of the fishery.
Thank you.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one quick question. In terms of identifying whether bottom contact is made, or would the presence of certain species be indicative of contact to the bottom? And again, forgive my ignorance on this.
Right. So short raker, like I said, short raker rockfish and rough-eye rockfish are both demersal species of rockfish, so they're bottom-dwelling rockfish. So the presence of those rockfish and the prevalence of those rockfish within the bycatch species are indicative of them fishing on bottom or touching bottom while fishing.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation here today, your testimony. Next up is Ryan Astalos, followed by Dan Gorsey, John Jensen, and Sean Gilman. Welcome, Ryan.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Chair and board members, my name is Ryan Astalos and I live in Anchorage. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I come before you in support of proposals 14 through 17. I, like many of Alaskans, are concerned about the indiscriminate fishing method known as trawling. The concern about trawling has been showcased by years of testimony at the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and is now displayed here at the Board of Fisheries. 10 advisory committees have supported some variation of the 4 proposals. So have several businesses, Alaska Native entities, and approximately 1,000 Alaskans. While I'm not advocating for the meeting location be moved, I would just like to point out that the challenges of public engaging with this meeting, there are communities that rely on this management area that do not live here, and there's no virtual way for the public to give oral testimony. It's in the best interest of the board to hear from these individuals and take meaningful action to stop wasteful trawl bycatch. I shortened this section based on the previous discussion, but I would just like to add for benthic short raker and rough-eye rockfish, I want to point out that these species can live up to 160 years and 175 years, respectively. Also, in the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, while these remain neutral, they did point out that the definition of pelagic trawl is in contact with the seabed is currently prohibited. I also have concern that the bycatch limits are set based on the amount of pollock harvested and not by an ecosystem approach to management. I believe that the board and the department should be taking an ecosystem-based management of all the species affected by this fishery. The current system leads to comments that the fishery is well under bycatch limit and everything is fine, when in reality it's because the GHL of pollock is set much higher, allowing for that 5% of bycatch to increase with it. Chinook salmon and squid bycatch is also concerning because the importance of Chinook salmon to Alaskans. Additionally, there's virtually no research on the abundance of squid in the Sound, yet trawlers bycatch several hundred of thousands pounds of squid. A paper about pink salmon predation from 2001 has been painted to paint a picture that if pollock trawling stops in the Sound, that the pink salmon would have a negative impact. In the same paper, they discussed that high predation comes from herring and pollock because of the high abundance. However, they pointed out that the daily consumption was low and noted that seabirds accounted for highly daily consumption of pink salmon. In 2020, the Sound saw a federal disaster for pink and coho salmon. Trawlers caught 5 million pounds of pollock that year. This year, presentations by Fish and Game indicate that this was the worst year for pinks, and lawmakers are calling for another federal fishery disaster in the Sound, and 9 million pounds of pollock was harvested. To say that the pink salmon would be negatively impacted if the trawl fishery was closed is not getting at the root cause of the issue. Additionally, to say that humans must kill one species for the survival of another is not how nature works. Time and time again.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yep.
Thanks. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony here
Thank
today.
you.
Are you guys going to be around for committee?
Yes.
Great. Dan Gorsey?
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Dan Gorsey. I work as a fisheries biologist in the Audit and Tribal Resource Commission in Glen Allen, Alaska. I'm here to address Copper River salmon. I think Jim Simon stole a lot of my talking points, so I'm going to take this time to reiterate and elaborate on some of those with a biological standpoint. First off, I'd like to note that it hasn't been quite the topic I imagined it would be at this meeting, that this last year's escapement of Chinook salmon in the Copper River was lower than the goal again. This is 3 out of 5 years. That's grounds for stock of concern. This memo is now available from NVE on the mark recapture wheels on the AKSSF project webpage and can be submitted as an RC if you'd like. To touch on his take on Miles Lake sonar being an index, this is long-term index minus harvest to equal escapement in the Copper River system. We understand it's an index. The problem is the rate of change. There's increased participation in fisheries and changing environmental conditions that are not accounted for. To enumerate those changes, we need terminal data points like sonars that we've deployed in the past in the Clutina River, and NPS has in a camera we're in the Tanata River. We have the tools now to manage differently, so I think we should start thinking about using them. It's easier to save a stock now than after we lose more genetic diversity. I'd like to clarify a couple things for Proposal 51. It seems to be a common misconception that if passed, this proposal would lead to less harvest. That is possible. It's very possible, but it's possible also that it won't. There's a RC 24 that NPS submitted. It shows that by eliminating openers, it moves the 70th percentile of the cumulative passage up therefore moving the opening fisheries up again earlier. So an example used in that RC is 2013, when 1.23 million fish were in river, and there was an escapement of 860, which is an over escapement of 750,000, or over 750,000 to 860, I mean. If 51 were in place at that time, approximately 120,000 sockeye would have made it in the river would have been harvested, while more kings would have made it in the river, a few thousand. Also, I know I have a few seconds left. Proposal 72 to look at Gulkana River sport fishing in times of heat stress conditions. I know I'm out of time. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Proposal 72 is to close waters of the Gulkana River to sport fishing during times of high temperatures. And I have a temperature monitoring network on that river with 120 loggers out and some good compelling data to present during the committee of the whole.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
John Jensen. Mr. Jensen. Can't stay away, can you?
I'm back.
Good to see you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and esteemed staff. My name is John Jensen. I'll refer you to PC 15, which I base most of my comments on. I was born and raised in Petersburg, Alaska. I'm a semi-retired commercial fisherman. I have commercial fished for 50-plus years in various fisheries throughout the state. I have sport and subsistence fished for more than 50 years. I've been involved in fisheries policy making for 30-plus years, starting as a member of Petersburg AC, then on to the Board of Fisheries for 20 years, and North Pacific Fishery Management Council for 6. As always, my main concern has been to provide sustainable fisheries for the residents of Alaska. I'm here today to testify in opposition to Proposal 78. I have not seen the empirical evidence that states hatchery production in Alaska is or has been detrimental to wild stocks. I say innocent until proven guilty. Maybe we should focus on other detrimental effects on wild salmon stocks. For example, predation, ocean conditions, habitat loss. The Marine Mammal Protection Act is one that comes up to my mind on increasing predation. The last presentation yesterday by Mr. Templin told me a lot on how hatchery fish impact wild stocks, and that was not much. We do have great scientists in ADF&G, and listen to them, please. We have some of the best. One final thought before I go. Pollock eat tons of out-migrating salmon smolt every year. By closing or reducing trawl gear in Prince William Sound, it may have some detrimental effects to future salmon returns. In conclusion, I want to thank you for your service to the state. It's much appreciated. I know what a job it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen, and we'll thank you for your service in the state also on these issues. Any questions? I'm sure we'll chat more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sean Gilman. Hi, Sean.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Gilman. I'm speaking today as a 52-year resident of Cordova, Alaska. Subsistence user and avid sportsman, and also a commercial fisherman, my livelihood for 43 years. I would like to thank the chair and board for your time and efforts entailed in your roles as board members and for the opportunity to engage in this process today. One thing that has never changed throughout my life and 43-year career is the commercial fleet's interest in and commitment to supporting the long-term health of fish stocks in Area E, and the ability of ADF&G staff to manage the fleet for the health of the resource with no political bias. I am opposed to proposals 51, 52, and 53, and hope the board can see through the popular buzzwords and agenda-driven use of data and inference, and instead accepts the need for the data provided on run strength and timing from the May commercial fishery. I urge the board to listen to staff and read their reports thoroughly, because you will see that the commercial fisheries management is more than willing to close a commercial fishing opportunity to ensure sustained yield of salmon in the Copper River. Adoption of these three proposals, of any of these three proposals, will have the unintended consequence of confining the department's ability to continue its successful management system that has and continues to provide more opportunity over time for all user groups. This data used by ADF&G has kept the entirety, and I say the entirety, of the Copper River salmon run, including early stocks, healthy, and as an example, statewide. This is evidenced by ADF&G's mountains of escapement and harvest data over the years, which contradicts, a little nervous as usual, contradicts some of the narratives you've heard today. If we fall prey to the idea that moving away from the management of the last 45 years, which includes the commercial fleet's integral part of maintaining a broad and evenly spaced escapement curve, which includes already the in-fishery take and escapement needs, there is ample evidence statewide there will be less opportunity, again, over time for all users on the Copper River. The current system has built-in conservation and always has. Additionally, the swim fish into the river before the counter is working. This is evidenced by early catches upriver. This is not accounted for. The sonar number is a low index as fish do swim up the middle. This is also not accounted for, and it was highlighted in the King Aries presentation that you guys watched. These two additional factors are built-in conservation that is rarely acknowledged, and I feel should be at times to show the public the true conservative approach ADF&G works under. I support proposals 75 and 76. It is time to look at the allocation plan. I will be available during committee to discuss my proposals and have on-time comments, PC 242, on the ones I submitted. Thank you.
Very good timing, sir.
Yeah.
It's like you've done this before.
What's that?
I said, it's like you've done this before.
I did. I had one more about pink salmon on the Copper, but.
Any questions? Go ahead, Mike.
All right, thanks. You talk about the built-in conservation into the management plan. Now, in the last 10 years, with things changing the way they have, maybe later returns, how do you feel the management has worked for the conservation of sockeye and kings in the early season?
I think when I look at the charts, I see that the early escapement component is accounted for. And depending on the spring, there are some early educational permits that go out, and fish are present weeks before the fishery goes into effect.
Then my follow-up is the education permits. Can you explain more about when they occur and what purpose they serve?
I'm probably not the expert on those, but the village would be able to tell you more, but they are.
Thank you.
They're an opportunity, okay.
Thanks for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Up next is Tai Losi, followed by Nellie Hand, Mike Mickelson, and Stephen Day. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, for this opportunity to speak. I am Tai Losi, Cordova resident, father of 3, commercial fisherman, and subsistence and sport user. My written comments are under PC 371. I oppose Proposal 7. Since 2014, the Inside Waters harvest GHL for lingcod has only been reached one of those years. Most years, the harvest level falls far short of the GHL. I oppose Proposals 51 through 53. I don't believe these proposals are based on factual evidence. I believe this would challenge management and take opportunity from user groups. I think this could lead to over-escapement. I believe that management has the tools they need to effectively manage the early season, and I think that they have been doing this effectively. I oppose Proposal 70. I don't feel that extending the lower boundaries on the Copper River dip net fishery will solve congestion or safety issues on the Copper River in this fishery. I support Proposal 67. I think removing king salmon from the water prior to release is harmful and causes unnecessary stress and mortality. It would be simple to turn your dip net inside out and let your king swim away rather than dragging it out on the rocks then throwing it back into the river. I also oppose Proposal 78. There is no science that proves hatchery production is harmful to wild fish. It seems that hatchery fish relieve pressure on wild stocks by providing more feed in the ocean and more opportunity for fishermen, sport, subsistence, and commercial. Hatchery salmon provide many jobs, support many families in this state, and provide a large economic benefit for the state. I also oppose 56 and 57. I believe permit stacking will eliminate opportunity for new fishermen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Any questions? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Nellie Hand? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nellie Hand. I'm a second-generation commercial fisherman, born and raised in a commercial fishing family here in Cordova. I own an Area E gill net permit and have been running a gill netter since 2017, fishing the Copper River in Prince William Sound. I make my livelihood in the fisheries here, harvesting salmon, sablefish, and spot prawns. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to harvest wild fish and would like to acknowledge the original and continued stewardship of the indigenous peoples across the entirety of the Copper River watershed in Prince William Sound. Today, I want to advocate for you to oppose Proposals 51, 52, and 53 that aim to take away early season Copper River commercial fishing opportunities. I believe in respectfully taking care of this incredible resource and stewardship of wild salmon, but I don't see these proposals as the sustainable action to take. The current management plan in place gives our local ADF&G managers the tools to manage this resource sustainably, safely, and effectively. These proposals restrict ADF&G from managing the fishery to their best potential by taking management tools away. This fishery is currently managed to achieve escapement from all segments of the run by carefully spacing commercial harvest opportunities throughout the run, with daily assessment and evaluation. This fishery's current management has the structures in place to adjust as they observe as necessary to achieve management objectives as demonstrated in the Copper River District Salmon Fisheries presentation we all listened to yesterday. These proposals will take away that department's flexibility in how they manage the salmon run. The Copper River watershed is a complex and dynamic system. It's been managed sustainably for over 50 years despite that complexity. I advocate for the board to not change the current management plan and oppose Proposals 51, 52, and 53. Passing these proposals restrict ADF&G from managing the Copper River fishery. It would mean huge economic losses for the livelihoods of this rural coastal community. Thank you for your leadership, for bringing the Board of Fish to Cordova, and for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Nellie. Any questions from the board? Appreciate your testimony today.
Thanks.
Mike Nicholson? Hi, Mike.
Good to see you. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'd like to reiterate everyone else's comments about you guys coming here. I know for those of us that are long-term residents and myself, in the case of myself being from here, it means so much to come to rural Alaska. I know this is a challenging place to get into and out of at times, and it's a challenging space at times, but I'd really like to echo everyone else's comments that we're so happy that you're here. You know, there was a time being a drift gill netter and seiner and gill net tender where you could just go out and go fishing and that was enough, but we're not at that time anymore. Part of my job as a drift gill netter is to back up from a beach and try to catch fish, but now to protect my livelihood I have to read through scientific papers. And in the course of watching the hatchery research project presentation yesterday, I felt like there was a few more things that should be brought on the record because 30 minutes is just really not enough time to encompass something that is so complicated as a research project of this magnitude. So what I'm going to talk to you guys today about is, you heard yesterday that when fish stray from a hatchery into a wild stream that they're less productive. But one of the conclusions that was illustrated in one of the hatchery research project meetings in Anchorage here several years ago is that when a fish strays from a hatchery, it's going into a native stream. And these hatcheries were intentionally situated in places that don't have native wild runs, ideally in places that didn't have any runs, so there would be less consequences to the wild fish, because that was always our intention, was to protect those. So when this hatchery fish goes into a wild stream, there's sort of three things that can happen. So one is the run timing. So the original stocks that stock the hatchery are from Prince William Sound. And the streams that are surrounding them, they made an effort to try to make sure that those hatchery stocks returned at a different time than the wild streams. So if that hatchery fish shows up at the wrong time, there may not be any other partners for it to mate with. The second thing is stream positioning. One of the hatchery research project's conclusions was that, fish are coming back to the same patch of gravel, probably about this big. And the reason those native fish are coming back to that patch of gravel is because it's the most productive. And so if they show up there, that hatchery stray, if that patch of gravel is already occupied, they're not going to be able to use it. So if they do find a partner to mate with, they may have to use a patch of gravel that's not as productive, that doesn't have the right, water flow through it. And I bring this up because there's just so much more to this than saying, look, these hatchery fish are not being successful. I mean, you can look at the statistics that were presented here. We've had some of the biggest wild runs of pink and chum salmon simultaneously having some of the biggest hatchery runs. And we're tasked here to make decisions for this region. And you can see in this region that things are actually going pretty well in that regard. So thank you for your time.
I have a question. Did you have a third impact that you had on your, I think you said you had three.
Yeah, partner availability. So that was just, finding another fish to mate with. If the fish shows up early, pink salmon, generally the males show up first. So if it's a male hatchery stray and there's a bunch of male wild fish, they may not be able to mate. And part of the study's conclusion is that those males sort of hover over the spot where the spawning is the best.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Dre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question on that one thing you said, how many days, is this just an impression, or is this like data that, the males show up first and then the females come along?
There's a lot of people that are more qualified than me that can answer that in this room, and I would defer to them. But that's one of the things that happens. I'm on the board of the Prince William Sound Hatchery, and so there's hatchery updates, and it talks about the female percentage, and that's one of the ways they can evaluate that the end of the run is near. The female percentage rises.
Thank you. I could just add. I ask it because I used to live in a spawning stream for 11 years, and I used to have coffee and watch the salmon spawn every morning. And it's about 3 days. The males show up first, and so basically it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
but that's one stream. Anyway.
Well, and this is a species-specific situation, and I just. I've been coming to these fisheries meetings for longer than I've had a fishing permit when I bought one in 2011. And the amount of complexity that's here and associated with this area it's really astounding, frankly.
Mr. Godfrey.
So just to be clear, the chair had asked you about the third. It sounds like you're conflating the third with two, because it's no spawners available because fish ain't there, or the spawning grounds are preoccupied, and that's fine. I didn't hear a distinction of a third. That's fine.
So the three are run timing, stream positioning, and partner availability.
Okay.
Just to clarify.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So I just want to know if it's accurate. Your takeaway essentially is, okay, well, these strayers are not harvestable. They don't get harvested, but they probably don't procreate and their progeny doesn't exist, so no harm, no foul is essentially what you're saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay. I'm saying that some of the conclusions that myself as a attending person to the presentation is that there is not a clear-cut outcome here. My takeaway from that meeting, and I think it was in 2022, it might have been slightly before, was that the Alaska Hatchery Research Project generated more questions than it answered. Okay. And I think that's sort of how we have to frame in when we're looking at this stuff is, you know, if there were really simple answers for all these problems, we would have already solved them. But obviously, they're not simple.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to capture that.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mickelson, I really appreciate this, and I'd appreciate your testimony, and I'd love to sit and nerd out with you after we're done, but I don't want to subject everyone else in this room to our discussion. However, I did want to address one point where you said run timing. If the hatchery fish get to the stream and it's already occupied, they won't. They'll move on to someone else or to somewhere else to a less productive. Is that? Or
That's not correct.
okay.
What I'm trying to articulate is if they show up and that native fish to the stream is in the same section of gravel that they came from, the available places to spawn are not occupied. And the reason they're not occupied in many cases is that it's just is not a productive of bottom. And so that's, and you know, I'm happy to speak to this. There's people that are actually experts on this here that you should really address your questions to. But I'd also like to point out that this is the level that we need to, as fishermen, I'm a subsistence fisherman as well, this is the level of understanding that we're forced to have to be prepared for these meetings.
Oh, trust me, I know. I was a trial lawyer before this. But I wanted to take that example and turn it on the head. But what if the natives, the wild species gets there and there's a hatchery, and there are hatchery spawners in that spot? Do they have to move to a less productive ground?
Again, I'm not the one that can answer that question specifically. But what I can answer is that we have the data that shows we've had super good wild productivity along with really good hatchery productivity. What we're seeing now is just the peaks and valleys are getting higher and the lows are getting lower.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say I really appreciate your fascination with this as a citizen biologist. It's a good job.
Thanks.
All right, we're done. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony here today. Stephen Day, followed by Karen Linnell, Jeff Clark, and Tom Nelson. Welcome, Stephen.
Madam Chair and members of the board, my name is Stephen Day. I'm privileged to work in waters that have been stewarded by the indigenous peoples of Prince William Sound and the Copper River watershed for thousands of years. I was born and raised in Anchorage and have been a drift gill netter in Area E since 2018. I grew up personal use fishing on the beach in Kasilof. I've crewed in Cook Inlet, Area M, and Area O. Commercial fishing has been my primary income for about 8 years. In regards to proposals 51 through 53, I'm worried about the Copper River. Fish and Game has very successfully managed this river for decades, and as a commercial fleet, we have been the main tool for controlling the amount of fish up the river. If we restrict Fish and Game's ability to be flexible in management, we risk overescaping the river. This was well illustrated in Mr. Boats's presentation, particularly on slide 11. It showed that if the early run was restricted in the last 4 years like these proposals would do, we could have overescaped the river. And this harms all users and stocks, including the Chinook run. And I wonder if it's worth risking that. And also regarding proposal number 78, the hatchery reduction. I spent a lot of my summer targeting hatchery fish in western Prince William Sound. It's a lot of my income. And we already only fish what's left from the cost recovery harvest. So if there's a reduction in hatchery production, then the cost recovery still gets first shot at that. So there presumably is less around for us to harvest. And so considering that, it seems like the effect on our fishery would be drastic, and per the presentation at the end of yesterday, the effect on the health of the ocean would be imperceptible. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today. Any questions? Appreciate you.
Thanks.
Karen Linnell. Hi, Karen.
Hi, thank you.
For the record, my name is Karen Linnell. I'm the Executive Director of Otna Intertribal Resource Commission, representing the 8 Otna tribes with over 9,000 years or more than 360 generations of subsistence users dependent on the Copper River salmon. You can see our comments in PC 10. I ask you to look at RC 23 that shows the huge decline from 2009 and between 2009 and 2022 with the Subsistence Division report that was provided yesterday. What it does not show is that in 2021, both the Chistachina and Mentasta councils bought salmon for their tribal citizens because they could not catch them in their wheels. And what it also doesn't show is that in 2022, some of those folks actually went to visit relatives in Chitna or Copper Center to supplement their catch at their own wheels, so that decline in subsistence harvest is even greater. I also want to direct your attention to RC 24, which shows that if Proposal 51 should be passed by this board, there may be more commercial fishing overall, while allowing for more salmon to get to the headwaters. While at another meeting, in talking with a commercial fisherman there from Cordova, he said that they too are experiencing later runs, but the commercial fishery dates have not been adjusted to reflect those later runs. Also, I want to point out that Prince William Sound Aquaculture Corporation has an incubation unit on the Golconda River to supplement the commercial fishery for sockeye run. But these are not being fished by the commercial fleet as intended and results in the disproportionate exploitation of the earliest part of the run destined for the uppermost Copper River where I fish. I also want to point out in some of the other proposals there that we are experiencing competition for those resources. The looking for and collecting our own data is what Otna Intertribal Resource Commission has been tasked with by our tribes. And so we're working on that, working with Native Village of Eyak on the Clutina sonar, assuming duties on the Tanata Weir this next year, and assuming the water temperature monitoring on the Golconda River, which is a precipitation-fed river. All the rest of most of our rivers are glacial fed. So these have huge impacts in our fishery. We're trying to fill data gaps to better inform management. When you look at sonar and the subtraction method, it's not getting to what's actually happening on the spawning grounds. We have centuries of history and knowledge that's been passed down from generation to generation that inform our stance on this fishery and the salmon. So,
Thank you, Karen. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks for coming to the meeting once again.
Twice in a row, right?
Yep. So my question is this. So I've heard a lot of testimony today, and I've read your comments in the book, and I've read Otna's position in regards to your position that in the upper reaches, the upper district subsistence fishery in the Glen Ellen subdistrict, that the fish aren't getting to the people that are trying to harvest them. And my question is when you look at the data that the state can provide in regards to the amount of users in that particular district over the last 25 years, it's declined dramatically. And I'm curious to know what your thought is why has it declined? Is it a generational switch? Are there people that used to fish in that district that have gone to one of the lower subsistence districts to use a different gear group, like dip net, for example? That's the first part of my question. So
through the chair, to answer your question, many folks have had to move for economy and jobs. We're experiencing out-migration just like everywhere else in Alaska because of jobs. But I still provide for my family, right? My girls live in Valdez, and so they might get a weekend to come up and help me, and they fish on my permit. I feed my mother-in-law, who's 84 years old and lives in Anchorage. I feed my dad, who's 89. This year, I was taking care of my auntie, who's 95 years old, because her family wasn't able to fish their wheel. Between 3 wheels in one day, we got 45 fish. 45 between 3 fish wheels. That's how bad it is. And so we're experiencing this, and you might see less permit numbers, but it's not the people not providing for their families and those things. And we're not just talking about our region, our village, we're talking about our neighbors as well. We have relatives that come from Tetlin, Northway, Tanacross, that have familial ties to Gakona, Chistachina, Gulkana, that fish in the Slana, Chistachina area. And they still are trying to provide for their families, but they also have to get state permits or federal permits, and so these are accounted for, but yeah, it's not a generational thing. My grandchildren are cutting fish with me.
Okay, well, I appreciate your information and the insight, because when you look at raw data and just numbers on a piece of paper, you don't necessarily have the same connection as somebody that could give you like what's actually taking place. The second part of my question is it's concerning to me if subsistence users aren't getting an adequate amount of fish. But there's only a couple pieces of information that the state has to use to manage these fishery. One, they have the commercial catch, which they know off of fish tickets how many fish are harvested on any given day. The biggest piece of information they have is the sonar at mile 52, which enumerates sockeye salmon past that point.
You assume sockeye salmon.
I'm assuming what they're telling us at this point. Okay. But the part of it that I'm curious about is if we know the number of fish going past the sonar, and we see the number of fish being harvested in the PU fishery is going up, do you think that the PU fishery is hurting the ability for fish to get into the subsistence areas?
As you can see, there are several proposals put in by Otna tribal citizens directed at personal use fishery. The targeting of salmon through dipping from boats, which I call trawling based on the definition in the reg book, right? A net in water under motion. There's also people who have experienced coming up river and taking fish out of their live boxes, not going through the road to get to the fish wheel, but taking fish from fish wheels from a boat. We're seeing all kinds of traffic now with boats coming up and down the river, where it used to be just below the bridge, and now it's getting up past the bridge and up to Taslina and Gakona. I've seen people on boats in Chistachina. It's coming out and landing in my fish camp on my grandfather's land and saying they have a permit not to use my grandfather's land.
Madam Chair, just a quick follow-up. I appreciate your candidates and your answer, and I'm going to assume that that's a pretty serious yes from you in regards to my last question. And once again, thanks for coming.
Mr. Chamberlain, then Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Ms. Linnell. You previously outlined your difficulty in accessing the salmon resources and the amount of effort that has to be done to access them. Does this difficulty in accessing the resource affect outmigration in your region?
Yeah, the cost of food, the cost of gas, the cost of living out there, when we're paying, 75 cents to $1 a kilowatt hour to live at home, when your heating oil and your electricity is more than you end up paying well over $1,000 to $1,500 a month, and being able to provide for your family. Incomes haven't changed as much as the cost of living has changed.
And just for clarification, access to the food resource, has that affected outmigration? And then
Yes,
one follow-up.
yes, as well. It used to be you can build a fish wheel for $700, $500. I built a new wheel this year for my niece who has her first fish camp, and it was $3,500, basic, and I used a lot of used materials to get that going, but it was $3,500 to build a wheel, and you have people who build a wheel and then we end up with high water, and their wheel ends up going downriver. And so it makes it difficult for them to rebuild and get back in there again.
Okay, and just one last thing, can you outline for the board what outmigration means to the culture and for the native people of the Otna region?
So I've lived in Anchorage, Kenai, South Carolina, everywhere, but there's not been a time that I've not eaten food from my home in Chistochina. My family has taken care of me no matter where I live. And so that's what we do. We take care of our people no matter where they're at. My sister's in Boise, Idaho, and I send her jars of fish or some dried meat so that she can have a taste of home. That's who we are. And when we share, as Grant Rebney talked about, we don't put up and say we have extra. We take it out and share the best of what we got so that they continue to come back to us. The fish come back to us. The moose come back to us. The caribou, Lord, please, will come back to us. This is how we live and take care of each other.
Mr. Wood, then Mr. Zare.
No, thank you. In terms of a question I've asked a few people, what have you seen in the last 10 years? And you volunteered that you live on glacial-fed rivers and you live on one that's not glacial-fed. And I have a lot of experience on glacial-fed rivers and fish there. And how do you think the last 10 years and the changes that you've seen on these rivers have affected your ability to fish?
Thank you, through the chair. I find it interesting that these 10-year, 20-year, 30-year snippets of time compared to what we've experienced through my lifetime, 61 years, and seeing the glaciers receding. What used to be close to the highway is now back a half a mile or more, and things like that. But the run timing is changing. And we need to be able to adjust the fishery regulations to that changing run timing. We used to talk about when we see the leaves coming and when we see the seagulls coming and how we can fish through that. And we know when to get ready and put our wheel in and have everything ready. Now, there's such a fluctuation, but regulations are run by a calendar and not by what's happening on the ground. And that's the issue. You think you can run things by a calendar. Mother Nature doesn't work that way. And I think Proposal 51 tries to address that flexibility and allow for it, but they know, based on the number of fish coming through the sonar, what they can do.
Mr. Zare.
I'll try to make this fast. And what I was going to say, you just kind of talked about that right there when you talked about not going by a calendar. And I think what I think is you should maybe next time you get a chance, like a proposal along the lines of like what in the Yukon we called windows. You know, we tried pulse protection and then this windows concept. And basically, in order to do it right, it doesn't matter what you call it, but you have to know when the fish are starting to move into the Yukon, you know, and moving upriver. And they move, I don't know, the king salmon, the chum salmon, fall chum, everything. They move at a really accurate rate. It isn't until they get like even 1,000 miles upriver that they get more than like a 2 days, maybe 1 to 2 days off. And so you could let.
Is there a question in here?
Well, no, there isn't a question, but I guess I'd just like to say it was incredibly effective in the Yukon, getting fish upriver to subsistence uses.
Thanks, Dan. I didn't mean to cut you off. But thanks. Any other questions? Thank you, Karen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next is Jeff Clark.
Good afternoon. Okay. My name is Jeff Clark. I'm the General Manager of Prince William Sound Aquaculture Corporation, and I'm providing public testimony today in opposition to Proposal 78, and you can reference PC 496 for PISWAC's written comments. PC 4, submitted at the Upper Cook Inlet meeting, remains timely and relevant here. And the hatchery associations have also submitted PC 15 at this meeting with empirical research published since the conclusion of the Upper Cook Inlet meeting that add further oppositional evidence against Proposal 78. Proposal 78 asks for an arbitrary 25% reduction of hatchery pink and chum salmon permitted egg take levels. Proposal 78 claims that an ocean carrying capacity is being exacerbated by Alaskan hatchery releases. Each time there's an assertion of overabundance of Alaska hatchery pink salmon, it's important to go back to the best estimates of hatchery pink numbers in the North Pacific. The hatchery associations submit RC 70 at the Upper Cook Inlet meeting, providing an illustration of estimated percentage of Alaska hatchery produced pink salmon with the total biomass of all Pacific salmonids and the biomass of all North Pacific Ocean free-swimming species. Kodiak Regional Aquaculture resubmitted the same illustration for this meeting as PC 321. Hatchery pink salmon biomass from all countries, not just Alaska, are estimated to average around 0.06% in the North Pacific Ocean food chain of every free-swimming species, such as pollock, cod, herring, flatfish, and squid. The vast majority of pink salmon abundance in the North Pacific and Bering Sea are from wild production. And in relation to all species biomass, the wild and hatchery pink salmon biomass comprise approximately 0.36%. Given those numbers, altering any percentage of Alaska hatchery pink production is a reach at best to think it would yield any desired results for the author of Proposal 78. What we can empirically quantify is the destabilizing harm Proposal 78 would cause. It would significantly alter harvest allocation in Prince William Sound, affect every PISWAC user group and enhancement program dependent on pink and chum revenue. It would also harm seafood processors in Prince William Sound, along with all the coastal communities through reduced landing taxes and income for the residents. The ex-vessel value lost directly to fishermen is estimated around $14.4 million for pink and chum salmon annually. PISWAC adamantly opposes unscientific and unverifiable hatchery proposals such as 78, where the consequences for being wrong would knowingly bring harm to so many subsistence, sport, personal use, commercial, and families of coastal communities across regions of Alaska. PISWAC respectfully asks that you as a board reject Proposal 78.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Jeff. Just a quick question, not necessarily about anything you just talked about specifically. I was going to ask Mr. Wells this when he was up here, but I forgot about it. But the hatchery associations in Prince William Sound provide a lot of opportunity to sport fishing, remote releases, you know, through the coho and king salmon thing. And I know that VFDA provides a lot of sport fishing opportunity in Port Valdez. How do the hatchery organizations pay for those remote releases and those sport fishing opportunities? If you could just touch on that.
So Prince William Sound Aquaculture has coho remote releases in the city of Cordova, in Whittier, and then at the village of Chiniga. We also have a King program in conjunction with the state through the William Jack Hernandez, where we provide, we get the eggs from the William Jack facility of 50,000 Chinook eggs, and then we rear those and take them down to Chiniga. And so those programs are funded primarily through the chum and pink fisheries, through the gillnet or the seine fisheries.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Tom Nelson? Hi, Tom, welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Tom Nelson. I reside in Homer, Alaska. I'm a Prince William Sound salmon fisherman. Sorry. I just want to make brief comments regarding the allocation proposals 75 through 77. I oppose these proposals. The allocation plan is very complex and took a long time and a lot of years to come to something that is workable. And there is going to be variability. You can't control market conditions, returns. It's going to cause some fluctuation, but I feel that it's doing a satisfactory job at this time. And right now, the industry needs stability within it, and these proposals would be a significant change. Also wanted to just touch on Proposal 78. Obviously oppose it. Jeff pretty well just summed up everything I would have said on it about essentially the micro percentage of the nectonic or swimming biomass that hatchery fish are of the ocean. Their effect on the ocean carrying capacity is minimal. And it is the research, the science on this is very complex. And I guess just one thing I wanted to follow up on being something that Mr. Mickelson was talking about, the interaction of hatchery to wild, and whether wild fish are affected by, or if hatchery fish are less productive in wild streams. And he cited a few things that could explain that, but I also just want to point out that with the data we have, you can draw that conclusion that hatchery fish are less productive than wild fish, but unless you searched the whole sound for the progeny of these hatchery strays, you really don't know if they were successful or not. And you're only looking at that stream. So you don't know that they weren't successful, you just know that they did not return to that stream. And so, considering these fish were strays to begin with, you could postulate that straying is a genetic predisposition, and that those, a certain portion of pink salmon will always go back to the same area, and those are your home bodies, and then you've got your ones that are going to branch out and try and expand the species area into new streams, and that genetic predisposition could explain what would appear to be a lack of productivity of hatchery hybrids and hatchery strays, but might not necessarily be true.
Mr. Zuri?
Yeah, I was kind of under the impression, and I don't know much about hatcheries, but how they operate and stuff like that. But I was under the impression that the hatchery releases, the building may be upstream, but the hatchery releases were like at the beginning of a bay. They were not in stream. Is that get what I'm saying?
You're speaking about hatchery releases, yeah, they would be the actual released fish. Yeah, they are held in incubators, and so, but they are taking in water from natural streams is how they're reared. They out-migrate through that, and then they home back in on that water. And geographically, you know, as they leave, they pick up markers and they return to that. But, you know, for a successful species, you know, if there wasn't straying, there would be no salmon. There has to be some level of straying to refill in areas of catastrophic events in natural streams where there's a die-off. You have to have straying to refill that in. And so there's a natural component of straying. And so it's a complex, it's a very complex situation.
Thank you for your testimony today. Dakota Reynolds. No Dakota? John Nichols? Hi, John.
I'll try not to be too loud. Welcome, Board of Fish. Welcome to Cordova. My name is John Nichols. I'm a second-generation Alaska commercial fisherman and lifelong resident of Cordova, living here with my family, wife and 2 kids. I grew up in Cordova in the aftermath of the Exxon Valdez oil spill. During the time when commercial fishing was at a low, economic hardship settled in. Many residents were concerned for our future. Our parents encouraged us to go find careers elsewhere because there wasn't any hope for our town or the fishing industry. Since then, we've had thriving fishing seasons and very dire fishing seasons for seining like last year. But we remain committed to the lifestyle that commercial fishing and living in Cordova provides us. Every few years, we have to come before you guys and justify our livelihoods for why, you know, we do what we do. All right. Every few years, when the Board of Fish convenes, we come here before you to justify our livelihoods against opposition looking for a better weekend experience during their staycations. The board's decisions can alter weekend plans for some while dramatically impacting the economic status and livelihoods of others. I stand before you today to voice my opposition to Proposal 51, 52, and 53. The Cordova ADF and G office already manages our fisheries in real time utilizing science to ensure maximum sustainable yield and proper escapement for our fish runs. I also adamantly oppose Proposal 78, which suggests a baseless 25% reduction of pink fry. Such a reduction would threaten the economic viability of our commercial fisheries in Prince William Sound, which are heavily reliant on our hatchery production. For instance, in 2020, PSWAC only achieved about 70% of its pink egg take. The following parent year, in 2022, we had a common property harvest of under 1 million fish for pink salmon. If this is indicative of our future runs, we face a bleak outlook. Our thriving community would revert to the economic hardship reminiscent of the post-Exxon disaster era. Conversely, I support proposals 56 and 57 concerning permit stacking. The long-term goal of this proposal is to reduce the overall gear in the water while enhancing catch rates for those who utilize it. The initiative will help deckhands return home at the end of the season with livable wages. Additionally, these proposals will assist seasoned fishermen who opt out of the additional expense by decreasing overall fleet and gear in the waters over time. Thanks for coming. And I know you guys have the important, the challenge of and responsibility of making regulatory decisions that significantly affects people's livelihoods, and I know that has a lot of weight to it, so thanks. Any questions?
Thanks, John. Mr. Swenson?
Through the chair. John?
Oh, we got a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
You don't have to come here we all understand that this is affecting livelihoods. But we also understand that it affects the livelihoods of not only the commercial fishermen, the sport fishermen, the subsistence fishermen, and the personal use fishermen. So everybody is affected, and we understand that. So you don't have to keep reminding us, all the people
Is
don't
there a
keep reminding us
question?
we don't.
Mr. Swenson, do you
No,
have a
I'm just
question?
making a statement. Thank
Okay.
you.
Not time to make statements, time for questions. All right, thank you. Petra Pasarjan.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam Chair, good afternoon. My name is Petro Basarjan. I'm a third-generation commercial fisherman raising a fourth. I strongly support proposals 17, 46, 47, 49, 56, and strongly oppose 4, 51, 52, and 53. Proposal 5, I oppose it. The language in this proposal is very specific and targeting to restrict only one gear type, small boat commercial halibut fishermen like myself and many other similar small boats that only target rockfish. We do not target, only target halibut, we do not target rockfish. The department has the tools to restrict the state-managed commercial sport personal use in subsistence fisheries for conservation purposes. However, the department does not have the authority to restrict the commercial halibut fishery to address rockfish bycatch concerns. In 2023, the GHL was reduced to 150,000 pounds, and the board adopted emergency regulation that expired to delegate authority to the department and commissioner to close commercial fishing to specific gear types, meaning small boat commercial halibut fishermen in areas of high rockfish bycatch. In 2023, we've seen a huge increase in concentration of big Seattle-based fishing vessels with auto baiters running 20 to 30,000 hooks daily that fished in these stat areas. Those stat areas were later closed by emergency order by the department and the commissioner. During this time, many sports, subsistence, and commercial fishermen noticed that these grounds were, big boats were targeting rocky areas. It didn't make sense if you're only targeting halibut. For conservation reasons, the department doesn't need to target only one gear type and hook and line small boats. Also, the department has the number for the sports fishermen that are only voluntarily reported, which is around 600,000 pounds. 17, I strongly support this proposal, and evidence supports that this supposed midwater trawl fishery is not what they say or claim. They do indeed target bottom fish for bycatch, which causes great damage by disrupting the ecosystem. These trawler vessels are not observed, and bycatch is reported by skipper and processors. And heard a lot of unreported bycatch getting dumped back into the waters by witness commercial fishermen and other on and off factory draggers. For conservation of the resources and ecosystem and to prevent over-harvesting bycatch, we need to have observed system in place, either electronic monitoring or have observers on board, or both. Also add electronic monitoring for sonar and not allow to drop and drag the bottom. I'm not anti-trawl, but I would have loved them to be accounted and not focus on bycatch, but concentrate only on pollock. Thank you.
Excellent timing, sir. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today.
Thanks.
Next is Ben Babowski. Is Ben here? Hi, Ben.
I've got some prepared remarks. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public. I'm Ben Babowski, Superintendent, Wrangell St. Elias National Park and Preserve. Thank you for the opportunity to submit a proposal through this state process. We're grateful for our professional relationships with the state of Alaska employees, our partner organizations, and engaged citizens working on issues of the Copper River fisheries. Our proposal is submitted with respect and appreciation for all the different fisheries and their representatives as we navigate this pretty complex system. The park submitted Proposal 51, PC 658, with supporting documentation, RC 024 and RC 034. The RCs were added today to illustrate key points about the proposal that were identified thus far during this session. Why did the park submit the proposal? I'll highlight 3 reasons to grow our mutual understanding. Most often when we think about what success of the Copper River fisheries looks like, we distill the success to the escapement goal. And was it met or was it not? And it's an important metric to be sure, and right now, with regard to Chinook, very important. However, this metric does not adequately address the populations of salmon, the more than 20 of the sockeye that are within the river system and where they distribute. And many of these populations migrate into the ecological systems of the park. And this proposal is focused on a handful of them in the early run. Also consistent with the park's enabling legislation set by Congress, subsistence use of resources are a priority. We learned yesterday through staff reports of an increased uncertainty in harvest in the upper reach of the river. Catch per unit effort has changed for the worse, and we learned that food security issues are significant. Proposal 51 addresses the early run populations that will provide relief. And finally, the Subsistence Resource Commission for Wrangell-St. Elias National Park submitted letters to the Governor and the Secretary of Interior expressing their concerns each of the last 4 years. There exists a legitimate concern that the copper is showing early signs of becoming the next Kuskokwim or Yukon. With all the information on this topic, it can be challenging to discern the signal from the noise. To that end, I'll call your attention to table on pages 4 and 5 of PC 658 that summarize a preponderance of evidence to support action to be taken to address the issues highlighted in Proposal 51. The emphasis of the proposal decision is a decision rule on timing of the fisheries. It's a modified version of kind of the pulse protection concept, focusing on the early pulse of fish into the river. It certainly accounts for early run populations and low return years, but also identifies opportunities for increased harvests as seen in RC 024. Thank you for consideration of our proposal. I'll look to my colleague and co-author, Mark Miller, who follows me in testimony to elaborate on a handful of key technical points. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. Any questions? Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. Hearing that some of these streams go or come out of the park and these fish could potentially be going in, has the park done surveys in terms of on those streams and the genetics or abundance in those streams within the park?
Mark Miller can speak more technically to that question, but yes, we're collaborating to understand those genetic diversity populations more clearly, and there's previous publications on the matter. And then also, I'd refer you to Table 4 in the supporting documentation, as it also the flights provided by the state of Alaska are illustrative of some of the changes over the last 20 years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here. I appreciate your testimony today. Next up is Mark Miller. There you go. Turn your mic on. You need to press the button. There you go.
Got it. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am Mark Miller, ecologist representing Wrangell-St. Elias National Park and Preserve. As Ben pointed out, I'm here to highlight key points of Proposal 51, and I would suggest if you're inclined to maybe take out a pencil, it looks like most of you have a pencil or a pen, and as I point out, to use specific figures, tables, and pages to help out with the material that we've submitted in support of our proposal. This proposal is based on our view that the Copper River District commercial fishery has been managed in a manner that results in a persistent pattern of disproportionate early season harvest. I'd like to point you to Figure 2 in our comments, PC 658, and associated tables that are referenced in that figure. Also see RC 034 for further elaboration on the matter of disproportionate early season harvest and factors that contribute to that. Further, it is our view that this persistent pattern has implications and has affected early run and upper river stocks, those that depend on these stocks.
Ben, when he spoke a few minutes ago, referenced Table 4 in PC 658. I'll elaborate briefly on what that is. That's a table that summarizes a body of data presented annually by Fish and Game resulting from aerial surveys on the spawning grounds in the Upper Copper River. And the table summarizes data that indicate a widespread significant decline in spawning abundance in Upper Copper River stocks. Full disclosure, these data, these aerial survey data, are notoriously variable among observers and affected by environmental conditions, but the pattern in the data being pretty consistent and a steep decline warrants attention to the data. We understand the concerns expressed by many about the potential economic and financial implications of Proposal 51 due to potential effects on commercial harvest. But it's important to recognize that the proposed decision rule would have benefited Chinook and sockeye escapement in low-run years such as 2020. I'd point you to look at tables 7 and 8 in PC 658 and annotations for the year 2020 in figures presented in attachment D of PC 658. Finally,
Do you have a concluding sentence? Can you do it in 15 seconds?
I would call your attention to RC 024 that's been referenced as a scenario worth considering.
Okay, and will you be available for committee of the whole?
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, sir. You talked about aerial surveys a little bit and the idea that's how the department has come up with this information regarding Upper Copper River sockeye spawning escapement, for example. And obviously, the Park Service is concerned that the spawning escapement isn't adequate. Has the Park Service done anything to quantify that the department's information is incorrect?
We have not, as you posed the question. Let me ask for clarification. Which data are you asking whether we've ground truthed, if you will?
Well, what I'm hearing is that the escapement levels that the department is reporting, you don't feel that they're adequate. Am I correct?
What I'm saying is that the data that the department is reporting on the aerial survey results suggests a steep decline in counts on Upper Copper River spawning grounds. I'm not questioning their estimates of escapement per se. That's a methodological issue that others like Jim Simon have questioned. It's sonar passage minus harvest. That is a method for estimating escapement. But there's this other data set resulting from the aerial surveys that are conducted annually broadly across the Upper Copper River spawning grounds that show a steep decline broadly across the majority of those systems. And how does that, it doesn't figure into the escapement estimates. I'm not questioning that as a methodological issue. I'm just pointing out this alternative data set.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Okay. I'm going to go home tonight and Google Earth some of this stuff, okay? But I'm going to return to a question that I had for the superintendent. I personally live on 3 glacially fed streams. I have for a long time. And understand the difficulty in finding salmon, especially sockeye that are in river spawners, not just lake spawners. And so I will go home and do my homework tonight regarding, with the streams that come out of the park. But has the park actually done their own foot surveys or any of the science within these park streams to understand anything from water temperature to escapement to genetics, anything like that?
So we've invested, actually with funding from Fish and Wildlife Service largely, ongoing operation of a weir on Tanata Creek. It's a reasonably good record, but there's holes in the, there's discontinuity in the data. And so there are data that are summarized in the comment letter from Tanata Creek Weir. Beyond that, genetics, we've collaborated with the department significantly, with the Department of Fish and Game significantly on a study that quantifies genetic stock composition of harvest in the commercial fishery and the in-river fisheries. This last year was the third year of the Park Service contribution. I believe that's going to be ongoing. In terms of like boots on the ground surveys of individual streams, no, we haven't had the capacity to do that. We do have a temperature sensor in the stream system associated with the Tanata Creek Weir, and we're collaborating with the Copper River Watershed Project and Otna Intertribal Resource Commission on a broader scale watershed level temperature monitoring project going into the future, but there's not a data record.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony today. Next up is Kathy Renfelt.
Madam Chair, honorable members of the Alaska Board of Fisheries, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Kathy Renfelt, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cordova Chamber of Commerce. First, I'd like to welcome you to Cordova. We're so glad you're here. And I just want to thank you for hosting in Cordova and staying in alignment with your in-cycle proceedings. It's really vital to keep these meetings in the communities that are the most impacted and invested by the fisheries. And you can see there's lots of people in these communities who have a lot to talk to you about. So I hope that you're enjoying your time here and finding lots to do and lots to eat. And the businesses are really happy to support you in being here. Today I come before you to express our opposition to Proposal 78 and to address some concerns related to Proposal 51. Cordova's economy and culture are deeply intertwined with the health of our salmon fisheries, as you've heard from many of the testimonies tonight. Salmon hatcheries are vital to our community, supporting not just the fishing industry, but the entire economic ecosystem, and that includes tourism, retail, and services. Annually, these hatcheries contribute significantly to our economy by supporting over 4,200 jobs and generating $219 million in labor income. This is crucial, not just for commercial purposes, but also for sport, personal use, and subsistence fishing, essential elements of life in Prince William Sound. Proposal 78, which calls for a 25% reduction in pink and salmon hatchery production, poses a direct threat to the economic stability and future growth of Cordova. Such a reduction would destabilize our community by impacting the livelihoods of those directly employed by the fisheries and diminishing the broader economic activity that supports our local businesses and public services. When fishing revenues are down, the entire community feels it. A quick look at the 2025 city budget here can show you how a year of impacted fishing revenues can affect a community like Cordova. The stakes are too high to accept this proposal, which lacks solid scientific backing. This process here at the Board of Fisheries has long been guided by a deep understanding of local conditions and traditional knowledge. And we want to ensure that decisions are made close to the people and ecosystems that they affect. And for this reason, I must express our concerns regarding Proposal 51, put forward by a federal entity which demonstrates an overreach of federal influence in what should fundamentally be a resident-driven, stakeholder-driven, and state-led proceeding. These proposals, if passed, would not only harm the immediate economic landscape, but also set a dangerous precedent for future fisheries management, shifting control away from those who know these waters best. It's critical that decisions regarding Alaska's fisheries continue to be informed by those who are directly impacted by them, our local residents and stakeholders. In conclusion, the Cordova Chamber of Commerce urges the board to reject Proposal 78 and to consider the ramifications of federal overreach as outlined in Proposal 51. We advocate for the continued support of our hatcheries and for maintaining the integrity of a management system that respects local knowledge and authority. And we thank you for your attention and considering the voice of Cordova's business community as you make these pivotal decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony today. Michael Hand.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for your time and for coming to our working waterfront here in Cordova. My name is Michael Hand. I'm a first-generation fisherman. I started fishing in 2006 as a deckhand on a seine boat. In 2012, I bought a cheap boat and an expensive permit and started drift gill netting on the Copper River and Prince William Sound. 2018, I purchased a seine boat and a seine permit and have since continued to invest and participate in this region's fisheries. I'm a resident of Cordova, a CDFU board member. For my positions on individual proposals, please reference my personal comments of PC 263 and CDFU's comments, PC 152. I will be available during Committee of the Whole to answer any questions and provide information on CDFU's proposals, but at this time, this is my personal testimony. First, I'd like to show my support for the proposals in groundfish and shellfish. With uncertainty in the salmon markets, small-scale, shoulder-season fisheries are important to the towns in the Prince William Sound region. I ask that you consider the groundfish and shellfish proposals as you consider the groundfish and shellfish proposals, that you empower the department to give further opportunity for small-scale sustainable fisheries. As commercial fishermen, the health of Prince William Sound region is essential for our future. As we ask for these exploratory or expanded fisheries, please know that this is not a resource grab or a group looking to catch the last fish in the sea. Instead, it's a group of stakeholders looking to partner with Fish and Game to understand and participate in sustainable fishing. The second thing I'd like to address is my opposition to the gill net stacking proposals of 56 and 57. As I stated earlier, I bought into the drift gill net fishery in 2012. My wife Nellie is now the owner and operator of our family's drift operation. If passed, these proposals, these potential stacking proposals would benefit our bottom line. And in today's seafood economy, it's tempting to support them. The reason I'm opposed is because I want future first-generation fishermen to have the same opportunity that I did to start a successful career. At its simplest, these proposals will consolidate and increase the value of each permit. This will increase the cost for any new gill net fisherman, period. Please remember that as you deliberate. Most likely, you will not be hearing from folks that will be buying into this fishery in the near future, so it's your job to protect their access to the fishery. Additionally, I'd like to oppose the allocation plans 75 through 77. The allocation plan between these gear groups has been in place for 20 years, and it's withstood industry-wide fluctuations in prices and production. And at this time, I believe we should just keep it as is. Again, thanks for coming to Cordova.
Thank you very much. Questions? Good timing. Appreciate your testimony tonight.
Thank you.
Next is Herb Mansavage, and then we're going to follow Herb with James Burton. And then we'll probably break, but I will have some instruction for folks about second calls and start time in the morning, so sit tight. Welcome, Herb.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Herb Mansavage, and this will be my personal testimony. I'll be giving testimony on for the Matsu Advisory Committee on another, either later today or tomorrow morning. Okay, so just chronologically, I support Proposition 5, or Proposal 5, and that's mostly just from a sense that, especially after hearing what we've heard so far, I'd really like to see that evolve into a slinky pot operation. Seems like it would drastically reduce the bycatch. Proposal 14, and proposals after that, I'm in support of. I've heard some interesting debate about it, information about it, but the trawl significance does not seem viable for the potential damage that it could cause, especially in the inside waters, PWS. I don't fish commercially. I'm just a sport guy in PWS, but it just, especially hearing some of the monetary, economic value to it, it just doesn't seem viable. Proposals 27 through 29, I support. I trust the department in these, but with that, it'd be nice to see a little bit closer monitoring of this. If we see this issue with rockfish, we have people, you know, especially younger people in the department that are watching weirs and stuff. I don't think it'd be that hard to have somebody in Whittier and potentially even Valdez, you know, monitoring these charter boats and sport boats that come in and just collect data. We're not even from an enforcement perspective, just collect data on these boats that are coming in, and it'd be the first or best way to get hands-on information. Proposal 31, 32, excuse me, I've got a typo in that, but 31, 42, the crab subsistence, I can't support it. I'd love to see the subsistence side of it, but I think it's a little odd with adding subsistence and commercial at the same time. We talked about this at length in our committee, and it seems like the data isn't really reliable at the moment, so it'd be good to see some more data on the Tanner crab and king crab. I will say, do not support the king crab, as I think department and one of our members stated that the timing that they wanted to open that up was during their molting season, so not a good time for that, but there was potential for maybe an earlier, by amending the proposal, maybe opening up a little early, because the times that it is now, I guess, you know, from a logistical perspective, it can be kind of rough getting out there. Proposal 51, man, I see both sides on that. I'm really interested as a committee, as a whole, what's going to come from that. I think that's a very contentious issue, and definitely see both sides. Proposal 56 and 57, I strongly oppose. I think young fishermen are the future, and right now, I think, you know, everything, there's a risk when you get into a business, and with low permits, and especially the type of boats you can get into for relatively cheap around here, I think that'd be great. Last one would be to support the bourbon on Lake Louise.
Thank you, Herb. Any questions? Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony this evening. And last up for tonight, I think, is James Burton. Welcome, James. Yep. I feel that.
It's usually like 50 and really good. Okay, I'm just going to read so I don't have a stroke. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Fisheries, thank you for this opportunity to speak on the issues before us. My name is James Burton. I'm a married father of 4. I was born and raised in Cordova and have been on a seiner since 1982 when I was 18 months old. My only absence from this way of life was during my employment as an Alaska wildlife trooper. My family has been involved in Alaska fisheries since before the inception of limited entry. I personally hold permits for Sitka herring, Prince William Sound herring, seine, and gillnet, Prince William Sound salmon, seine, and gillnet, and federal black cod quota. I am the author of Proposal 73, which I had intended to speak to until I saw the published proposal book, and now I feel the need to address other issues in my public testimony. My views on all proposals can be seen in PC 92. I am strongly opposed to Proposals 51 through 53 for the following reasons. 1, there is no empirical evidence that the early run of the Copper River is diminishing. Long-term escapement trends over the last 40 years, shown by the department staff reports, arguably show that they are increasing. 2, a closure of the Copper River fishery until June would almost guarantee over-escapement, which, excuse me, staff did a fantastic job explaining the detrimental effects of. And for that reason, in all transparency, I have to reverse my position on Proposal 58 and chalk it up to foregone opportunity in the commercial fishery. Reason 3, the department already has all the tools they need to actively manage the fishery for MSY, SEGs, et cetera. I'm opposed to Proposal 78. This proposal has been before the board numerous times and failed. There's no evidence showing showing pink salmon are the cause of ocean carrying capacity issues in the North Pacific nekton biomass. In fact, when looking at the chart I provided in PC 92, which was previously submitted as RC 70, Alaska hatchery pink salmon comprise 0.04% of the stated biomass. What effect are we to expect over 5 years, as suggested by the author, by reducing this minuscule percentage by 25%? In other words, 99.96% of the North Pacific Necton biomass will not be affected by this board's actions. However, 100% of the communities and citizens of Prince William Sound and every harvester in Prince William Sound will be drastically affected. I oppose proposals 75 through 77. I am a permit holder of both gear types and access and means to participate in either. However, this allocation plan was painstakingly developed over many years, and changing it now is improper and unnecessary. I am opposed to proposals 14 through 17, and maybe surprisingly, will tie these to proposal 78. Pollock are known predators of pink salmon. If the board were to pass the pollock proposals and a 25% reduction in egg take, this could be a knockout blow to pink salmon, both wild and hatchery in Prince William Sound. Hatchery operators already work to overcome what is commonly referred to as the predator wall, of which pollock are part of. The methods have been experimented with and varied, but we know full well that within the first few weeks of release, vast quantities of pink salmon fry are consumed by pollock, whales, cod, and other species. Closing the trawl fishery because of midwater fishery in Prince William Sound is being conflated with other bottom contact fisheries would be detrimental to outmigrating fry by an unchecked pollock biomass. I urge the board to reject 14, 16, and 17 and adopt the alternate language provided in RC 15, and I look forward to participating in committee of the whole.
Thank you, James. Are there any questions? Appreciate your hanging with us tonight. I'm glad you didn't have a stroke.
Thank you. Me too.
Okay, so tomorrow morning, we're going to begin with second calls for the following people: Dustin Slocum, Kyle King, Matt Rode, Robert Sikwak, and Dakota Reynolds. Did I miss anybody? Okay. The other thing, we're going to make a change to the agenda tomorrow morning and begin at 8 a.m. So if you know any of those people that I just named in terms of second calls, please let them know that we're going to be starting at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and not 8:30. I wouldn't want them to inadvertently miss their opportunity to testify. So 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thanks for hanging with us tonight, and we'll resume with public testimony at 8 a.m. See you then. Thanks.